Trapped within the heaven-sanctioned card used by Agatha, the two enemy semi-demigods regrouped with their teammate, unable to escape using the hidden escape teleportation prepared by Mike beforehand. And since the allied semi-demigods were cursed, they were not in a hurry to fight a death match with enemy semi-demigods. This bred an awkward atmosphere in Heaven's Sanction. A moment ago, the enemy was ready to escape at the cost of abandoning one of their teammates, and the allied force was bent on stopping them even at the expense of civilian casualties. But now allied semi-demigods did not bother to waste their breath at the enemy and patiently observed them, as they had successfully managed to stop the enemy from escaping using Heaven's Sanction, yet they were not in total control of the situation thanks to the enemy's curse haunting them. So how long do you guys plan to sit on your asses and glare at the enemy? Now they have regrouped. You guys do know that I can't summon Heaven's Sanction for long, right? Heaven's Sanction was the card Agatha received from Anna. It required an unparalleled bloodline to activate, but thanks to Anna removing the restriction, Agatha could use the card for a few moments in exchange for an appropriate sacrifice. Did you not hear him say due to the curse we are restricted to a 1-kilometer range of the enemy curse master? Number 9 asked Agatha, wondering if Agatha had listened to what number 10 had explained. A 1-kilometer radius range was large, but for semi-demigods, it wasn't much. That was not enough space for them to fight without worrying about friendly fire, and because of the curse on them, they could not kill the curse master. Therefore, they choose to sit by as the enemy regrouped. How long can you maintain Heaven's Sanction? Number 10 asked Agatha. Not for long, but I guess can hold till your teammates as our reinforcement. Agatha replied with a frown. Her complexion was turning pale. Its Heaven's Scantion toll on her was becoming visible with passing seconds. Don't hold your breath on them. Our squad is Madame Assong's bodyguards. Rest of our teammates will never leave her side, no matter the reason. The only reason they may arrive here would be if Madame Assong decides to visit Sun Blossom City. Considering the political impact of this incident, I don't believe Madame Assong would want to be part of any of this. If not for Southern Emperor threatening her niece, we wouldn't be here to help you. Number 10 explained to Agatha that there was no reinforcement coming. They were all on their own. So what now? Agatha asked, learning that she could not count on Asen's bodyguard detail for reinforcement. We negotiate. That is the best option we have to get the boy back in one piece. Number 10 said, surprising both Number 9 and Agatha. Number 10, have you forgotten the rules? We don't negotiate. Number 9 reminded Number 10. If they were to negotiate every time a political figure under their protection was taken hostage, then people would target the politicians to get their way. Therefore, the handbook, which asked them to protect their clients with their life at stake, also asked to never negotiate in case their client was taken as hostage. I know the rules, but this is not the same. We don't need to follow the same set of rules here. Just follow my lead. Number 10 said, eyeing both Number 9 and Agatha. Then added, let me make it clear. Before we start, let me make our priorities clear. Our task here is to protect the boy, not police what is happening in the southern region. So fighting the enemy is no longer an option unless the negotiation fails. Understood? Yes. Number 9 and Agatha both nodded in agreement. Number 10 was correct. They did not care what the Circle and its goons were up to in the southern region. Their only responsibility was to protect the boy, and that was all. Therefore, Number 9 and Agatha agreed to negotiate with the enemy. Here we go. Number 10 muttered as he decided to address the enemy's semi-demigods, seeing hope for successful negotiation as the enemies did not appear to want to fight them either and were passively observing their moments. Release the boy, and we will let you go. Number 9 yelled, glancing at the enemy semi-demigods. Number 9's yell was responded to by a long silence and howling of passing wind. Since they could risk getting Standard to capture the boy, it was obvious they would not hand over the just for their freedom. Not knowing what the enemy wanted with the boy, Number 9 had to start somewhere. If you have any other demands, just state them. As long as it doesn't involve harming the boy, I can promise it to you. Seeing that the enemy semi-demigods showed no interest in exchanging the boy for their freedom, he directly asked them to stay with their demands, and as long as it did not involve the boy, he promised to help them with it. This time, Number 9 was not greeted by silence from the enemy semi-demigods, but by an odd demand. We want the boy to hand over the Circle's Sun Blossom City branch's leader's corpse. Hearing the demand of the enemy semi-demigods, Number 9 remembered the boy killing Mike, and storing his corpse in a coffin-like item. Though number 9 found it odd that the enemy semi-demigods would risk their freedom for the corpse of a mere branch leader, he did not give much thought to it, as his only priority was to protect the boy and return him unharmed to the Southern Emperor. As for the rest, he did not have the time for that. Fine, you can have your branch leader's corpse. Bring forth the boy, let me speak to him. Card name, Heaven's Sanction. Card type, Trap card, bounded. Card rank, SSS rank. Card rate, 9 stars. Card durability, 97/100. Card effect. This card can turn the array formation covering any city within the southern region into an SSS rank trap with the help of the array formation covering the southern region. Restriction. This card requires an unparalleled bloodline to activate. Note, with the authority granted to Anna Heatsin by her unparalleled bloodline, she removed the restriction on the card for the next 48 hours. Card name, Patriot Act. Card type, Access card. Card rank, Rare grade. Card rate, 5 stars. Card durability, 99/100. Card effect. This card was created with the agreement between the 4 royal families and the government. It gives the user VIP access to each of the Big 5 array formations covering the 5 regions. Note, this card doesn't allow the user to use teleportation cards within the Big 5 array formations covering the 5 regions. VIP privileges. The Patriot Act card user cannot be tracked using any of the Big 5 array formations covering the 5 regions. And also their actions cannot be restricted by any one of the Big 5 array formations covering the 5 regions, with the exception of the teleportation cards. The Patriot Act card was the reason why the semi-demigods from the Circle and the Paw clan were able to hide their presence from the array formation covering the southern region and roam around freely in its cities. This card was a universal cheat code for the Big 5 array formations. With it, they did not have to worry about their presence in the southern region and location being revealed to the southern royal family by the array formation. Not only that they were immune to many of the restrictions of the array formation, meaning with this card the semi-demigods from the Circle could easily bypass Heaven's Sanction card activated by Agatha, as it was a part of the array formation covering the southern region. Yet the enemy semi-demigods chose not to use this card to escape Heaven's Sanction because they did not want to reveal any hint that they had equipped the Patriot Act card, as this card was only available to the highly decorated officers of the government and the talented heirs of the royal families. So it would be alarming for both the government and the 4 royal families to learn that the semi-demigods from the Circle used a card with similar properties to the Patriot Act card. Therefore, even if it was possible for them to escape the trap of Heaven's Sanction, they chose not to. This way they could throw any suspicion of the government and the 4 royal families them using the Patriot Act card. The Patriot Act card was one of the pillars of trust between the 4 royal families and the government. Each one of them chose to sacrifice access to the first line of defense of their region array formation, covering it to others to show that they were not going to rebel, separate themselves from the current government, and declare themselves as an independent monarchy, or try to take over the other regions or the government itself. The existence of this card signified a sense of balance and trust between the 5 governing bodies. Despite the card giving the user almost full immunity to the Big 5 arrays, it restricted them from using teleportation cards in the foreign region, because if powerful entities like semi-demigods and demigods could use teleportation within the Big 5 array formation, then the point of the array formation would become totally moot, as they could easily assassinate important figures and get away with it without anybody noticing them. The users of this card were only restricted from using teleportation cards and not the prearranged teleportation arrays, as the construction of an array took time and left behind too much evidence. Not to mention the natural limitation of the Big 5 array formation. The high-level card apprentice could teleport into the array, but not out of the array, but their teleportation would be tracked and the related authorities would be alerted to take immediate action. The significance of the Patriot Act card was too high for the world to know that they were being used by the semi-demigods of the Circle, who had nothing to do with their 5 governing bodies, the 4 royal families, and the government. This would definitely put the Circle at top of the list of these 5 governing bodies. This was a lot of attention for an organization hatching plans to overthrow the government sometime in the future. Therefore, The semi-demigods of the circle put up an act that they were trapped in heaven's sanction activated by Agatha. The answer to the question of how the Circle and the Paw clan managed to get their hands on the Patriot Act cards was very obvious. Both of the organizations had their inside men in the high-ranking members of the government or any one of the royal families. With the abilities of the matron and the supreme leader, something of this sort was not a big deal. They did not have a problem getting their hands on this card, but hid the fact that they had it. Because of their dilemma, the semi-demigods of the circle did not hesitate to negotiate when the semi-demigods that were supposed to protect the boy showed interest to negotiate with them. Release the boy, and we will let you go. If you have any other demands, just state them. As long as it doesn't involve harming the boy, I can promise it to you. We want the boy to hand over the circle's Sun Blossom City branch's leader's corpse. Fine, you can have your branch leader's corpse. Bring forth the boy, let me speak to him. Hearing the allied semi-demigods easily agree to their demands, the circle's demigods were not surprised, as they were pretty confident of their odds, and said, "How do we go about this?" "What do you mean?" Number 10 asked the enemy semi-demigod in confusion. "Which one of the three clones is the original one?" The semi-demigod in charge of the circle's semi-demigods said, "Wait," saying that number 10 turned to look at Agatha. In response, Agatha glanced back at him asking, "Why are you looking at me?" "Answer the gentleman, would you?" Agatha's response caught number 10 off guard, but he still calmly replied to her, "How would I know?" Agatha replied, spreading her arms in innocence. Agatha's reply stumped not only number 10 and 9, but the enemy semi-demigods too. This was not the reply they were looking for from a professional, high-profile bodyguard like Agatha herself. Had I known which one of the clones was original, why would I waste time trying to stop all three of them? Instead of focusing all our power on stopping just the one with the boy, Agatha replied. "I thought you did that to not let the enemy know which one of the three clones of the boy was original." Number 9 replied, impressed with Agatha's calmness. "Hold on. You are telling me your choice to chase that guy out of the three of them was just a random decision and not because you knew that the clone he was carrying was the original?" Number 10 could not get his head around Agatha's actions so far and wondered how Demigod Windsor could trust her with his only daughter's life. "Yes, and stop making a big deal out of it. Don't forget you two were also supposed to protect the boy, not just me," Agatha said, feeling a little embarrassed as this clearly showed incompetence in her duty as a professional high-profile bodyguard. "Forget it." Number 10 chose not to argue with Agatha, and then turning to the enemy semi-demigods, he said, "Bring out all three of the boy's clones. Let them answer which one is the original." "How do we know that you will not attack once you know which one has the original?" one of the cautious semi-demigods asked. "Come on, if we had such thoughts we would not have tried to negotiate, and besides, aren't the three of you confident in your strength?" Since the start of the conversation, number 10 had noticed that the attitude of the three enemy semi-demigods was not that of trapped rats, but conniving foxes. "Fine." The enemy semi-demigods did not even bother to argue or deny number 10, and immediately the three clones were released from their respective trap. The three enemy semi-demigods each then held one clone. Being released from their respective traps, each one of the clones gave a vivid expression, making it hard for the enemy and allied semi-demigods to differentiate the original one from the clones just based on their expressions and actions. Looking at the three clones, number 9 could not help but become impressed. He tried every arrow in his query, and none of them seemed to help him determine the original form of the clones. He really wanted to ask the boy whether he had mastered some kind of clone rule meaning, but holding back his curiosity, taking one last glance at the clones trying to figure out their trick, he signaled Agatha to address them. "Wyatt, we have negotiated with your captors, and if you are willing to hand over the corpse of their branch leader, they are willing to let you go." Agatha conveyed what was negotiated between the two forces to the boy. "Agatha, I knew I couldn't trust you with my protection." All three clones respond simultaneously without any delay and with the exact same tone and notes, so their voice got amplified. "Why did you try to run?" "We had it all in control until that moment," Agatha replied, being blamed by the boy for letting the enemies take him hostage. "So, it was my fault then." "Blame the victim," the three clones complained and then said, "I should have hired these guys as my bodyguard instead of your incompetent ass." "Why did you try to run?" "We had it all in control until that moment." Agatha replied, being blamed by the boy for letting the enemies take him hostage. Are you sure about that? Their target of protection is dead, Agatha jeered. Their comrade died bravely in a fight, not their fault. At least they are sensible enough to go this far to bring the corpse of their comrade home. Compared to them, you are just incompetent. The three clones defend the enemy semi-demigods and mocked Agatha in unison. Please stop speaking all the same time. It is creeping me out, Agatha complained, showing no notion of anger toward the boy for mocking her. Number 9, 10, and the enemy semi-demigods could not believe their ears hearing the argument between Agatha and the boy. They were surprised to see Agatha not get angry being mocked by the boy and treat him as an equal despite their strength and status gap. Number 10 looked pasted that and yelled, "Will you two stop arguing and save us all some time by doing as negotiated?" "Who are these guys?" one of the boy's clones asked Agatha. On account of her request, the clones had chosen not to speak simultaneously. "Wyatt, meet number 9 and 10. They are the other two semi-demigods attached for your bodyguard detail." Agatha introduced number 9 and 10 to the boy, who looked at them and said, "I had heard government employees were lazy, incompetent, a waste of taxpayers' money, and not to be trusted, but I did not know I would be unlucky enough to experience it firsthand." "Boy, watch your mouth. We are not pushovers like Agatha. We won't mind leaving you here with them just to teach you a lesson respecting your seniors," number 9 yelled, hearing the boy call them lazy, incompetent, and a waste of taxpayers' money. "I dare you." "What?" number 9 asked in total disbelief. Never in her life did she imagine a day when a card soldier would dare to be so disrespectful toward her. She has been a bodyguard for centuries and has served many rich and pompous kids, but no one dared to disrespect her, until today. The most appalling thing was this kid did not even have a status equal to those pompous brats, yet he had the audacity to challenge her authority. "You heard me, Grandma. I dare you to do what you claimed." All three of the clones looked at number 10 with scorn as one of them repeat themselves while at it. They did not forget to mock number 9 and address her as Grandma. "You dash." Number 9 was about to threaten the boy, but then stopped and glancing at the in charge of the enemy semi-demigod, she said, "Torture him, kill him, do whatever it takes to get your comrade's corpse. We won't stop you." Number 10, "We are leaving." Hearing number 9's rash words, number 10 was embarrassed, especially for letting a junior lead her by her nose, yet he chose to bear with her as she was his senior, and because he knew exactly how to handle her when she gets like this, as sadly this was not the first time number 9 had forgotten the mission priority and gone off-road by letting her sense of pride get in the way. Number 9 could see that the clones of the boy were purposefully provoking his senior sister as if he was buying time. Number 9 did not know why the boy would do this, so he decided to play along, even though it meant him letting number 9 continue to make a fool of herself. "Semi-demigod Agatha, I will have to trouble you with the access to leave heaven's sanction," number 9 asked Agatha, and then seeing her junior not move yet, she yelled, "Number 10, don't make me repeat myself." "Sure, you two are free to leave heaven's sanction," Agatha answered to number 9, showing no worries about facing three semi-demigods by herself. As long as they were not lich, he had her ways to come out victorious in a group fight. Hearing Agatha, number 9 nodded politely and glared at her junior, who did not seem to show any notion of following her words. She asked, "Number 10, what are you waiting for?" Number 10 showed no signs of listening to number 9's arrangements, so she lost her patience and spoke grudgingly. "I did not want to pull ranks, but it seems I have to remind you that as the senior agent among the two of us, I am in charge here. So unless you plan to rebel, you do as I say. Clear?" "Senior 9, don't take offense, but considering the situation, I have to remind you of the Bandrock Field dungeon incident." Number 10 finally used the magic words that would pierce number 9's armor of ego and pride, reminding her of the mission and its priority. "How dare you bring that up?" Hearing her junior bring up the only but most embarrassing black spot in her resume, number 9 was enraged beyond words, but then she calmed down. That was the effect of her memories of the Bandrock Field dungeon job. "Wait, hold up. So it was you who caused the Bandrock Field dungeon incident?" As Agatha said this, unconsciously a smile formed on her face, remembering the conversation between Demigod Windsor and Asone concerning the Bandrock Field dungeon incident. Though Madame Awesome was kind enough to hide the identity of the fool responsible for that incident, today Agatha could finally put a face and name on that fool. Agatha, what is the Bandrock Field dungeon incident? One of the boys' clones asked Agatha, seeing how Agatha was trying hard to surprise her laughter as spoke of the name of the incident. It is a hilarious, long story. I will tell you later. Agatha was about to call the incident a hilarious story, but seeing the ugly complexion on number 9's face, she chose her wording in order not to hurt her feelings. No, you will not. Nobody will speak of that unfortunate incident, number 9 said, hearing Agatha. Enough. The enemy semi-demigods in charge yelled, unable to take the pointless argument among the allied forces and wondering if they were stalling for reinforcement. Hearing the enemy semi-demigod's sudden outburst, the clones and the allied semi-demigods went quiet and focused on him. Seeing that he had gained the attention of all, the enemy semi-demigod regained his calm and said, "Gentlemen and ladies, why don't you continue your argument after we are done with negotiations?" "Fine by me." Before the allied semi-demigods could speak up, one of the boys' clones replied. Hearing the boys' clones, enemy semi-demigods could not help but look at them strangely, as they had never seen such a peculiar hostage. It would have been entertaining if not for the pressing time. Now it was plain annoying. "You shut up," number 9 yelled at the clone that just spoke, and then turned to look at the enemy semi-demigod in charge and said, "How do we know that you will follow the agreement and not kill thee after you got your comrade's corpse?" "We can always make an oral oath with the world's will and its rules as a witness," the enemy semi-demigod in charge suggested. "Fine, why don't you start?" Number 9 asked the enemy semi-demigod in charge to take the oath he just suggested. "Not so fast. How do we know you or the forces will let us go after you get the boy?" the enemy semi-demigod in charge said, asking the allied semi-demigods to also take an oath to assure them that the allied forces would stand by their world. "Fine, both our teams will take oaths with the world's will as witnesses. With the world's will as a witness, we promise that if you three hand over the boy unharmed with no tricks in store, we will let you retreat." The allied force took the oath to assure the semi-demigods of the circle. "With the world's will as a witness, we promise to hand over the boy and leave in peace if the boy hands over Mike's corpse." The enemy semi-demigods took an oath with very loose terms, causing number 10 to frown. But considering that their oath was airtight, he chooses to overlook it. "Now that we have established a sense of trust among us, let us get this over with," number 10 said, signaling me to hand over the corpse of the circle's Sun Blossom Breach leader so that the enemy semi-demigods could hold up their end of the bargain. "What's the holdup?" the enemy semi-demigod in charge complained, seeing show no signs of realizing the corpse of their dead comrade. "Kid, what are you waiting for? Hand over the corpse," number 10 said impatiently. He had played along when the boy tried to stall for time, but now that they were at the brink of burying all this, he did not understand why the boy would delay things now of all times. "Here's the thing, the corpse is my loot. If I have to give it to them, then I need something of equal in exchange," the boy said, surprising the half a dozen semi-demigods surrounding him. "We are letting you live. That's already enough to compensate you for handing our comrade's corpse," the semi-demigod in charge replied. "I can understand how you can misunderstand the situation here, but let me put things in perspective for you. You are letting me go because of your deal with them. As for the corpse, it is my loot. So if you want it, then I need to be compensated appropriately." The spoke explained why he thought he deserved to be appropriately compensated for handing over Mike's corpse to the circle. "I take it back. I am starting to like you." Number 9, who has been dissatisfied with the boy for his audacity to challenge her authority, had a new impression of the boy. It was not sudden. Earlier she believed that the boy dared to be disrespectful to her because of the Southern Emperor backing him, but seeing him bargain with his captors, her impression of him changed for the better. "I know, right? His attitude grows on you," Agatha commented, hearing number 9 change her opinion about the boy. "What kind of bullshit is this?" the enemy semi-demigod in charge yelled, hearing the boy make demands and the reaction of the allied forces to it. He was starting to feel like a joke because of the boy's laid-back attitude. "What? You have a problem with it?" the boy asked without care of enraging his captors. "Kid, let me put things in perspective for you. We don't need you alive to get what we want. Your grimoire and a sample of your blood will do the trick. We are willing to compromise to save an SS rank, the dummy card, and a lot of trouble, but that doesn't mean that we are willing to let you walk all over us. The enemy semi-demigod in charge reminded the boy that since the corpse of their comrade was stored in his grimoire, they don't really need him alive to get what they want. Now, that does make a lot of sense. One corpse coming right up, one of the boy's clones replied, and anno data annotation ID equals 26CAT5A79B5F32A57271X0. Then summoning its grimoire, it summoned the corpse would coffin and opened the lead, revealing Mike's corpse with the corpse would stake stuck in his chest. /anno. As for the 6 semi-demigods, they were wondering if this clone of the boy was his original body, but considering that they have seen all 3 clones summon grimoire when they were escaping, they thought this was not enough to conclude. And his grimoire. Examining the broken ego gem in the corpse, the enemy semi-demigod in charge confirmed that the corpse was indeed Mike, and then remind the boy to hand over Mike's platinum grimoire too. I totally forgot. Here you go. The clone then took out a platinum grimoire and handed over to the semi-demigod holding him. Then it deactivated the corpse with stake and coffin. Before Mike's corpse could free fall under the influence of gravity, it was retrieved by the enemy semi-demigod in charge, who placed both the corpse and platinum grimoire in his storage item. Now you got what you want, realized the boy. Number 10 ordered the enemy semi-demigods. Kid, you are free to go, but remember your debt to our organization will be collected soon. Having taken an oath to let the boy go if he handed the corpse of their comrade, the enemy semi-demigod had no choice but to let the 3 clones of the boy go. Being free, the boy's clones did not hurry to safety, but instead they choose to taunt their ex-captors. Woo! I am so scared. Then they calmly flew to the one person they trusted most among the 3 allied semi-demigods, Agatha. Now that you have the boy remove the heaven's sanction, the enemy semi-demigod in charge said. Before Agatha could answer, one of the boy's clones interrupted her saying, Agatha, don't remove heaven's sanction, we need it to catch rats. Just give them access to use their hidden teleportation array formation. Hearing the boy, all 6 semi-demigods frowned, especially the circle's semi-demigods. They could not help but wonder who the rats the boy spoke of were. But they did not waste their time trying to understand what the boy meant. They decided to leave before it was too late. So they hurried to the hidden teleportation array arranged by Mike and fled the southern region. Kid, I think you had enough adventure for one night. Time for you to head home now, Number 10 said, sticking to the priority of the mission handed to him. We cannot leave now, at least not until we rid the city's sewers of the poisonous rats infesting it. What are these rats you keep talking about? Agatha asked the clones. They are the people behind Cole, one of the clones answered. People behind Cole? Isn't that the circle? Agatha asked in confusion. No, I will explain later. For now, know this. A bunch of card emperors in the city sewers are trying to poison the entire city drainage system using a potent SS-rank Dragon Viper's position. One of the clones quickly brought Agatha up to speed, not going into details. Where? I scanned the entire city drainage system. I could find any trace of card emperor in those tunnels, Number 9 asked. They are in an empty beast to hide their presence. You can't find them with your mental strength alone, the clone explained. Then, how do you know that they are in the sewers and what they are planning? Number 10 asked the boy's clones. It is complicated. But answer me this. Why would I make this stuff up? What do I get out of this? Do you think I am some kind of habitual liar who lies to gain attention? Come on, man. Use your brains for once. The boy's clone did not try to mask his disdain for Number 10's foolish questions. Number 10 did not explode hearing the boy's clone be rude to him, instead spared some thought to what that boy said, but decided to prioritize the mission and then said, Not our problem. You got your revenge now, let's head back. The boy's clone ignored Number 10 and then asked Agatha. Agatha, destroy the hidden teleportation arrays used by the Circle's semi-demigods and any other you can find. Sure. Agatha did not question why and just did what the boy's clone asked of her, trusting that the boy will tell everything later. Wait, what did you do? Number 10 immediately got suspicious hearing the boy's clones asking Agatha to destroy the teleportation arrays used by the Circle's semi-demigods. Aren't you quick to catch on these kinds of things, Dash? Just tell me what you did. Number 10 impatiently interrupted the boy's clone and asked to get to the point. I was just getting to it. The clone rolled its eyes at Number 10 and then revealed, the corpse that I gave to the Circle's demigod is fake. What? How is it possible? Wouldn't they have noticed if you did something like that? Number 10 asked in disbelief, wondering how the three semi-demigods could not see through a card soldier's trick. Forgetting that he too did not suspect that Mike's corpse was fake until the boy brought it up. I am quite confident about my disguise skills, and I used his original broken ego gem to make it more compelling. The clone explained as if it was just another party trick. Respect. The boy was starting to grow on number 9. Hearing his deeds, she grew more fond of him. But feeling her junior's stare, she said, "What? I don't negotiate, be it with terrorists or kidnappers. I can't believe that worked, but I don't understand why would you do that?" Number 10 found it surprising that the boy's trick of using the victim's broken gem was enough to fool the circle's semi-demigods into thinking that they had the real corpse of their comrade. But he could not wrap his mind around why the boy would risk his life by presenting his captors with a fake corpse. Was he an adrenaline junkie who loved testing the boundaries with his life on the balance? "Boy, weren't you worried they would kill out of rage?" Number 10 asked. To which the boy and his senior looked at him as if he was asking a stupid question. Yet the boy chooses to answer him. "I am confident about my disguise skills." Done. All the teleportation arrays I could find have been dealt with, Agatha soon reported after destroying the teleportation arrays used by the circle's semi-demigods. Good. Now we wait for the rats to come out of their hole. One of the boy's clones responded to Agatha. "Nope. We leave now before the semi-demigods from the circle come back knowing they were tricked," Number 10 said. And his worries were indeed worth merit, but the boy's clone was adamant. "You can leave if you wanted to. I am not leaving until we have dealt with rats in the city's sewer." 10. What are you afraid of? Those three were not that strong. If they return, I will take care of them since I longer have to hold back my punches since we have the boy in our custody. Number 9 asked Number 10 to stop worrying. Senior 9, let's not underestimate the enemy if we don't want another Bandrock incident on our hands. Number 10 decided to use Number 9's dark past to get his way. And it worked. Hearing the word Bandrock, Number 10 went silent. "You two do you. I am not leaving until I have taken care of the rats in the city's sewer," Agatha said, supporting the boy's decision. Semi-demigod Agatha, that is not your mission. The boy's safety is your mission. It would be best if you did just that. Number 10 reminded Agatha that her mission took priority over the boy's baseless claim of 5 card emperors hiding in an empty beast, conspiring to poison the drainage system of a third-rate city down in the backwaters of the southern region. That's cold. Millions of innocent lives are at stake here, and all you care about is your mission. The clone looked at Number 9 with disdain. Following the cat-and-mouse chase between the allied and enemy semi-demigods, all the citizens and residents of the Sun Blossom City moved to the shelter, which happens to use the drainage system of the city as secondary ventilation and emergency exit. Meaning if the sewer tunnels of the city were gassed with poison, then the shelters housing the citizens and residents of the Sun Blossom City were not safe. Not to mention concentrated venom of the SS-rank Dragon Viper was enough to turn this entire city into a dead zone, meaning any and all creatures in the city or the vicinity of the city would be direct victims of the poison. "Are you done?" Sniper asked the flower thief, who was busy tweaking the Dragon Viper poison canister so that its area of effect covered the entire drainage system of the city at the cost of decreasing the concentration of the poison in the gas. Considering that the poison was SS rank, even a little concentration of it in the air was more than enough to deal with a low-level card apprentice like the boy. 5 more minutes. When I am done with this entire city's drainage system will be filled with poison in seconds, Flower Thief said, as if the consequence of his action never crossed his mind. Noise. Sniper was happy that they could get off work soon. He too did not seem to care about the implication of flooding the city's entire drainage system with poisonous gases. "That's good, but how long before the poison's gases disperse?" Gary Fur asked, knowing no matter how smelly a fart was, it would disperse with time. Before the Flower Thief could answer him, their 4th teammate, the Card Emperor in charge of the array formations, suddenly spoke up. "How do you guys live with yourself? You speak of killing an entire city like throwing another barbecue party." Hearing him, the other 3 did not spare him a glance and continued with their conversation. "Since there is barely any air movement in here, the poison is going to last for a while. Even months if the authorities don't interfere," Flower Thief answered, ignoring the 4th member of their team. Turns out Flower Thief was fully aware of the consequences of his idea to poison the city's entire drainage system. It was just that pretending ignorance let him continue with his plan. Being ignored, the fourth team member shook his head, blaming himself and his greed. He was not afraid of death nor losing his memory, but having his memory altered to do Matron's bidding. He could turn to suicide, but he knew he would be forced into a coma even before he could go through it, just like the fifth member of their team. Yet he chooses to commit suicide by self-detonation. Considering his circumstance, he felt being forced into a coma was better than being a spectator to the deaths of millions of innocent souls. But before he could go through that, he suddenly felt the mental strength of the semi-demigods scan through the drainage system of the city. It wasn't just him, the other three to felt the semi-demigods inspecting the drainage system. Greyfur's expression turned ugly, and he said, "What's going on up there? We need eyes up there. Flower Thief, order your familiar to take us out there." "Can't those semi-demigods do that?" The Flower Thief said, feeling that they should use semi-demigods sent by Matron to run such errands. "No, seeing it will give us a clear picture of changes up there than the words." Greyfur was adamant about personally checking on what the semi-demigods were up to while they traced the boy to the city sewers. Fine. Flower Thief did not agree with Greyfur, but he felt that it would best to know what the semi-demigods were up to. Though the dragon viper poison was deadly, if it were to be contained by the semi-demigods before it could achieve its purpose, then all this would be for nothing, so he instructed his familiar to go above ground. Reaching the surface, they were surprised, unable to find the semi-demigods from the circle. Then seeing the three clones of the boy next to the allied semi-demigods, they realized that the circle and the boy's bodyguards came to an understanding and reached a compromise. Which was bad news for them, because without the semi-demigods from the circle distracting the allied semi-demigods, they could never successfully poison the city's drainage system. Seeing the circumstance has changed for the worst, Greyfur immediately reacted, and summoning his grimoire, he updated the semi-demigods sent by Matron about the situation and asked them to distract the allied semi-demigods so that they could poison the sewers to kill the boy, completing the mission before the situation gets any more out of hand. Greyfur chose to double down on their previous plan despite the volatile circumstances because of the previous mental sweep of the allied semi-demigods. As he felt the only reason the semi-demigods would scan the city's drainage system was to search for the boy. Greyfur was confident of this because the empty beast was untraceable, so the allied force shouldn't even know of their presence. So the former made sense. But suggest when Greyfur was feeling assured of his decision, he saw one of the boy's clone look right at them, as if he could see the empty beast and them within its subspace. Greyfur wanted to ignore it, thinking he was imagining it, but then the boy's clone's mouth arched into a smirk as he nodded at them. Seeing this, Grey felt a chill run through his body. "Guys, is it just me, or did the boy just smirk at us?" "Tell me I am not seeing things," Sniper said, as the boy's clone's actions were too obvious to miss. "No, you are not seeing things," the Flower Thief spoke and then yelled. "This proves I was right. The boy can see us. That is how he was able to pull that trick on us at the stadium. SHD, we have more pressing things to worry about." Greyfur was not interested in the past but present. He started to doubt whether the clone smirking at them was the original body of the boy. That would explain why he was able to see them. But that put his theory of the allied semi-demigods sweeping the city's sewer with their mental strength. If the clone was really the original body of the boy, then things would be a lot easier. With 12 semi-demigods on their side, they could complete the job with ease, but this begged the question, if this clone was the original body of the boy, why risk it by signaling that to them unless there was something else afoot here? "Motherfucker, he was right there," Greyfur yelled and ordered Flower Thief. "Rookie, go back to the sewer immediately." Hearing Greyfur yell, the Flower Thief did not need the context. He immediately knew what Greyfur meant. He rushed his familiar to the sewer where they previously stayed. Reaching the sewers, he heard Greyfur add, "Immediately detonate the poison." Flower Thief was not done tweaking the poison canister to increase its range to cover the entire city, but considering that the boy was within their close vicinity, the current range would do the job. Just as Flower Thief was about to release the poison in the sewer, the team noticed that the entire sewer was filled with slime monsters. This was surprising considering that a minute ago that was not the case. This immediately made them more confident that they were right. The boy was hiding right under their nose all this time. So without any further delay, Flower Thief released the Dragon Viper poison in the sewer by detonating the canister, which helped the poison spread and reach the deepest tunnels of the sewer. As the poison spread throughout the sewer tunnels, the slimes in the surrounding started to pop one after another like popcorn. Date: April 4th, 2321. Time: 2:41. Location: Southern Region, Blossom District, Sun Blossom City, Sewer. Hearing the conversation among the card apprentice in the empty beast, I had already learned that my guess about the empty beast containing a minimum of 5 card apprentices in it, with the minimum realm of a card emperor, was not that far off. But I never guessed that I would get to listen to Matron herself, even though it was through a grimoire call. Despite the Hive AI trying its best to paint a picture of what these cold bastards were speaking by interpreting the soul pathway vibrations, in the end, it still needed a lot of work, but it was enough to get the gist of what these inhumane motherfuckers were planning. And they were up to no good. They seemed to not mind stooping to a new low just to get what they wanted. Considering what they wanted was me dead, my dissatisfaction with these callous assholes had turned into hatred. As for the idiots who got mixed with these monsters out of greed, I did not feel sorry for them. Though they tried to make things right when it mattered, in face of Matron's prowess it made no difference. Well, they dug their graves when they made the deal with Matron. If they were under the impression that Matron would not come for their soul, then they were wrong. Matron always collects her dues. Having seen the Paw clan of the alternate future in Clown Mask's memories, I knew none of the members of the Paw clan or the Circle deserved my sympathy, Clown Mask included. But the fact that Matron just forced a being of Card Emperor or higher realm into a coma was what caught my attention the most. From Clone Mask's memories, I knew she was capable of that, but hearing her do it in real time painted a more vivid and dreadful picture. This firmed my decision to stay away from Matron until I am at a realm higher than her, but that seemed less likely as according to Clone Mask's vision, within a decade or so Sansa would climb the ranks of demigods and come out as Matron to the world in preparation to wage war against the southern and northern royal families. I was confident about my talent, but becoming a demigod within a decade seemed a bit far-fetched even for me. That's beside the point. These F-Cur were planning to gas the entire sewer system with SS-rank Dragon Viper poison. As a pebble, should I be worried about poison? Yes, I should be, considering that Dragon Viper's poison does prove deadly to an SS-rank stone elemental. A pebble with a gigamite physique such as myself was not an exception. Therefore, I decided to intervene before these guys set their inhumane plan into motion. For that, I would need help. And fortunately, my supposed bodyguards were able to negotiate a deal to save all 3 of my clones. But the condition they agreed to was impossible, since what the enemy semi-demigods demanded was no longer possible. So I decided to get creative with my new ability and find a way around it. So I instructed one of the clones to stall for time, and the other to use this time to stealthily use its copy grimoire to use a slime fairy card and morph it into Mike's corpse using Myriad Devil's Hex. Then place it in the corpse wood coffin equipped with Mike's broken ego gem, and the corpse would stay stuck in its chest. I was confident that these would be enough to fool the Circle's demigods because Mike's origin card was unmatched when it came to disguising, and also because of his original broken ego gem added authenticity to the slime fairy morphed Mike's corpse. As expected, the Circle's semi-demigod did not find anything wrong with Mike's corpse that I handed to them. With the Circle's semi-demigods off my back for now, I could get to rats in the sewer. As I expected, the semi-demigod's mental sweep of the city's drainage system spooked the card apprentice in the empty beast, forcing them to leave the sewer and update about the current circumstance on the surface, giving me the opening I need to escape. But still, I chose to be conscious and summoned Transcendent Blood Slime Demon. Soon a blood-red slime appeared, then split into numerous clones that spread throughout the sewer tunnels. As for the original, it swallowed my pebble body and rushed toward the exit of the sewer. But SHD hit the fan when I decided to orchestrate a situation where the Paw Clan's members would come to believe that one of my 3 clones was the original body. As this was a mistake, my web of deception began to unwind here, as I ended up making a mistake underestimating the members of the Paw Clan. Did I have to use the Transcendent Blood Slime Demon to escape? Would it not be safer to escape as a pebble? My speed in pebble form could be compared to snail speed. which wasn't enough, so I could either transform into my original form or use the transcendent blood slime demon as a shuttle to make a run for it, hoping that the Paw clan members wouldn't return to catch me in the act. Heeding caution, I went with the transcendent blood slime demon shuttle. For an A-rank demon, it was strong and all, but it was not fast enough to take me to the exit of the sewers in seconds, making the scenario of the Paw clan members catching me in the act very likely. To ensure that scenario would not happen, I decided to stall the Paw clan members by having them believe one of my 3 clones was my original body, hoping that this would keep the Paw clan members busy for a while, buying me the time I needed to escape. Efficient plan, what could go wrong, right? But my web of deception unwinded here. I had underestimated the Paw clan members. They were smarter than I gave them credit for. And even though the Paw clan members did not show it, they trusted each other and their abilities very much. The moment my clone tried to make contact with the Paw clan members to confuse them into believing it was the original body, the Paw clan members immediately saw through my clone's act and its intention to gain their attention. This was where they showed how much they had faith in their teammates' soul energy signature tracing ability. Because of this, they believed that my original body was in the sewer, making it possible for them to see through my clone's act. Which raised the question, why would a clone try to fool them into believing it was the original? The answer couldn't be obvious. It was trying to stall for time by confusing them into believing that it was the original. From there, it did not take long for the Paw clan members to figure out why their teammate kept saying that the soul energy signature of the boy vanished at that particular part of the sewer tunnel. It was because my original body was hiding right there under their noses. Knowing this, they acted on it immediately, leading to my current situation. Under a second, 2/3 of the city's sewer network was filled with SS-rank Dragon Viper poison. Unfortunately for me, I was in that 2/3 portion of the sewer network. But having already expected something like this, I had prepared for this. Though it was not ideal, it would buy me enough time until my other contingencies kicked in. Space distortion array. As the poison was about to hit the transcendent blood slime demon, I immediately deployed the space distortion array formation, distorting the space surrounding the slime demon, making it impossible for the poison to reach the slime demon. Considering that the rate of spread of the poison was under a second, how did I perfectly time the deployment of the space discretion array? The timing in the deployment of the space distortion array was key, because if I were to deploy it even a millisecond late, it would be too late, as the poison would have already claimed the slime demon and me as its victim, and if I were to deploy it early, it would reveal my location to the Paw clan members. So I needed the timing to be perfect. This was where the clones of slime demon came into the picture. Coming into contact with poison, the slime demon clones died immediately. As the poison got close to the original slime demon, the closest slime demon clone would die, informing it of the arrival of the poison. This way, I could keep track of the spread of the poison and perfectly time the deployment of the space distortion array. But by propping up the space distortion array, the risk of my location being revealed was always there. However, it still mattered that I did not deploy the space distortion array too soon, because they had to use the poison to get my location, allowing me to get rid of the poison in their possession once and for all. Even though I risked revealing my location for this, it was worth it at the cost of damage to the city. Agatha, now use Heaven's Sanction and Enhanced Space Isolation Barrier to gather the poison and contain it. My clone reminded Agatha, as soon as the Paw clan members detonated the poison canister. Got it. Agatha immediately acted and used Anna's trap card and the city's enhanced protection array to gather and contain the poison spreading in the city's sewer system. Within the next few seconds, the poison spreading in the drainage tunnels was cooled and isolated by Agatha. Yet, the damage the SS-rank Dragon Viper poison had left in its few seconds of glory was beyond irreparable. Even though Agatha had managed to isolate the poison as fast as she could, most of the city's land and water resources were contaminated and had lost their vitality. When I say the poison was isolated, I mean all the poison and materials affected by it were moved to an area that was isolated using a space barrier. What this did was stop the poison from spreading and doing more damage, but to get rid of the poison, we would need an SS-rank purification skill or array. Though the hazard looming over the city was taken care of, the disaster following me had just descended. Since the empty beast can hide in the empty space, it was unaffected by the poison and once the Paw clan members in it noticed the space distortion array within their vicinity, they immediately made their way to it to complete their mission before the target went into hiding once again. The space discretion array I had set up was a temporary array using some of the hard-to-procure rare-grade ingredients that I won in the silent auction. It was a pity that such ingredients were wasted on a temporary array, considering that this act saved my life. I couldn't complain. As the empty best made its way to me, Agatha had already isolated the poison spreading throughout the sewer, meaning I no longer needed the space distortion array. Soon running out of the array, I ordered the slime demon to swallow numerous chunks of rock. And meanwhile, above in the city sky, my clone yelled, "Agatha, quick, use the city array to protect the slime demon in the sewer tunnels." But before Agatha could react, the empty beast had arrived right above the slime demon and revealed itself. Seeing the hideous mask-like creature, the transcendent blood slime demon reacted according to my plan and shot the chunks of rock from within its body in every direction, as if it was attacking the mask-like creature that just revealed itself. Ignoring the shower of rocks, numerous attacks extended out of the mask-like creature, aiming at the slime demon and killing it without a trace but a golden grimoire. Agatha, who was not able to use the space isolation barrier to protect the slime, used the array to trap the mask-like creature, but it suddenly vanished as if it never existed. As soon as the slime was killed, the 3 clones next to Agatha vanished without a trace, indicating that either they ran out of soul energy to maintain their existence or their original body had met a tragic end. "No," Agatha yelled, putting 2 and 2 together that the slime demon was the boy's original body. Hearing Agatha's aggrieved scream, number 9 and 10 were puzzled, but the dispersion of the clone gave them a foreboding of what could have transpired. They did not want to believe it, as that would mean despite all the efforts they had failed in their mission. Matron, who was watching the memories of her henchmen for the real-time update, seeing the golden grimoire drop after the death of the slime demon, immediately reacted and called her semi-demigod team, who were preparing to attack the city, to provide a distraction for Greyfur's team, and ordered them not to attack the allied semi-demigods, but lurk and check on their reaction. Agatha's scream with the dispersion of the body clone was enough insurance for Matron that the evil spawn of her best friend had been sent on his way to accompany his mother in the afterlife. After confirming that mission was successful, Matron ordered both Greyfur's team and the semi-demigod team to retreat before the Southern Emperor learns of the boy's death. "You seem in a good mood," a voice sounded from behind Sansa. Hearing the voice, the happiness in Sansa's eyes intensified by 2 folds. She would recognize this voice any time in any situation, as this was the voice of her beloved person, her husband, Demigod Baylor. "You are home," Sansa replied gently. "Yes. Remind me again how many times I have asked you not to wait for me." Demigod Baylor asked his virtuous wife would always stay awake, waiting for him to return home from work. "As a card emperor, I think I can handle going to bed a little late. And besides, I am too excited to get any sleep," Sansa replied. "What's gotten you excited? Have you forgotten? We are going to adopt Ellen's son first thing in the morning. I can't wait to meet that little guy. I wonder if he takes after his father or Ellen." Sansa single-mindedly spoke about adopting her best friend's son, as if she could not wait to meet her nephew and soon-to-be son. "No, I haven't. That is why I am late tonight. I had to make arrangements for my absence tomorrow." Even though he was a demigod, Demigod Baylor was bound by his duty, showing how down-to-earth he was. "Really? Who dares to give you permission for a leave of absence?" Sansa asked as a joke, finding it funny that even as a demigod her husband chose to be bound by made-up mortal rules. "Anyway, I have freed up my calendar for the next 2 days. That should be enough to complete the adoption process," Baylor said, which prompted his virtuous wife to laugh. She found it cute how her husband chose to let the made-up laws of the man bind him. Shaking her head, she chose to indulge her husband's naivety. "It should be more than enough." "Good. Will you be coming too? I thought you would never ask." Done with screaming, venting her anger, and mourning her friend's death, Agatha was now panicking, knowing the consequence of the death of the boy. She wasn't alone. Number 9 and 10 were in the same predicament. They have failed the mission assigned to them, and now neither of them knows how to report their failure to their team leader. Their target of protection was dead, the assassins were still at large, and the situation could not be grimmer for them. If they had apprehended the perps, they would have had little chance of redeeming themselves, but they had nothing. They did not even know how the boy died, or who the boy's killers were. Except for a golden grimoire that Agatha dug from the sewer tunnels, they had nothing to show for it. Which was bad, very bad, considering that the employer of this mission was an entity their team could not take on. Senior 9, we have to inform the team leader of the failure of the mission, so that he can make appropriate preparations to extract Madame Asong and ABA before the Southern Emperor learns of the news. Number 10 advised Number 9, still trying to understand how such an easy task of protecting a card soldier could go so horribly wrong. Skipping the small talk, Carl asked 3 semi-demigods who just returned from Sun Blossom City, "Bring out Mike's corpse." "Yes, leader," the semi-demigod in charge answered, and using his storage card, he summoned Mike's corpse out. But as soon as Mike's corpse came out of the storage space, it turned into a translucent slime monster. And then it dispersed as any summoned monster would once they were out of soul energy, leaving behind a broken ego gem. "What the FCK? Where is Mike's corpse?" Carl furiously yelled at the semi-demigod in charge, even though he knew that his men had been deceived by the boy. "Leader, I am sorry, I got deceived by the boy." The semi-demigod in charge had no idea what was going on, but knew he had messed Wipey big time, so he did not dare to explain his mistake to Carl, instead chose to ask for forgiveness. Seeing him apologize, the other 2 also mimicked him. "If you were not needed, I would have your head for this," Carl said, then gave the 3 semi-demigods a chance to redeem themselves. "Go gather a half-dozen liches from the cemetery. Return to Sun Blossom City. Disguise yourself as demon worshippers if you have to. Just get me the boy at any cost." "Thank you, leader. We will not let you down." The 3 semi-demigods thanked Carl for his mercy and followed through with his command. Date: April 4th, 2321. P-time: 2:52. Location: Southern Region, Blossom District, Sun Blossom City, Sewer. Senior 9, we have stalled enough. We need to inform the team so they can extract Madame Song and ABA Windsor out of the Southern Region before the Southern Emperor learns of the boy's death. This was the second time Number 10 had reminded Number 9 to report to the team leader at the last minute. But Number 9 showed no signs of reporting the failure of the mission to the team leader. Time was of the essence here. Number 10 wanted to report to the team leader himself, but the protocol dictated that in a situation like this, member with seniority will be in charge and call the shots. So, without getting Number 9's approval, he could not report the failure of the mission to their team leader. He could try to go over Number 9's head and report to the team leader anyway, but having failed a mission, he did not want to add insubordination to this rap sheet. Therefore, he could only urge Number 9 to act fast. "I heard you the first time, so shut up," Number 9 snapped at Number 10. Having more experience than her junior, she knew that time was of the essence here. She should report the new development back to their team leader at the latest, but she did not know what to report. Except for Agatha claiming that the boy was dead, Number 9 did not know anything for sure. From the start to the end of the mission, nothing made sense. When she, herself, was still in confusion about what transpired, how could she report anything back to her immediate superior? In the wake of the botched-up mission, Number 9 did not want to make any more mistakes. So Number 9 thought really hard before writing an official report to their team leader. Team leader. Package destroyed. Mission failed. Number 9. Initiating Plan B. Will you be joining us? Team leader. Staying behind with Number 10 to address the mission aftermath. Number 9. Okay. Keep me updated. Senior 9. Number 10 was once again about to remind Number 9 to report the failure of the mission, but was interrupted by her instead. "I sent the report to the team leader through a secure channel, so stop being on my case. And find out who was the third party that assassinated the boy." "Yes, ma'am." Number 10 agreed to Number 9's arrangement, but he did not know where to start. If not for the poison and weird mass creature killing the slime demon, they would never have known that there was an unknown third party lurking in the shadows during their confrontation with Circle's demigods. While Number 10 was busy scouring for the clues left behind by an unknown third party, Number 9 reached out to Agatha to get her perspective on what happened. "Agatha, could you tell me what happened? And why do you think that slime demon was the original body of the boy?" "I don't have time for this. I need to go save my princess." Agatha, who had already gone over what transpired over and over again, was done mourning for the dead and decided to take action to save ABA from the Southern Emperor's clutches. About that, don't worry. Our team is already taking care of it as we speak. Going there right now will only complicate the situation. So why don't we stay here and help us uncover the unknown third party that killed the boy? Number 9 advised Agatha against returning to Sky Blossom City to rescue ABA Windsor, as her team was already on it. Yeah, right. Agatha scoffed at Number 9 and prepared to head to Sky Blossom City to rescue her princess, but her path was blocked by Number 9, who seemed to set on stopping Agatha from leaving. Agatha, doesn't be silly. Even though you are doing a good job of hiding the toll of activating heaven's sanctions on your body, you are in no condition to move around, let alone fight. How about you sit this one out? I know you don't trust us, but I am asking you to trust Madame Awesome. Do you really believe she will let anything happen to her niece? Number 9 tried to reason with Agatha, and everything she said was true, especially the part about the cost of activating Heaven's Sanction card eating away at Agatha's body. Though Agatha tried to hide it, with time her condition was becoming more obvious. As a warrior, the death of a teammate was not new for Agatha, nor enough to slow her down, yet she took her time to go for ABA's rescue. It was all because of the Heaven's Sanction card. As soon as she deactivated it, a weakness took over her body, as if something was stealing her vitality. With time, the weakness she felt only grew. Because of this, Agatha had to slow down and get herself together to go for ABA's rescue. But as Number 9 suggested, Agatha had grown so weak within minutes of deactivating the card that she was struggling to keep up the appearance that everything was normal with her. No, I have already lost a friend. I don't want to lose another. I have to go, Agatha argued. The boy's death had saddened Agatha. She did not want to go through the same with ABA. Therefore, she could not leave ABA's safety to someone else. Agatha dash. Number 9 wanted to reassure Agatha once again and change her mind about rushing to the Sky Blossom City, but she was interrupted by the spatial disturbance in the surroundings. Senior 9, someone is attempting a long-distance teleportation without a ray formation. Feeling the disturbance in space, Number 10 warned Number 9 about it. Yes, I can feel it too. It must be the semi-demigods from the circle. I bet they saw through the boy's deception. Number 9 speculated based on the information she had. And she was right. Soon a spatial tear appeared in the sky, and the circle's 3 semi-demigods from earlier walked out of it, while they were followed by half a dozen semi-demigods who were surrounded by a dreadful aura. Seeing them arrive, Number 9, 10, and Agatha prepared for battle. Standing in city airspace, the circle's demigod in charge searched for the boy, but could not find him or his clones. Puzzled, he glanced at the trio semi-demigods who were supposed to protect the boy and asked, "Where is the boy?" "He was assassinated by an unknown group," Number 9 answered. Though she did not want to cooperate with the enemy, she did not have a choice as they were not a match for the enemy. "What?" the circle's semi-demigod in charge asked in disbelief. The thought of the trio trying to trick him did cross his mind, but seeing their reaction, he leaned toward that they were not deceiving him. But still, having faced deception earlier, he chooses to leave no stone unturned and decides to inquire about it. What happened? A mask-like creature jumped out of the empty space, killed the boy, and escaped back into the empty space. We are still trying to figure out who this unknown attacker is. Number 10 cleverly answered the circle's semi-demigod in charge, giving out very little detail about the incident, but his words managed to sum it all up. A mask-shaped empty beast assassinated the boy. The circle's semi-demigod asked to confirm if he heard the Number 10 right. Yes, Number 10 nodded. What about the boy's grimoire? Now that the boy was dead, Circle's semi-demigod could only compromise for the next best thing, even though it would cost them a lot. Number 10 and 9 went silent when asked this question because Agatha had the boy's grimoire. They felt it was not their place to answer this. "I have his grimoire," Agatha suddenly spoke out. "Good. Hand it over to us, and we will leave peacefully," the circle's semi-demigod in charge said, and did not hide his intention about what he could do if things didn't go his way. Agatha was not threatened by the circle's semi-demigod in charge's intimidation. Rather, she glared back at him and said, "I don't mind giving you the grimoire as long as you tell me everything you know about the assassin who assassinated the boy." "How would I know about the people that assassinated the boy when I don't even know who they were?" The circle's semi-demigod in charge feigned ignorance when it came to the people that assassinated the boy. You are good at acting, but it is a waste to try it on me, because for a fact I know that your organization and the people that assassinated the boy are on close terms. I dare you to tell me I am wrong, Agatha said confidently. I don't know what gave you this idea, but you are in no position to ask questions. Do you need me to remind you what situation you are in? The circle's semi-demigod continued to feign ignorance and reminded Agatha that he was in charge here and not her. Oh really? I don't know why you guys care so much about a card lord's corpse, but it is stored in the boy's grimoire. How would you like it if I were to destroy the boy's grimoire? Agatha used the boy's grimoire to threaten the circle's goons. You wouldn't dare to. The circle's semi-demigod did not believe Agatha was suicidal enough to destroy the grimoire, but he decided not to take chances and gave in. Fine, you win. Saying this, Circle's semi-demigod in charge regretted not returning here as a demon worshipper. This way he would have a lot more freedom and options in these kinds of situations. But the Circle's semi-demigod in charge had a strong reason behind not opting to disguise themselves as the demon worshippers. And it was none other than the fact that even though being disguised as demon worshippers gave them a lot of freedom, it also came with a lot of dangers and risks too. That was, nobody would question a demigod realm card apprentice if they were to take action to kill a bunch of demon worshippers irrespective of their realm. The Circle's semi-demigod in charge was confident to face an army of semi-demigods with half a dozen liches in his team, but a demigod was an entirely different story. The demon worshippers reached the point of extinction because of the demigods and other high-level card apprentices excessively trophy-hunting demon worshippers for their demonoid body parts. So any sensible person would know better than to impersonate demon worshippers, especially semi-demigod realm card apprentices, as they were more likely to attract the attention of the bored demigods. Therefore, even though the Supreme Leader had permitted them to disguise themselves as demon worshippers to complete the mission, the Circle's semi-demigod in charge who had just had his brush with life chose to play it safe. Thankfully, he did that. Because of this, he was able to gather information on the whereabouts of the boy faster than he could have disguised a demon worshipper. The assassin whom you guys described sounds very much like a member of this new group that has been recently terrorizing the central region with a string of assassinations disguised as accidental deaths. This group is very mysterious and secretive. Nobody knows who they are, or where they are from, or what they call themselves. So there isn't much I can tell you about them. The Circle's semi-demigod in charge spewed the little myth about the Paw clan being passed around in the central region, which came into existence after people started to notice a pattern in the coincidental death of an important figure of the central region. Though currently the relationship between the Circle and the Paw clan was strained, the Circle's semi-demigod in charge chose to keep the identity of the Paw clan hidden, as no matter how dissatisfied they both were with each other, they could not go around revealing each other's secrets fearing that the other would reveal their secrets. Therefore, the Circle's semi-demigod in charge decided to throw Agatha a bone by narrating the myth about the mysterious assassination group circulating in the central region. A mysterious assassination group, really? How dumb do you think I am to believe in something like that? Let us assume I believe you for a second. Now tell me, why would the mysterious assassination group mostly operating in the central region come to the backwaters of the southern region to kill a card soldier no less? Don't think that you can get the grimoire by spouting bullshit. Agatha snapped at the Circle's semi-demigod in charge for trying to sell her a made-up story in exchange for the grimoire. How would I know why the mysterious assassination group mostly operating in the central region would choose to come to a third-rate city of the southern region to kill a card soldier? You tell me why. After all, what kind of kid requires 3 semi-demigods as his bodyguard? I bet only the royal progeny have such a bodyguard lineup. So why would an orphan from a third-rate city have such an expensive bodyguard detail? The Circle's semi-demigod in charge answered Agatha with a question, putting her in a spot, hoping that it would get her to shut up and just hand over the boy's grimoire with no more further questions. I don't know. It's because the Southerns are crazy, I guess. And stop trying to lie your way out of this. As a matter of fact, I know the assassins were the ones who informed Mike of the boy ambushing the Circle's Sun Blossom branch tonight, and about the 3 of us protecting him from the shadows. Now help me understand, why would the mysterious assassination group mostly operating in the central region come to the backwaters of the southern region to inform one of your branch leaders that their branch is going to be ambushed by a card soldier? Agatha finally revealed what she had gathered from her conversation with the boy. From her conversation with the boy, she came to the conclusion that it was the organization behind Cole that informed the circle of the boy's plans to ambush and also assassinated him when they got the opportunity. Hearing Agatha, the circle's semi-demigod in charge's expression turned for the worse. He stealthily signaled the 6 liches to surround the trio. Following the circle's semi-demigod in charge's order, the liches disguised fanned out to surround the allied semi-demigods before they could even react to the situation. The agility displayed by the liches impressed and frightened number 9 and number 10 at the same time. As for Agatha, she was still glaring at the circle's semi-demigod in charge, waiting for him to answer her. Seeing the crazy stubborn glow in Agatha's eyes not waver as the 6 liches disguised as regular card semi-demigods surround her and her teammates, the circle's semi-demigod in charge knew if he were to use force, Agatha would not hesitate to destroy the boy's grimoire, so he decided to continue to intimidate her into giving him what he wanted rather than forcing her into doing something they both would regret. I don't know why the mysterious assassination group did what they did, but if you know what is better for you, your friends, and millions of innocent citizens of this city, you will hand over the boy's grimoire to me. The circle's semi-demigod in charge threatened Agatha, this time not just with her life, but the life of the millions of the residents of the Sun Blossom City. Agatha continued to glare at the circle's semi-demigod in charge as if his words did not faze her. So feeling he was not left with any choice, her ordered his men, for every minute we are in this dump, start killing 100,000 people starting now. Hearing the circle's semi-demigod in charge's orders to his lackeys, both number 9 and number 10 were intimidated. This situation was something where they could use their teams and the Southern Emperor's help, but considering the death of the boy, they could not call either of them. Therefore, they could only hope that Agatha would make the right choice by giving the circle's semi-demigod in charge the boy's grimoire. But all of them had underestimated Agatha as she looked right into the eyes of the circle's semi-demigod in charge, made sure he would know that she was not bluffing, and said, "Go right ahead. Mortals die every day, big whoop. A lot of them died at the same time and at the same place. See if I care. I will give you a minute to come clean about the organization behind the death of the boy, or I will destroy his grimoire. How's that for an ultimatum?" "Oh boy, Agatha, honey, calm down. Didn't you say you wanted to go to Sky Blossom City? Let us not waste time entangling these people. Give them what they want, and we can go to the Sky Blossom City. Remember, ABA still needs you." Number 9, who earlier was opposed to the idea of Agatha rushing to the Sky Blossom City, now advised Agatha to stop wasting time arguing with the circle's goon and rush to the Sky Blossom City to rescue ABA. As public servants, number 9 or 10 could not be so indifferent about the lives of several 100,000 mortals. So they could not sit by and watch the circle's semi-demigod in charge and Agatha make so light of so many innocent lives. Agatha did not respond to number 9, but she was contemplating what she said, and then came to the conclusion that the alive ABA took priority over the dead boy. So diminishing the crazy glow in her eyes, she then said, "Take an oath that you will leave peacefully after I give you the grimoire. Then we have a deal. Now that's something I can work with. But you too will have to take an oath stating that the grimoire you hand over belongs to the boy," saying that the circle's semi-demigod in charge and his goons, card apprentice, disguised liches included, took an oath stating that they would leave peacefully after Agatha handed them the boy's grimoire. "I too promise to give you the boy's grimoire to the best of my knowledge." After taking her oath, Agatha handed the golden grimoire that she believed to belong to the boy to the circle's semi-demigod in charge. She did not fail to mention this particular detail in her oath. Clearly, she was still not sold on the boy's death. After getting the grimoire that Agatha believed to be the boy's grimoire, the circle's semi-demigod in charge did not waste a second and used the temporary teleportation array formation set up by his goons to teleport out of the southern region. "Agatha, I am sorry. This is to stop you from harming your and our interest." As soon as the semi-demigods from the circle left, number 9 signaled number 10, who moved in to knock Agatha unconscious as number 9 engaged Agatha in a conversation to distract her. Considering that it was a sneak attack and Agatha was weakened in the aftermath of activating Heaven's Sanction trap card, she could not put up any struggle as number 10 knocked her out. She is going to be pissed when she wakes up. Not our problem. FCK this. I should have just taken the fine gold floater vessels. I muttered to myself, looking at my surroundings through my slit-shaped pupils. Right now I was in the middle of nowhere, disguised as Gale Cougar Monster. How was I alive? Obviously, because of a small misdirection. When the mask-shaped creature revealed itself, the transcendent blood slime demon shot the chunks of rock it had swallowed in every direction. Among those chunks of rock was my pebble body, which the slime demon was transporting. As expected, the Paw clan members ignored the shower of rocks shot by the transcendent blood slime demon, as they were too focused on killing it, as they were led to believe it to be the target of their assassination. The transcendent blood slime demon dropping a golden grimoire upon its death was just the final touch needed for me to make the morons from the Paw clan believe that they had killed their target and successfully completed their mission. This was the second time I had successfully faked my death, and both times the Paw clan members were very helpful. This was not something to brag about, but I did manage to fool a bunch of semi-demigods and card emperors. When Agatha and the other two semi-demigods appeared in the sewers to pick up the golden grimoire, I was shocked to see Agatha's reaction to my death. I know during this mission we have surprisingly gotten close enough to calling ourselves friends, but I did not think she would grieve and weep for me. It seems our friendship meant more to Agatha than to me. This realization made me think twice about my friendship with Agatha, upgrading it from just friends to good friends. Maybe things would have been different if I had trusted Agatha a little more. Anyway, things worked out in the end. I got a part of the revenge I promised to young Wyatt, made a good friend, got an awesome rune card, and finally the loot from the Circle's Sun Blossom Branch's treasury. This trip to the Sun Blossom City could not have been more rewarding. The reasons why I chose to continue to fake my death after the Paw clan left were obvious. So despite the grief displayed by Agatha, I had to steel my heart and take the sewer tunnels to get out of the city and then travel to the Sky Blossom City on foot following the directions of the grimoire map. I thought it was going to be a cool road trip, covering the distance by switching between my hoverbike and my other flight-related cards, but I had underestimated how much the dungeons had messed up the topography of this world. Even with the help of the directions on the grimoire map, I somehow keep ending up in field dungeons. Gate dungeons I can avoid because they were obvious with their dungeon gates, but the field dungeons were like a free-for-all trap. It was hard to avoid them. Apparently, in this world, tens of new dungeons get created every minute, replacing tens of old dungeons that collapse. Therefore, it was really hard to have definite maps from one place to another, making it hard to trust the grimoire maps. Now I finally understood why Diana's fine gold merchants were able to attract so many clients despite their shady history of conducting business. They were valued for the routes between the cities owned by them. No wonder, despite the magical advancements such as the storage cards, merchants were still pretty much a big deal in this world. All things aside, I have to confess, though it hurts my ego to admit this, I was lost and had stumbled into yet another field dungeon. I have finally lost my patience and decided to give up on this road trip. But the only problem was, since I was in a dungeon, I cannot use my grimoire to call for help, and the same went for my hive AI. Looking at my surroundings, I could not help but squint my slit-shaped pupils, wondering if I have been going around in a circle. Slit-shaped pupils? I had transformed into Gale Cougar because I was in a field dungeon with the Gale Cougars were the dominant monsters. The first time I accidentally walked into the field dungeon, I enthusiastically used my summon monsters to clear it, but my enthusiasm only lasted till the third time. Now, on my fourth time, I decided to use the easy way out, disguise myself as a monster, and find a route out of this field dungeon. The fact that these field dungeons were all E rank or below did not help my enthusiasm, because the monsters in these dungeons were so weak that I could not even bother to use this opportunity to use these monsters to sacrifice my blood rune to stock up rune cards. Tens of dungeons were created every minute, but the chance of most of them being high-level ones was very less, making high-level dungeons a high commodity among various organizations and guilds. And just when I was about to scream in frustration, I finally understood why I felt like I was traveling in circles. It was because I was indeed going around in circles. Not that I had a bad sense of direction, but someone had made use of the field dungeon's unique topography to set up a clever array formation that would mess with the sense of direction of anyone entering this dungeon, especially the monsters in this dungeon. Upon this discovery, I was both pissed and happy at the same time. pissed because I went around in circles like an idiot because of whoever used the array formation to make use of the unique topography of the dungeon to create a pseudo-natural array formation, and happy because I could finally get out of this dungeon and call for help. Normally, I would find the person responsible for the pseudo-natural array formation and give him a piece of my mind, but today I was not. As for some to be well-versed in array mastery to set up a pseudo-natural array formation, they had to be of a pretty high realm, making them not someone I would want to mess with. My fight with Mike had shown me my limits. With my current realm, I cannot go up against an elite card overlord. With Mike, I had gotten lucky, as he was not interested in fighting me, but in capturing G-Foam. So during our fight, he kept getting distracted and pulling his punches. If Lady Luck wasn't on my side and I had made use of the opportunity that presented itself to detonate G-Foam in Mike's mouth, I would never have been able to defeat Mike with my current prowess. Despite my cautiousness, I had really overestimated my strength. Weighing Rami Kage and his bodyguards, I underestimated the strength of the card overlords. Compared to Rami and his bodyguards, Mike was on a whole other different level in terms of strength, even though they all were of the same realm. Since the card apprentice I came across was a capable array master with the ability to use the dungeon's topography to set up a pseudo-natural array formation, I believe along with his high realm, he must have elite-level combat prowess. When I was busy thinking of reasons why I should not be messing with someone of this caliber, I suddenly thought, what was someone this capable of doing down here? The closest second-rate city has 4 third-rate cities in between, so no matter how much I think it was hard to explain what this high-level card apprentice doing in this E-rank field dungeon in this backwater part of the Blossom District. I tried hard to stop my mind from getting curious about this and thinking of something else, but many questions kept popping into my mind as to why and what this powerful array master was doing in an E-rank dungeon. Whether he was alone. To get all these answers, I would have to go to the core of this pseudo-natural array formation. Condensing the function of the pseudo-natural array formation was to stop monsters or adventures from wandering into the core region of the formation. I believed heading towards the core of the array, even disguised as a Gale Cougar monster, was not the best of ideas. Remembering the phrase "curiosity killed the cat," I did not let my mind wander around and focused on leaving the dungeon. Since the purpose of this pseudo-natural array of formations was to confuse my sense of direction, stopping me from entering the core of the dungeon or leaving the dungeon and nothing more, I easily cracked it and found a route out of the dungeon. Coming out of the dungeon, a figure slowly descended in front of me. Seeing the humanoid figure descend in front of me, my body froze up. Fortunately for me, the humanoid figure was a card apprentice who did not seem to be hostile toward me for now. I am not to be blamed for being caught off guard. Having found the escape route, I was giddy and rushed out head first, wondering whom to call for help, Anna or Diana. I was not expecting a stranger ambushing. What was there to be giddy about finding an escape route? The escape route that I am talking about allowed me to pass through the field dungeon and exit through the other side of the dungeon. If I just wanted to get out of the dungeon, I could have just exited it as soon as I entered it. But that would mean I would be stuck on the path to the Sky Blossom City, or could choose to return to the Sun Blossom City, or go around the field dungeon to stay on route. Therefore, I was a little taken aback to find the correct route through the dungeon despite the pseudo-natural array formation. Pseudo-natural array formations were very covert and hard to crack. I cannot stress this point enough. Even for me, with my soul pupils, echo hearing, and Hive AI, it took quite a while to figure out that I was going around in a circle. If pseudo-natural array formation were this powerful, just imagining a natural array formation made me excited. As they say, practice makes a man perfect. The more I come in contact with various array formations, the better for me. Especially unconventional array formations like this pseudo-natural array formation. Cracking the pseudo-natural array formation was an achievement worth being proud of, but the pride did not last long, having been caught in an ambush. Looking past my mistake, I was stuck considering how to react to the ambush of the card apprentice. I guess leaning into being startled would do it, considering the realm difference between me and the card apprentice. After all, an E-rank Gale Cougar monster would indeed be startled, or even scared enough to wet itself as a result of its wild instinct going haywire being ambushed by a card king. Incredible! I didn't expect to meet a card soldier capable of escaping a pseudo-natural array formation down here. Even veteran array masters have a hard time cracking it. I should know since I set it up. The card apprentice addressed the Gale Cougar monster, which had a human-like expression on its face. Hearing the female card apprentice address me as if she was talking to an actual person, I was flustered. The female card apprentice was in the Card King realm, so it should be impossible for her to see through my transformation when even my soul pupils and semi-demigods failed to see through it. Yet this female card apprentice addressed me as if she knew that I was a card soldier morphed Gale Cougar monster. This could only mean one of two things. First, she has an incredible card or rune that allowed her to see through myriad devils transformation. This meant that the card or the rune in possession of this woman was more powerful than my soul pupils. Now that was just great. Another person with a hack card or rune. Second, she has been monitoring me since the moment I entered the field dungeon, captured a wild Gale Cougar monster to extract a medium to help transform into a Gale Cougar monster so that it would allow me to pass through the field dungeon without attracting the monsters inhabiting the dungeon. I am much inclined towards the second reason, but the first reason was also likely. Well, I am about to find out. Let me cut it short. I have been watching you since you entered the first field dungeon. From the direction you are taking, I am guessing you are on your way to Sky Blossom City. Am I right? The female card king speculated, but seeing me continue to act startled and scared monster, she added, "For your information, you have been transpassing on my property. If I wanted to kill you, I already had enough reason to do so. So, please don't add another reason to it." Understanding her words loud and clear, I nodded my monster cat head hurriedly. Right now, most of my brain was occupied trying to figure out how did I miss the surveillance of the female card apprentice? Was it the pseudo-natural array? No, the pseudo-natural array formation did not have any other function to it than misdirection. Then how is this female card king monitoring me? How would like to work for me as my assistant? The female card king found the reaction of the card apprentice morphed cat monster adorable, but that was not the reason why she wanted to hire him as her assistant. It was his array mastery, cracking a pseudo-natural array formation in under half an hour that made the boy qualified enough to be her assistant. I was surprised to hear the female card king offer me a job. It was contrary to the reaction I was expecting from. But considering that the pseudo-natural array formation she set was non-lethal, I guess it is not surprising that she did not try to kill for transpassing her property. As flattered as I was for being offered a job by her, I shook my cat monster head, refusing her offer. Yes, a part of me was worried about what to do if she were to react violently to my rejection. Buddy, no matter how adorable, I find a cat monster with human-like reactions. Heads will start rolling if you don't get an answer in yes or no. The female card king snapped. Heads will start rolling? What was her attempt to intimidate me into agreeing to her job offer? Well done. Now I was really considering becoming her assistant. Anna, save me. A crazy female card apprentice is forcing me to be her slave? The female card king suddenly read aloud, and then looking at the Gale Cougar in front of her, she said, "Is this your attempt to call for help? Just so you know, I am in the Card King realm. Your buddies from a third-rate city like Sky Blossom City will not be able to help you if I really want to take you as my slave. Like hell, I would consider working as somebody's assistant." Since the female card king was being reasonable, I thought I could talk my way out of this, but hearing her utter phrase like, "head would start rolling," I did not want to take any more chances. Yes, it reflects very poorly on me to call Anna for help, but I had to be alive and have my freedom to be judged by people. Unfortunately, the Card King had intercepted my text calling for help. "How the heck are you doing that?" I yelled after morphing into my human form. Unable to find how the female Card King was able to monitor my every move, I was frustrated. If the female Card King was using her grimoire, Hive AI would have noticed her movements even if it was unable to stop her. Or if she was using an array formation, my soul pupils would have noticed the array formation, but it was neither of them. Until now, I was inclined that she had some kind of card or rune that helped with surveillance, but seeing her intercept my text message, I was sure that this wasn't it. With all the answers I could think of being proved wrong, it was natural for me to be frustrated, but not something I would lose my cool over, but I did so to act the part. Even though I had transformed back into my human form, I was not in my original appearance, but borrowing Ji Feng's appearance. Even though the Card King might have seen my original appearance, I stuck with a new appearance to keep her guessing. Even if it meant me coming off as a person who was not comfortable with his original appearance or a pervert who loved to disguise others. Either way, I was trying not to be me in front of the female card king because she would not figure me out. I don't mind answering that, but first, G Foam from the Inyong Harmony sect or Dalton Wyatt from Sky Blossom City? Which one are you? The female card apprentice inquired me calmly. Does it matter? I was stumped, seeing my how own ways were being used on me. Being on the other side did not feel good. But now I was sure this female card king had an artificial assistant or a version of it in her grimoire like I did. It seemed to be faster and better than Super Brain. It was given as the Super Brain card's capability was lacking because of its rank. Considering that the female card apprentice was in a card king realm, I am guessing she has a platinum grimoire, and the artificial assistant or the version of it must be of mythic grade, so it would definitely be more capable than Super Brain card and Hive AI combined. Yes, it does, the female card king answered calmly, and then saw that the boy's vigilance had not decreased since their meeting despite the friendly conversation she engaged in with him. She said, "Let me introduce myself. I am Dr. Jill Norley, an assistant researcher at Morningstar University. You have nothing to worry about. I am not trying to silence a witness as nothing illegal is going on here. I have leased these field dungeons for the next decade with the permission of the Southern authorities. So relax. Morningstar University again? What's the obsession of the Southern region with this university? Just so you know, there are other 9 universities in the top 10 universities to choose from." I said to change the topic, trying not to focus on how Jill claimed everything here to be legal, yet she interrupted my text to call for help. Not a smart move on Jill's part. I guess it has something to do with the fact that all the previous patriarchs and matriarchs of the Southern royal family have attended the Morningstar University. As for me, I graduated from one of those 9 top universities you spoke of. But I joined the Morningstar University because they promised to pay me more, Jill explained, and then said, "I have confirmed your identity as Dalton Wyatt by backtracing the text I intercepted from your grimoire. So you can return to your original appearance or continue if you prefer it this way. Whatever makes you comfortable, no judgment here." I did not argue with Jill and transformed back to my original appearance. "Good." Jill nodded, seeing me take my original appearance, and said, "By any chance Anna you mentioned in your text have any relationship with the Southern Emperor? You do know that the Southern Emperor's name is Anna Heat-Send?" I asked Jill. "I know. I was just double-checking," Jill answered, a little flustered. This was the first time I have seen Jill display such an expression in my short conversation with her. Every day I get to learn how powerful and respected the Southern Emperor was in the world, making me wonder what she saw in me. I found some easy crediting it to the fact that she hated herself and just chased after the first guy that did not give a damn. Having lived more than a century, she should have learned to love herself, but it seems her childhood was too messed, and a century was not enough time to resolve those issues. Considering that she was royalty, her childhood must be tenfolds more messed up than a regular person's childhood. Just as I was contemplating Anna's obsession with me, Jill's panicked expression was replaced by a resolve. Soon I felt an invisible force push me back into the bounds of the field dungeon. With my strength, I was not able to put up any struggle and was thrown back into the field dungeon. It seems Anna's name did the opposite of what I was hoping it would. Instead of letting me go, Jill acted as if Anna's name filled a switch in her mind and decided otherwise. "Hey, what gives?" I yelled at Jill. I know considering my situation I should be tame, but honestly, would acting tame really change anything? No, it won't. So instead of focusing on my attitude, I was keenly observing Jill's expression and the surroundings to figure out what an assistant researcher from Morningstar University was doing here. What part of her work here could be so secretive that it would throw her on the edge at the first sign of possible involvement of the Southern Emperor? What was she trying to hide? A bunch of E-rank field dungeons? No, I think not. Clearly, Jill was up to shady and was afraid of the Southern Region Authority being involved. I had a lot of questions based on Jill's edgy reaction, and the answers to these questions were right here in the dungeon. Earlier, I did not want any trouble, so I was just focused on finding a route out of the dungeon and escaping, but now my life was at stake. I had to do everything in my power to save myself from this odd and forced situation. "Nothing. I have decided to keep you here till my work here is done. So I hope you cooperate and don't force my hand," Jill spoke calmly. She expressed very little emotion, and all of her answers were short and to the point. All this hinted that this woman had not killed enough monsters for someone who had reached Card Emperor level. But this did not mean she would not be able to kill if the situation forced her to. I have had the luck to meet a few great minds like Luna and Lorenzo. They both were lab coats, but they both had the stench of the battlefield on them. Jill, despite being a lab coat, did not have this stench on her, so it was surprising to see her out here in the field out of her comfort zone, dirtying her hands. This showed Jill was the type of person who would do what it takes to get things done. So I did not doubt her words about killing for the sanctity of her work. But this also meant that Jill was open to reasoning and not some mad researcher who did not know where to draw the line. I say this because of the pseudo-array set by Jill. She could have made it deadly, but she did not. And it was not like I could overpower her. So I had no choice but to use the only arrow in my quiver and hope it hits the bullseye. Yes, you have my full cooperation. But do you swear not to kill me when you are done? For me to get to reason with Jill, I had to let her believe that I was not a threat. So I decided to build a sense of trust between the two of us before I began to make my case. Honestly, I was in a tough spot right now. The whole world believed that I was dead, so if Jill were to kill me now, she would easily get away with my death. Since the moment I decided on my road trip from Sun Blossom City to Sky Blossom City, I have only come to regret my decision. I should have just made my way to the shelter, mingled with the crowd, and collected enough mediums for my arsenal of appearances. Take a small vacation till the intercity transportation were open to the public once more. Take an oath? Nope, I can't do that. I believe taking an oath closes that particular path of my life permanently. I don't know if I will ever travel that path, but I like to keep myself from limiting myself. If that is going to be a problem to you, maybe I should dispose of you before you become a hindrance. Jill flat out rejected my idea to use oaths to create trust between us. No, that is not going to be a problem for me, I hurriedly answered. Good. Jill nodded, and soon an invisible force enveloped me. Lifting me from the ground, it carried me behind Jill as she flew to the core area of the dungeon. The commute to the core of the field dungeon was quiet, as I was busy going through the conversation I had with Jill. She had proven easy to talk to, straight with her answers, true about her feelings, and a bad liar. Even though she said that everything she did was doing here was legal, her actions told otherwise, making her the worst liar I had seen so far. Even, and who spent most of her life in Anna's grimoire, was better at lying than Jill. As for Susan, she was not comfortable with the idea of lying, but she was a good liar. After all, she was a sales executive for 7 years. Hey, Jill. I can call you Jill, right? I asked Jill, trying to determine how comfortable she was talking to me. I prefer Dr. Jill, but Jill is fine if it makes you comfortable. Jill answered emotionlessly. So, Jill it is then, I said, trying to see if it would prompt any reaction from her. If it was Luna, she would have lost her SHD the moment I addressed her, ditching the prefix doctor. But Jill showed any reaction. I know Jill just said she did not mind, and now I know she really meant what she said. Jill, I was wondering if the job offer you offered me earlier was still on the table? One of the questions bothering me about Jill was what she was doing here. The best way to get it answered was to have her tell me. Therefore, I decided to take up Jill on her offer. No. Jill withdrew her job offer to me without any hesitation. Can I ask why? I asked Jill, even though her reason was pretty much clear. She did not want me to know about her totally legal work here in these E-rank dungeons. No, Jill answered. Since I was already expecting her to reject me, I had prepared a counter. I don't mean anything by this. But, since I am going to be here anyway, I was thinking it would not hurt for me to make some money and use this opportunity to learn from you. Please stop. Each of your questions to me is well calculated and corrected based on my response. I don't want to bother to waste time figuring out what you are trying to achieve, so if you are going to continue at this, I have to warn you that I am starting to feel that getting rid of you would be more optimal than keeping you around. Jill interrupted me, saying that she knew what I was doing and warned me from continuing with that plan. Fine, I will stop. But I have to ask, what is your end game here? Why go through the trouble of imprisoning me if you are doing nothing illegal here? Unless you are doing something illegal, you do not want the Southern Region authorities knowing. I stopped beating around the bush and directly asked Jill what she was planning to do by imprisoning me, as I was having a hard time trying to find a scenario where she would let me go after she was done with her work here. Therefore, I could not help but think that Jill was just procrastinating from having to kill me. No, I am not doing anything illegal here. What do you not understand about a researcher being secretive about their work? Jill's answer summed it all up, but I did not buy it. Yes, researchers were secretive about their work, but only mad researchers go as far as to imprison an innocent trespasser. You know what I think? I think what you are doing may not be illegal, but it does not mean that the Southern royal family would be thrilled when they find what you are doing in their backyard. I said this because Jill's voice became a little confident when she said, I am not doing anything illegal here. It was like when I took pride in doing something I am not supposed, knowing that I can get away with it because I have found a loophole. Interesting, you keep testing me despite my warning. Is it because you feel I would not follow through with my warning, or is it because you have no control over your curiosity? Instead of answering me, Jill questioned why I keep pushing her to pull the trigger. Neither. I just want to negotiate with you, I answered, and noticed that we had already reached the core area of the field dungeon. Surprisingly, the place where the dungeon core should be located, there was a huge sinkhole. Something told me that this sinkhole that had replaced the dungeon's core was the reason why Jill was down here in the backwaters of the southern region. Hearing me, Jill stopped on her track and then turned to look at me and said, Let me hear it. What do you have to offer? I have too little information about you or your work here to come up with an offer. So I will have to ask you, how can I help you? I said confidently, despite Jill's mental strength still restraining me. Haha, you keep surprising me. It's as if you are asking to just put an end to this conversation and get back to my work. By putting an end to this conversation, Jill meant getting rid of me. Shaking her head, she said, How about you cooperating with my arrangements and not hindering the progress of my work? So I will not be forced to get rid of you. What do you think? Fine, I said, taking a step back. As of now, my mind was completely occupied with the sinkhole in the place of the dungeon core. This went totally against what I knew about the dungeons and the dungeon core. So I could not help but wonder, how was this dungeon functioning when there was a sinkhole where its dungeon core should be? My shock grew as Jill descended into the sinkhole with me. So pitch-black darkness covered my vision as descended further into the sinkhole. After a while, the darkness in my field my vision started to clear. Taking this opportunity, one looked around to check on my surroundings, only to find that Jill and I were out of the sinkhole, which was surprising since we never went up. Even though I was restrained by Jill's mental strength and my field of vision stolen by the darkness of the sinkhole, I still had my sense of my direction. So I know for sure that we never went up, but somehow we were out of the sinkhole. Look down, Jill's voice sounded. Following which I looked down only to find that Jill was flying above an entirely new ecosystem. Yes, an ecosystem within a dungeon. What is this? I asked Jill, not hoping to get any answer from her. An S-rank dungeon under an E-rank field dungeon. Fascinating, right? Jill asked. Yes, but how did you find it? Jill was from the central region. How was she able to find such an anomaly down in the southern region before the southern region authorities? Unless Jill had something to do with the S-rank dungeon underneath the E-rank dungeon. That was the only reason I could think of her reason for being here, and not in some lab back in the central region. Now that's related to my research, so I can't reveal it to you. Jill did not try to hide that this wondrous site was somehow related to her research, but refused to talk more about it. Is this what you call a pregnant dungeon? Dungeon within a dungeon. Though I personally haven't been to a pregnant dungeon, I had seen plenty in Clone Mask's memories. As a matter of fact, my soul pupils were found in a pregnant dungeon, as were most false relics and relics. No, this is not a pregnant dungeon. This is something entirely different. As you said, pregnant dungeon means a dungeon within a dungeon, but there is more to it. Mainly the fact that the dungeon within the pregnant dungeon is of a higher realm and a part of the original dungeon. These dungeons within the pregnant dungeons are usually limited to the core regions, known as the boss room, and are considered to be the tombs of once great beings, explaining the false relics and relics being protected by the boss monster. Making the most noticeable difference between the dungeon in a pregnant dungeon and what we have down here is that it is nowhere big enough to form the independent ecosystem that we get to see here. Trust me on this. I have spent about a week down here, and it is nothing close to a pregnant dungeon, Jill excitedly explained. If I were to trust your words, I can understand why you don't prefer to involve the authorities, even though what you are doing is legal. You are on to discovering something new here. I see why you would choose extreme means of imprisoning to continue your research without any hindrance. If I were to come across something new that held to potentially be the next big thing, then I too would do exactly the same as Jill, maybe be even more extreme. As its discoverer, Jill held the dibs on it, but authorities did not play by the same rules. So if she wanted to continue her research here unhindered, then she had no choice but to resort to extreme means. though your understanding doesn't change your situation. It is appreciated, Jill said, that then headed toward her base in the down in the unknown ecosystem. Do you mind if I ask doubts? I asked Jill. Sure, go ahead. Jill seemed to not mind me knowing her research. She could be so late about this because she had decided to kill me, or she planned to reveal her research to the world once she is done here, so my getting a few insights into her research was not a problem. Why did you describe this ecosystem as an S-rank dungeon earlier? Did you find a dungeon core in here with a boss monster protecting it? Since Jill claimed that what we had here was entirely different from a pregnant dungeon, but her calling this ecosystem a dungeon would make the original E-rank field dungeon fit the definition of a pregnant dungeon, contradicting her claims. I am more inclined to the former because I just visited the clown mask stored memory data using Hive AI, and there is no information on Jill Norley or the dungeon I am in right now. Make it more likely that whatever Jill found here was never made public, meaning the chances of me meeting my maker just went up. Yes, I did find a dungeon core and the boss monster protecting it. So in a way, this ecosystem is a dungeon, Jill explained, knowing exactly what my next question was. Then doesn't it prompt you to believe that maybe what you have here may not be a textbook example of a pregnant dungeon, but a new variant of a pregnant dungeon? I asked this because based on my observation and what I hear from Jill so far, I was starting to believe that Jill's discovery did not have any potential to become the next big thing, as it was nothing but a new variant of the pregnant dungeon. Unless Jill was using this fascinating dungeon to mask what she was really doing down here. Yes and no, Jill answered mysteriously and then said, Mr. Wyatt, you are too smart for your own good. I really did plan to let you go after my work here was done, but you had to play detective. Can I take it to mean that this dungeon is a new variant of a pregnant dungeon? I asked Jill, ignoring the fact that she just confirmed what I was dreading. She was indeed procrastinating from tying up the loose ends by killing me. I can't give a definite answer because I myself am in a doubt. But if I had to, then I would indeed categorize this as a new variant of a pregnant dungeon, Jill answered truthfully. I see. This meant that there was something of value down here that had attracted Jill's curiosity enough to have her leave the comfort of her lab. So I asked, so are you here for the false relic or a treasure of value being protected by the boss monster of this dungeon? Funny you would say that, but I guess you were bound to get to this conclusion at some point. I hate to disappoint you, but there is no treasure down here, a notable difference between this dungeon and other pregnant dungeons, Jill said as we went deeper into the dungeon. As Jill said, this dungeon was indeed very big, even for an S-rank dungeon. Then why are you here? Considering your ego, a new variant of a pregnant dungeon is not worth your time. So if you're going to lie again, then come up with a better one than that. I never lied to you, Jill defended herself. In my books, misleading words are keen to lying, I said, which prompted Jill to raise an eyebrow and say, for someone who is restrained by my mental strength, you speak some cocky words. You do realize that if I add a little more pressure, I can squeeze you to death. I am aware of my grim situation, but thank you for reminding me. I was not worried that Jill's microaggression was a sign of my time of death getting closer. Not because I felt that my being tame toward Jill would do me nothing good or change the grim situation I was in. Instead, I was in control of the situation from start. You know, I would love to know where your confidence comes from. For a card soldier in your situation, you are too wild. Jill spoke as she was not able to understand why this boy was taking his situation so calmly. Was it his nature, or did he have something up his sleeve? The calm confidence displayed by the boy was infecting her indifferent attitude toward the boy, causing her to want to test the boy and watch how he would react. As a researcher, Jill has been in the presence of many great minds who would function on her level of thinking, but none of them would be able to display the same if imminent death was hanging over their head. So seeing the boy managing to engage with her and even beat her at her own game despite knowing that his death was imminent, Jill was impressed by the boy, and most of all her mind was stimulated, which was very hard to mind in someone of her age group, let alone a younger generation. Unfortunately, she would have to kill him to make sure that her work here never gets revealed to the outside world, as that was paramount compared to her feelings. If only this boy was not connected to the Southern Emperor, she might have considered taking him in as her assistant, expecting to see what the future held for them. But soon she will be erasing that path of her future, this one against her will, but she had to because what she was doing here was worth that sacrifice. Why? Are you unable to come up with a reason not to kill me? And need my help with that? I said sarcastically, as the more I talked to Jill, the more I felt that she was no longer procrastinating to kill, but reluctant to kill me. Yes, I agree that I like talking to you, and find that killing you would rob the world of a capable mind. But aren't you being a bit narcissistic by assuming that I'm trying to find a reason not to kill you? Jill came clean about what she felt, and she took my sarcasm as narcissism. I did not bother to correct Jill, and went along with her misunderstanding, feeling that would play in my favor. I am disappointed that I am the only one feeling that way, but I do have a reason why you should not kill me. Really? Please do tell me. I would like to hear what other narcissistic theories have you come up with. Jill's words were no longer indifferent. This came as a surprise to me, but this meant that my approach had managed to make her comfortable with me. This should be enough to tell her the bombshell I had prepared to protect my interest. Remember when you intercepted my text to Anna? I said cautiously. Hearing my tone, Jill's eased expression once again regained its indifference and coldly said, "What about it?" It wasn't the only one text I sent calling for help. I finally spoke the crux of my defense. "Impossible," Jill yelled. "Nothing can escape my web." "Aren't you being presumptuous by saying nothing?" I said, reminding Jill that nothing was perfect in the world. "I know that Card Emperor or higher realm card apprentice may be able to bypass my web, but you a card soldier. I don't believe it. I can't see any scenario where that is possible. If a mere card soldier managed to bypass my web, won't that mean my years of work is a joke? It doesn't matter how good you are with array formation. I don't see it happening." Jill flatly denied my claim, but she knew I was not lying, hence her blabber. "So you call it a web, huh? Is that how you are controlling all these golems?" When we neared Jill's base, I saw numerous golems of various make and models clearing the surroundings of her base, guarding and maintaining it. "Don't talk as if you know what a web is," Jill snapped. She had finally let go of her indifference and began to emotions of a mortal. "I guess you created a cluster of refined beast wills and artificial beast wills that are operating these golems, and are using a beast will of an ant or bee monster to connect and control them. This is just a simple deduction. If you want me to go into details, I will have to take a closer look at the golems." I basically explained a short and simple method to achieve what Jill called web and I superbrain. "You were able to tell that just by looking at the operation of the golems? How? Do you have something similar too?" Jill felt that the only reason why the boy was able to see through her was that he had something similar. Using a cluster of artificial beast wills to connect and control a group of golems or puppets was not a new idea, but the efficiency of such a module was. Until now, she felt her web was impregnable, but today it had met her match. Jill knew this day would come, but she did not expect it to happen at the hands of a card soldier. "Yes, I do. But now is not the time to discuss that. Because if you need all this to remain between us, I need to contact my man and tell him to abort the emergency protocol I have in store," I said while using my eyes to point at the entire dungeon we were in. The reason Jill's web missed my second text was that it was through my Hive AI. Because the distance between me and my nearest Calamity Daughter gem was very large, all I could transmit was an SOS signal attached with coordinates of my location. "Emergency protocol?" Jill asked, raising her eyebrow. "Contacting the Southern Emperor," I answered. I was not kidding. My emergency protocol was indeed Anna, because she was the only person that I trust with the ability and capital to save me from various dangerous scenarios. Yes, I remember what I said about Anna's interest in me earlier. Well, all I have to say in my defense was that I am no genius me it comes to women. If anything, I am a coward and indecisive. I am surrounded by women who were putting their feelings for me out despite my repeated rejection. Compared to them, I was a coward. Ever since I have come into the world, it has been an emotional roller coaster. I who had to give up on friendship and love to correct my mistake am once again starting to make friends and am a bit lacking in the section of love. Everything was going so well. I felt alive again. I am still far from the chill life I envisioned for myself, but things were good. I don't want to put stress on it by putting labels. What was I if not a coward for not growing emotionally? I guess multiple near-death experiences in a night do force you to clean the emotional laundry piling up. I swear if I make it out of here, I will not limit my emotions from growing. So, you are telling me that if I let you contact your men right now, soon the Southern Emperor will be knocking at my doorsteps? How do I even know you managed to sneak a text past my web? Explaining the creation of a network of artificial wills in layman's terms doesn't prove your clones. Jill, despite being certain that there was nearly 90% chance that what the boy was saying was true, chose not to believe the boy, because if she believed him, then the web, which was one of her most praised achievement, would. Jill was so disturbed that she could not bring herself to think those words. Jill, don't let your pride be the end of your work here, I reminded Jill. You are right, what I am doing here can never be revealed to another soul, otherwise it will be the end of humanity as we know it. So even if you are lying, I have no choice but to trust your words. Let's go. Jill, who had just returned to her base, carried me and hurried out of the dungeon. She decided to do the right thing once she found the ultimate reason as an explanation, the importance of her work down here. Wow. Hold up, I never agreed to anything, I yelled, jolting Jill back to reality. What do you mean? Jill asked as her eyebrows connected with her frown deepening. I mean, give me a reason why I should stop my subordinate from not contacting Anna to rescue me. Whatever Jill was doing down here seemed to be very important, and I wanted a piece of it. And the only way to achieve that was by revealing my cards to her, which would help me persuade her into giving me what I wanted. I see. Jill's expression suddenly turned indifferent, and then she asked, Is this the negotiation you spoke of? Yes. You see, earlier I was not what you had down here worth me risking my life. But visiting your base, I got an idea that I am going to love whatever you got cooking down here. I answered, trying to withhold my victory smile and look indifferent like Jill. How about this? I won't kill you if you call off your men. Jill's expression remained indifferent, but her eyes showed the resolve that she would not hesitate to cross her moral lines to get me to call off my men. Before you go threatening me with torture and death, why don't you listen to what I want? I hurriedly said, because I felt that desperate Jill may try something on me which would lead to revealing the secret of my calamity soul gem. You have a minute before I start the procedure to take hold of your soul to call off your men from reaching out to the Southern Emperor for your rescue. Jill gave me an ultimatum. I really need to figure out how she could say such frightening words with an indifferent face and voice. I don't know if Jill had the means to achieve what she just claimed, but thankfully my plan did not involve making Jill that desperate. I want to know what you are doing down here. As said this, I saw Jill activate her grimoire, knowing that if I was not clear with my motives, Jill might really try what she claimed. I hurriedly said, I am willing to take an oath in presence of the world's will and all the rules, promising that I will not reveal what I learned down her to another soul or practice the things I learn her without your permission. Hearing that I am willing to take an oath, the resolve in Jill's eyes became dimmer, finding another way to permanently close my mouth, mind, and hands about whatever I learned down here. Jill, all I am asking you is to help me understand what you are doing down here that's worth taking my life, or in your case, an innocent life. Seeing the resolve in Jill's eyes get dimmer, I decided to reason with Jill instead of stating my terms for negotiation. Okay, but you will have to take an oath that you will never reveal or practice what you learned down here to another soul without my permission and call of your men from contacting the Southern Emperor. Jill seemed to like my idea better than taking hold of my soul. Yes, but you too will have to take an oath stating that you will not kill me or do anything to harm my life or limit my freedom after I call off my men from contacting the Southern Emperor for my rescue, and that you will reveal everything you are doing down here without any deception or withholding any information. I was happy seeing that we were getting somewhere. I don't do oath, Jill said grimly. You will have to take one if you don't want to kill an innocent soul, I said, betting that Jill was more of a virtuous scholar who would not let her curiosity get the best of her than a mad scientist who would not stop at anything to quench his curiosity. Fine. Jill agreed, because she could try to take hold of the boy's soul, but it would take a while, and she could not guarantee that by then the boy's men had approached the Southern Emperor to rescue him. She felt that a lot of time had already been wasted while they reached an agreement, so she wanted to hurry and get this over with. Not to mention, time has proven that an S-rank dungeon was no place for a card soldier to be. Soon Jill took an oath promising not to kill the boy, harm his life, limit his freedom, and reveal her work down here to the boy, along with a list of terms and conditions applied, which basically meant that she could kill the boy if he was asking for it. Learning from Jill's list of terms and conditions, I took my oath stating that I would call off my men from approaching the Southern, would not reveal or practice what I would learn down here, without Jill's permission, adding my own set of terms and conditions which nullified Jill's definition of asking for it. Really? Jill asked, hearing my oath, which had terms and conditions that limited Jill's definition of asking for it. What? You started it with your terms and condition, instead using settling with mutual understanding and common sense. I defend myself by arguing that Jill was asking for it. We are not done here. For now, let's call off your men before all this becomes pointless, Jill urged, and having rushed Yus outside of the dungeon. You have a point there, saying that I text all my Calamity Daughter gems to call off the emergency protocol. Then I sent another text asking them to initiate the emergency protocol if I don't check in with them every 24 hours time period. What the FCK? Jill cussed for the first time since our conversation. It seems she could not resist taking a peek at the message I sent to my subordinates. Jill, language. I in response to Jill's face, which conveyed a sense of being betrayed. Shut the FCK up. I will kill you right now if you don't explain, Jill screamed furiously. I had a feeling that the reason behind Jill's reaction was not I was being unreasonable, but that I beat her at her own game. Again, you started it with your list of terms and conditions, and watch your words if you don't want the world's will to get the wrong impression. I repeated myself and asked Jill to be careful with her words and avoid using words that would provoke the wrath of the world's will. This is not what you promised, Jill said, suppressing the rage she was feeling. If what I did right now was against the oath I took, don't you think the world's will would have taken action by now? I spoke in my defense. According to my oath, I had to call off my men from approaching Anna, and I could not reveal what I learned down here to another soul, but all this did not matter if I was dead. With the 24 hours check-ins, I turned my death into my leverage, making sure that Jill not only give up any lingering thoughts of killing me, but will also have to protect me. I haven't forgotten the fact that the dungeon underneath the E-rank field dungeon was an S-rank dungeon. Down there, Jill did not have to act or conspire to kill me. The dungeon would do that for her. I could have added the condition of Jill being responsible for my protection to her oath, but I decided to let this be the bait for Jill to agree to take the oath without much resistance. And it worked charmingly except for the list of terms and condition part. You cheat. This is not what we agreed on. Jill brought up the verbal agreement between the two of us where we agreed to take the oath. Neither was your list of terms and conditions, I retorted. I don't know how oaths are taken from where you come from, but from where I come from the list of terms and condition is mandatory procedure in any deal, Jill argued. Terms and conditions in an oath are a thing where I come from too, but I am betting my life here. I thought we had a mutual understanding between us. The only reason I was making the list of terms and conditions a big deal was so that Jill just goes along with my 24 hours check-in arrangement with making it difficult. What the FCK does mutual understanding have to do with this? You do know that oath taken in presence of the world's will are very serious, right? Jill looked at me like looking at an idiot. Fine. If you want me to put an end to the 24 hours check-in arrangement with my subordinates, then add that you will be responsible for my protection to your oath. The 24 hours check-in arrangement that I had with my subordinates was what guaranteed my life down in the S-rank dungeon. So if Jill wanted me to abolish that, then she will have to offer me something of similar nature in return. And that would be her adding that she would be responsible for my protection down in the S-rank dungeon. I am here on verge of something that could affect entire humanity. I don't have time for babysitting. Understanding she had played right into my hands, Jill once again retained her cold, indifferent exterior. Remember how in order to put an end to the monster war card apprentice had to form a treaty with the supreme beings at the way beyond. Consider this the same. Seeing that Jill kept losing sight of what to do because of her letting her pride blind her, I acted as the bigger man and became the voice of the reason who pulled everything together for the bigger picture. Because as the one who got his way, I felt responsible for consoling the loser since we were the only people around here. And I couldn't help but sympathize with Jill for throwing a tantrum. I too would be pissed if someone way younger and 4 realms below me were to beat me twice. You are a fraud, but aren't you flattering yourself by comparing your existence with the supreme beings? Jill retorted. You want to fight? Fine. But tell me, what are we doing here? For someone who claims to be working on the greater good of the entire humanity, why do you fail to see that your pride has become the obstacle here? Being doubled burned, Jill, in one sentence, I gave being the voice of reason repaired to put on the gloves. Feeling that what the boy said was right, Jill was more ashamed about letting her pride come in the way of her work than the rage she felt for being manipulated by the boy into taking an unnecessary oath that benefited the boy more than her. Jill then stared at the boy and replied, glossing over her previous actions. Fine, I will add that to my oath. I am only doing this because it will be a hassle for me to keep bringing you to the surface every 24 hours so that you can check in with your subordinates. I can't afford any more distractions. I have to complete my research before Luna completes her testing on the dungeon relocation apparatus. Hearing Jill bring up Luna and the dungeon relocation apparatus, my mind suddenly remembered that Jill said it has been a week since she arrived. Then I could help but connect her arrival with Luna. Then I could not help but think whether that dungeon relocation apparatus used by Luna and what Jill was doing down here were related. That could explain a lot about how Jill, a researcher from the central region, ended up here down south in the southern region. So I blurted, "Don't tell me. What you are doing here is somehow related to the dungeon relocation that Luna is conducting." "Luna? You close with Luna too?" Jill asked in surprise, hearing me address Luna casually. Though Jill was busy with her down in the S-rank dungeon, she made sure to update on what was happening out in the world. So when the boy claimed that he knew Southern Emperor, she, who had heard of the fraudster from third-rate city and the Southern Emperor claimed a patent for a fake product, did not doubt that he was lying about him having the Southern Emperor on his speed dial. And now hearing that the boy knew Luna as well, she was starting to doubt the identity of the boy. Was he really an orphan card soldier from a third-rate city, or was he a bastard of the Southern royal family in hiding? That would explain his extraordinary grasp of array formation and the strong personality for a mere card soldier. Jill herself did not know that unconsciously, to console her hurt pride, she was overthinking by coming up with the secret identity of the boy gibberish. She keeps reminding me to call her Dr. Luna. So I guess not. I think it is because she is jealous that I was able to achieve what she could not. Luna was cold to me, the same as old Lorenzo when we first met, but now things were different, I guess. Yet I added the last part because I could feel jealousy and resentment in Jill's voice when she mentioned Luna's name. "What do you mean?" Jill asked curiously. For some unknown reason, Jill felt a bit good hearing that the boy had bested her colleague Luna too, which prompted her to ask for details about it to the boy. "I can't talk about it. They asked me to sign an NDA." I replied, seeing that talking SHD about Luna kept Jill's mind from holding the fact that I manipulated her against me. "What was so serious that they asked you to sign an NDA?" Learning that I had to sign NDA, Jill got more curious about how I bested Luna. Technically, I never said that I bested Luna. I said I achieved what Luna could not, which literally could mean anything. I may have said it in a tone that may have led Jill to misunderstand what I was saying and did not bother to correct the misunderstanding and instead leaned into it. I was not lying when I said they had signed an NDA, because Luna and Lorenzo did ask me to sign an NDA with regard to the silver milk powder. But I did withhold from Jill that I rejected the idea of signing an NDA. I am not the bad guy here. I used a little deception to get Jill back to her work, which would have a greater impact on mankind. If lying could be justified when used to save a marriage, then what I am doing her could also be justified. I can get into trouble for saying this, but let's just say that old Lorenzo claims to be my teacher just because he lent me some books on basic array formation. Hearing my words, Jill's eyes bulged, and she blurted, "You are making this stuff up." "Why would I? I am the hidden card Lorenzo is planning to use to win the wager between the 5 regional heads of the Array Master Association. You have seen my prowess in array mastery. I have yet to get certified, mostly because old Lorenzo plans to have me take my certification exam at the Central Region's Array Mastery Association. I do not need to lie about this stuff." I answered with great confidence, as the only way I could convince Jill that I was not making this stuff up was by giving her evidence that I currently did not possess. So I could only use my confidence to convince her. "Wow, are you delusional or just a good fraudster? I can't tell. Is this how you got the Southern Emperor into granting a patent for a fake product? You are natural, aren't you?" "It is not a surprise that I fell for your deception." Jill looked at me suspiciously. Having heard of the news about the greatest fraud of the year, silver milk powder, it was not a surprise that Jill would come to this conclusion. Say what you will. As long as you are no longer too depressed to work, I am fine with it. Being called a fraud by Jill did make me angry, but I let it slide as the rant of a loser. And to get Jill's focus back on her work, "Buddy, nobody is falling for your bigger person act here," said Jill. I wanted to snap at her with some cold, hard truth, but seeing her eyes had regained their brilliant shine under her indifferent mask, I decided to let it slide. "Whatever. You seem to say something about your work down here having to do something with Luna's dungeon relocation experiment. I said, trying to understand how talking SHD about Luna to misplace Jill's dissatisfaction with me ended up with me being labeled as a fraud by Jill. Susan was right. Karma acts in mysterious ways. Oh, right. I don't have time for this. Saying that, Jill carried me and rushed back into the E-rank dungeon to return to her base and continue her work. Jill, why don't you take this time to brief me on what exactly you're doing here? I asked Jill to put good use of the time during our commute to her base by briefing me on her work down in the S-rank dungeon. Before I start, I want you to know, I would prefer an awkward silence over this, but since I have taken an oath, I have no choice but to explain my research to you, Jill said, making it clear where she stood on revealing her research to me. Understood. Please continue. I choose not to argue with Jill because I felt she would use it to put off talking about her research. Seeing me act submissive, Jill understood I knew what she was trying to do and gave up her plan and began by saying, to better understand what I am doing down here, you need to understand my research in Morningstar University. The research I am working on back at the university can be best referred to as a method to predict where the next dungeon is going to form. Don't we already have ways to know where the dungeons are going to appear? I asked Jill in confusion. No, we don't. The news outlets have blown what our current capabilities can do out of proposition. With the current methods at hand, we can only detect a dungeon once it starts forming. What I am working on is a way to predict where a dungeon is going to start forming. Predicting the location of the formation of the dungeon before the dungeon starts to form will make a great difference, Jill said, trying to emphasize the importance of the research she was doing at the Morningstar University. Interesting, but I would like to know how early your prediction would be compared to when the actual formation of the dungeon starts. The prediction of the location of the formation of the dungeon before the dungeon starts to form will make a great difference only if the time difference between the prediction, the formation of the dungeon, and the start of the dungeon formation was significant. So to judge whether Jill's research held any actual merit, I had to ask this question. It depends on the rank of the dungeon. If it is a high-level dungeon, then the time difference between the prediction of the formation of the dungeon and the start of the dungeon formation will be significant enough to make a difference. But if it is a low-ranking dungeon, then the difference is negligent, Jill answered. At the current prowess and development of humanity in this world, low-level dungeons were not a problem for them. So what Jill's research promised held huge merit in the current development phase of the world, enough to make a significant difference. Is your research how you discovered this new variant of the pregnant dungeon? I asked, connecting the obvious dots. Yes, I used my research to track this dungeon. But it is too early to label this dungeon as a new variant of the pregnant dungeon. Jill reminded me not to label this dungeon a new variant of the pregnant dungeon yet. So, remind me again, how is all this connected to Luna's dungeon relocation experiment in the Sky Blossom City? I asked, trying to connect why Jill said that she should finish her research here before Luna completed her dungeon relocation experiment. Everything I am doing down here is because of the dungeon relocation experiment. Details, please, I asked, seeing Jill pause to look at her grimoire right in the middle of explaining what she meant when she said that everything she was doing down here was because of the dungeon relocation experimentation led by Luna in Sky Blossom City. 1 second. I just received a dungeon-wide analysis report from my golems. I have to check whether something has changed in the last hour. I will get back to you once I am done with this, Jill said with her head buried in her grimoire. Can't that wait until after we reached your base? I asked, as Jill was so focused on verifying the report sent to her by her golems that we had to hover in the air waiting for her to finish. No, I have 50 minutes before my golems begin the next dungeon-wide analysis. Meaning I have to check this report for anomalies, and if any, I have to fix them before the golems do the next round of dungeon-wide analysis. I am pressed for time here, and explaining this to you is not helping, Jill yelled while multitasking. Knowing I was getting in her way, I chose to keep mum, let her do her thing, and decided to search for something to keep myself busy with. Since I was being carried by Jill's mental strength 500 feet above ground in an underground field dungeon, I had lost the freedom of foot and the grimoire network. Yeah, I had nothing to do up here but watch Jill in her zone. Now that I have got a moment to take a good look at Jill, I discovered that she was hiding a bombshell of a body under her oversized white lab coat. Her extrapolate curves added to form a perfect hourglass body, which was supported by her slender legs that were covered in above-knee white stockings. Suddenly, I started to find Jill quite pleasing to the eyes, especially the cherry lips on her oval face. This realization shocked me, but then I guessed it had something to do with the fact that she wasn't talking. Too bad, she will start talking once she was done verifying the report. Deciding to enjoy Jill's beauty while it lasts, I continued to stare at her profane body with insanely huge jugs. You are in luck. No anomalies found. Why are you staring at me? Jill was announcing that she had finished verifying the report, but was interrupted, catching me staring at her. It was fun while it lasted. I muttered as I withdrew my gaze from Jill's body as her voice had shattered the serene beauty of her obscene body. What? Jill asked in confusion. I shook my head, dealing with the sense of loss I was feeling. Creep, Jill uttered. Whatever. I chose to ignore Jill's cuss and added. So, you were saying your research down here had everything to do with the dungeon relocation experiment conducted by Luna in the Sky Blossom City. Oh yes. It's funny how if not for my participation in the dungeon relocation experimentation, I would never have stumbled on this breakthrough, Jill said, reminiscing how her part-time research led to a big breakthrough in her full-time research. And your superiors are okay with it? I asked Jill in surprise because as far as I know, assistant researchers were the itches of the senior researchers they were assigned to them. And no senior researcher would be willing to share his BTCH with a senior researcher of another field. Superiors? Jill said, hinting for more details on it. I mean the senior researcher you were assigned to, I said. I don't have one. It was the part of my contract when the Morningstar poached me from my university, Jill said with great pride. How does that work? How can research be led by an assistant researcher? Now, who is making stuff up? I called bull on Jill's claim. Believe what you want. What I just said is 100% true. I'm just that good at what I do. You better believe it. True fact. I demand a senior researcher title, but then in order not to hurt the feelings of the old fogies in the university, they persuaded me to become an assistant researcher with the pay of a senior researcher, my own field of research, and promise that my title will be promoted to the senior researcher after half a century, Jill bragged. Sure, I said sarcastically, not believing a single thing Jill just claimed. You don't believe me, as Jill said that she felt a sense of déjà vu. Unable to figure out where, and when she had experienced the same, she shook her head and added, seeing how you are close to the Southern royal family, I am guessing you will be attending Morningstar University. I show you my majesty then. Sure. I choose to go along with Jill's words because I did not want to start another argument with her. Just you wait, Jill uttered while making a mental note to teach the boy a lesson for calling her a liar. You never said why you were participating in the dungeon relocation experiment, instead working on your research. I reminded Jill. Do I need a reason for it? The words dungeon relocation says it all, and because I was stuck in my research, it was going nowhere, Jill responded. Hearing her response, I learned a new thing about Jill. She becomes talkative once she gets comfortable around you. I bet the oath she made me take had her weaken her guard, an indifferent act in my presence. This was a good thing. Now I get to learn more about her research with little effort, but sometimes when I hear her, I have the urge to yell, shut up. Now I wish she would continue to act indifferent. So what did you find when you participated in the dungeon relocation experiments? I said, hoping Jill will return to the track. That dungeon relocation research gets way more funding and donations compared to my research, Jill replied grudgingly. And I led, hoping Jill will continue. Oh, she did all right. I leaked the news that the dungeon relocation apparatus is very inefficient. The amount of the soul energy required to relocate an F-rank dungeon is equal to the soul energy required to keep an SS-rank dungeon powered. To all media outlets, Jill confessed, and then added, I shouldn't have done that. My plan backfired. Once people learned that dungeon relocation was possible, big families and organizations started to make insane donations never seen before to dungeon relocation research. Who would have seen that coming, right? People would be totally insane to be willing to pay a huge amount of price just to relocate a dungeon of their choice to a safe location far from their enemies and competitors. I said sarcastically, as even a grade schooler could see that the advantages of dungeon relocation outweighed the disadvantages, but I guess, Jill, as a researcher, was more focused on the efficiency of the process to achieve required results more than the use of the results. Next time, you take to me in that tone. I know all your 32 teeth out. You know I can. Thanks to the list of terms and conditions, Jill warned me to take my sarcasm elsewhere as she would not tolerate it. And the list of terms and conditions she added to her oath also mentioned it. Sorry, my bad. I apologized to Jill and then asked her, Jill, answer this for me. If the soul energy required to relocate an F-rank dungeon is equal to the amount of soul energy required to power an SS-rank dungeon, how much soul energy do you require to relocate a D-rank dungeon? Probably enough to power an SSS-rank dungeon. Maybe throw in another SS-rank dungeon, Jill answered. Soul energy required to power an SSS rank and an SS rank dungeon was a lot to squander just to relocate a D rank dungeon. But the fact that this D rank dungeon was the Silver Beach Gate dungeon made the cost worth it. Considering the profits the silver milk powder would bring, the cost of an SSS rank and SS rank dungeon was nothing. This was the perfect example of why the big families and organizations were willing to donate to the dungeon relocation research. Dungeons were the primary source of many products in this world. Despite their look rank, they reaped enough profits that could help the family buy many SSS rank dungeons. So it should not come as a surprise that people were willing to heavily invest in dungeon relocation. Just when I was contemplating how the cost of the dungeon relocation was nothing compared to its advantages, I came to a sudden realization that Jill used the word inefficient to describe the shortcoming of the dungeon relocation apparatus and not costly or insanely expensive. I wanted to ignore this, believing that it was a typo, but then thinking of the compulsive behavior displayed by her, I could not help but wonder whether this was a mistake or intentional. Hey Jill, could you explain to me why you keep calling the dungeon relocation apparatus inefficient? I said Jill for clarification, dreading that she might have done this on purpose. Oh, you caught that, did you? For some reason, people choose to ignore it considering it a typo, when it really isn't. I wonder why. Jill said with a puzzled expression. It appeared genuine, but I knew better than to fall for it. You sly itch, you did it on purpose. You wanted the dungeon relocation experiment to get more funding. That is why you leaked their premature results to all media outlets. Having grown skeptical of Jill, it had become easier for me to see through her act. You have a very strong imagination. But those are some absurd claims. Why do I want the dungeon relocation research to gain more funding and donations? To give them more funding, the university will have to get the money somewhere. That would be by reducing the funding for other research. Why would I do that to myself? Jill denied my theory, calling it absurd. It sounds absurd from the way she puts it. But if you were to wait a minute and consider what Jill stood to gain, then things made more sense. All researchers have the natural fear of sharing credit or people stealing credit for their work. Therefore, they never make the results of their experiment public unless they were sure that nobody can prove the contrary, or even worse, further improve upon what they claimed. So it was not surprising to see the researchers of the dungeon relocation research team were not willing to publish their results despite knowing the tremendous help and support it could bring for the advancement of their research, at least not until they were certain the results they got would be consistent in further experimentation, which could take a long time considering that every dungeon relocation experimentation required a lot of funding. While the dungeon relocation research team was trying their best to find more funding, without making any claims, Jill, whose research was stuck, finally saw some hope because of the breakthrough she stumbled upon while participating in the dungeon relocation experimentation, had no qualms about leaking the results of the early-stage dungeon relocation to all the media outlets. Now Jill's research was towed to the dungeon relocation research. Only if it were to speed up would her research speed up as a result. So she did not hesitate to do the devil's work. Absurd, huh? Tell me if I sound absurd when I say that you did this to speed the dungeon relocation research up so that you can pursue whatever breakthrough you stumbled upon while participating in the dungeon relocation experimentation more frequently. Isn't that the actual reason why you are here, Dr. Jill? I debunked Jill's innocent act. This woman was a shark. She can smell blood in the water from miles away. One tiny wound, and she will come right for you. She almost had me with her high IQ, low EQ routine. Yes, high school boy Wyatt, you caught me. I confess I have been a very, very naughty gal. How do you plan on punishing me? Jill spoke in an exaggerated tone, and for the last part, it sounded a bit steamy. I bet that was intentional. Geez, I was just calling your lie. What's gotten into you? The part about Jill leaking the dungeon relocation experiments report to the media outlet had nothing to do with the explanation of her research down here. So she did not break the bounds of the oath she took earlier by lying about the reason why she did it. You couldn't have if had it not been for me purposefully leaving the hints. Yet, it took you so long. In a way, what Jill said was right. I did catch her lying based on what she said to me, but by now I knew better than to fall for classic play. That was you contradicting yourself, not you leaving hints for me to catch your lie. You were hoping I would overlook it, thinking that since you are under oath you cannot lie. But this has nothing to do with what you took oath for, which means you can lie about it all you want. The question is, why are we wasting time on this? I thought you were just talkative, but now I think otherwise. A smug smile unconsciously formed on my face, having called out Jill for what she was doing. Wipe that smug smile off your face, as if you were any better. I saw you drool while leering at my cleavage. Jill revealed that she knew about me staring at her obscene body. Yes, I was leering at your cleavage and profane body. Guilt is charged. I would continue to if only you had not opened your damned mouth. I confessed. Jill had perfect pair of racks, and I was not ashamed of letting my sight linger on them more than they should have. I would be ashamed if they didn't, because that could only mean there was something wrong down there, or I was batting for the other team. Pervert. Jill cussed, but the blush on her cheeks yelled otherwise. Call me what you will, but at least I am being honest, I yelled, pulling a page right from Jill's playbook. I was playing a genius with perverted tendencies like Jill, who played a highbrow with little touch with common sense. All this just to make your opponent's prescription of you feel that you were harmless. But there was only one problem. I did not know if it was working or if she was using the same on me. Idiot, Jill uttered, but the blush on her cheeks had grown intense and had reached her ears. They too glowed red. If not for me being restrained right now, I would have kissed you. If not for me being restrained right now, I would have kissed you. The only way to know if Jill was being real was to crack up my act by a notch. Shameless. Jill cussed while peeking eye contact with me and then shyly looking away. Soon I felt Jill's mental strength restraints on me loosen, not enough for me to make use of my Voltronian flight, but enough for me freely float around. Even a caveman would know what Jill meant by this. At this point, I could concede or just continue the act. The only thing I hate more than listening to Jill talk was losing to Jill. I did not have much of a choice. Soon I maneuvered my floating body right in front of Jill, close enough to feel her rushed breath and body heat on my skin. I could feel Jill's chest heaving up and down in anticipation as my lips neared Jill's quivering lips, but they slowly moved past them, betraying the suspense, and stopped at her blushing ears. Sniffing the hairs tucked behind them, I was surprised by their refreshingly sweet fragrance and whispered, I don't think I can hold back around you. I don't understand, Jill timidly blurted while avoiding meeting my passionate gaze. It is too late. Just know you made me do this, saying that one of my hands grabbed her waist, and the other went under her armpit and supported her neck, while I fiercely planted my lips on hers and forced my tongue into her mouth. As the one with the higher realm, Jill had higher response speed, but they were dulled in the heat of the movement, and she could not react until the boy's tongue forced its way into her mouth. The fact that her body had zero resistance to the boy's touch did not help Jill, but it played a huge role when she gave in to the boy's advancing tongue instead of following through with her plan of pushing the boy away and having a good laugh at his expense. Her hands, which she had raised to push away the boy, rested on his broad shoulds and hugged his warm neck. The kissing had continued for a while now, and neither party seemed to show signs of stopping. Excited Jill sometimes ended up blocking her nose while kissing, risking shortness of breath, but her partner seemed to be experienced. He would skillfully maneuver himself to ensure Jill does not have trouble breathing and enjoyed the kiss. Jill finally separated her lips from the boy's lips, but her hands continued to hug his sturdy neck. Then, arranging her breath, she said, You seem to do this quite often. You seem to be a little out of practice, I said, gazing into Jill's moist eyes. This time around she did not avoid them, but rather seemed to peer deep into them to find if this meant something. From Jill's kissing technique, I could tell that she was a complete rookie, maybe even a newbie. Yet I hinted otherwise because unless she, herself, confessed, I did not plan to bring it up. So I added, What just happened? We got carried away trying to outsmart the other, Jill replied. Wait, you knew I was playing you? Then why didn't you stop me? I asked. The same reason why you did not stop after achieving your goal. Besides, I wanted to beat you at your game but failed, Jill sighed. We both failed, I corrected Jill, hearing that the eye contact between us regained its passion. Usually, this was about time I would start acting dumb, but remembering the resolution I made, I forced myself to behave and asked Jill, "Do you want to continue? Do you have to ask? Kiss me already." Excited, Jill took the initiative to kiss, but she ended up swooshing her nose with mine. Yep, she was a rookie, but I am betting on her being a newbie, not because I preferred her to be, but because of the awkwardness in her technique. Honestly, I was being generous here by calling whatever she was doing a technique. No worries, I was a veteran. I had trained my wild horses back in my past life. I will have her running the tracks in no time. Having enough of Jill's awkward kiss, using my hand that supported her neck, I firmly guided her through the back of her head. As the makeout session progressed, I had a new opinion of Jill. She was a fast learner and a go-getter. She earned herself an A for the perfect harmony of initiative, effort, and technique. Now that Jill had finally gotten the hang of it, I too had begun enjoying it, but my hand supporting her neck had become unemployed. So it slowly ran across her warm back and migrated to her slender waist, joining with my other hand. Together they hugged her slim waist. After a while, they decided to go on vacation down the booty lane. At first, they gently caressed and got comfortable with their respective ass cheeks, then they grew bolder and squeezed the ass cheeks. The ass was soft like jelly, so their fingers dug deep into them as they greedily tried to fit as much ass in their palms as possible. Having found the answer, the hands returned to alternating between gently rubbing and squeezing the ass in a rhythm. Their talent was well received as Jill suddenly paused kissing and let out a soft moan. It seems her body not only had zero resistance to the boy's touch, but was also highly sensitive to it. Jill's pleasure-filled body grew limp the instant it let out the soft moan and laid on the boy's body while resting its head on his muscular chest. Jill's sudden moan boosted the confidence of the boy's hands, but they controlled themselves from digging into her skirt as it had become apparent to them that this was her first. So they held back, deciding to be patient. I continued to support Jill's limp body in a hug and carried her to the base. I know I am a good kisser, and I agree our makeout session was very intense, but not enough to explain Jill's reaction. Either Jill was super sensitive, or it was too much for her first time, or both, or it was all an act. My last thought was the reason why I had stopped indulging in bodily pleasures. No matter how calculative and self-controlled you were, one can never overcome the chemical mystery of their hormones. Something about seeing their partner satisfied after coitus prompted an emotional development between the two, especially to the male partner's ego. The only reason I was still entertaining Jill was that I felt she was smart enough to know that in no scenario trying the obvious would work, but I wonder how someone with Jill's obscene body lacked the opportunity to taste adult pleasure till today. Seeing how she took initiative when the opportunity arose, I don't think her being too conservative was one of the reasons. So I couldn't help but say, "You know, if you are using your body to divert me from asking questions about your research down here, then hats off. It is working." Wyatt, I think you are capable of having a relationship with a partner who is capable to challenge your intellect, so I am going to pretend that I did not hear you say that. Besides, if I were really doing that, you wouldn't be asking me that question. As Jill said that she adjusted her body to rest her body more comfortably in my hug, and taking a sniff of my neck, she said, "You smell nice. What fragrance card do you use? Is it unisex?" I don't use fragrance cards. It is my natural body odor. To be exact, it was the diluted version of the fragrance released by the dungeon calamity, seed to trap its victims. Really, Jill found the boy's claims hard to believe, but she didn't care as his body scent was too soothing and made her feel safe in his embrace. "So we are in a relationship?" I asked Jill, having heard her call it that earlier. But in my books, making out with a girl a few times did not count as being in a relationship. I don't see the need to label it. Let us enjoy our time here. If we both are still interested afterward, then you can label it all you want. Jill's take surprised me. I did not expect her to be so cool about it, as I remember almost becoming the slave of the first girl that touched my little brother. It took me days to get out of that spell. I guess girls were more mature about this kind of stuff than boys. Since you put it that way, just so you know, I enjoyed the kiss, but I am far from satisfied. Having said that, I felt Jill's arms around my neck tighten, and she coldly replied, "I see." A second later, she propped her body up using my shoulders for support and fiercely kissed me. Before it could turn into another intense makeout session, I break away saying, "Jill, you don't have to force yourself. This is not a competition. I know, but I want to do this for you." Jill claimed that, but I could feel that she had taken my words personally. "If you really want to do something for me, as I said that I bring my mouth next to her ears and whispered, "There are other more exciting things that you would do for me." Hearing me, Jill was without words. Her ears turned red, but soon she uttered, Fine, but only after I am done with the next dungeon-wide analysis report." "Deal." I immediately accept, surprising Jill with my enthusiasm and causing her to blush even more. With a new arrangement between us, Jill once again took charge of the commute, but this time she did not use her mental strength to carry me. Instead, she embraced me in her soft, vulgar body, saying, "You are too slow. We have to reach the base before my golems send in the next report." Jill blushed. Feeling her words were too direct, she immediately added, "Not because I am looking forward to our arrangement. I need to check on the dungeon core expansion." "I know, but just so you know, I am looking forward to our arrangement." Saying that, I buried my head in her ample chest. They felt like the most salacious pillows in existence. Jill's face grew red in embarrassment. It was redder than a baboon's, but it had become hard to tell if she was more embarrassed that her thoughts had become apparent or if she was blushing more than usual, looking forward to her arrangement with me. Soon I stopped bothering to figure her out, lost in the bliss of her racy bosom. "Aren't you getting too comfortable with them?" Jill could not help but ask, feeling the boys drool on her chest through the layers covering them. "Not comfortable enough. Do you mind if I help myself with your blouse?" I asked, continuing to rub my cheek against the fluffiest pillows I have come in contact with recently. "Go ahead. It is soaked in your drool away." Feeling the wetness and stickiness of her drool-soaked blouse on her skin, Jill decided she was better off without them. "What about the bra?" I asked Jill while unbuttoning her blouse, slowly uncovering the snowing white Twin Mountain Valley. "How about we save some for later?" Jill asked, but then she felt the boy's tongue explore her cleavage, trying to reach as deep as possible, forcing her at a loss for words, learning how wrong she was with regard to her blouse. But for some unknown reason, Jill was not irritated by the boy's actions. Rather, she felt stimulated, hindering her speed of flight. "Now, who is slow?" Jill ignored the boy's words and wondered why her body responded so actively to the boy's every tuff. Jill has not faced such a situation once in her life so far. This was the first. But it was worth noting that she was never in this situation ever before. Not because she lacked the opportunity, instead, it was one of the shortcomings of her higher concentration. It kept her focused all the time. Even her bodily needs and biological reactions could not distract her. So whenever an opportunity presented itself, her feeling of arousal could never break past her high concentration, causing her to lose any and all interest in getting intimate. When a person gets aroused enough, they start to look past the reasoning barrier in their mind and entertain the thought of getting intimate. But if one were not aroused enough to look past the threshold, then they cannot bring themselves to get intimate. The universal example of this was the disgust people feel after masturbating. Before masturbating, people get too aroused to even entertain such thoughts. But if they had high concentration, these thoughts of theirs would be stronger than their arousal, and they could never go through with it. This disgust can be anything from the partner's unwashed feet to a dandruff-oozing head to a zit that keeps staring at them, which people would be willing to look past as long as they are aroused enough. Now consider, what if they had high concentration? They will never be able to look past these little things, making it impossible for them to get intimate. This was the case with Jill. Jill knows nobody is perfect, but her high concentration highlighted their imperfections. Until she met the boy, his body was perfect. So physical charm-wise he had passed, but the mental attraction was still at the balance because he acted as if he was the smartest when he wasn't. The signs of this were very subtle, but not for her. She could not ignore that. But all this resistance began to crumble as she entered his proximity, smelled his fragrant scent, felt his gentle touch and his warm embrace, and once his saliva entered her mouth, it was the final nail in the coffin. Her body and mind were his. Jill wondered why her body and mind showed weakness when it came to the boy. Everything about him only acted to stimulate her further. Was he her weakness, like the dragon's reverse scale is to it? Either way, she was finally introduced to adult pleasure that eluded her for decades. Even though she was just introduced to it, she had already fallen prey to it. Jill did not know how to feel about the fact her body and mind were so submissive to the whims of a high school boy. But the fact that he felt the same about her, at least her body, was a consolation. She wasn't sure if the boy's mind and heart reacted the same as his body bid to her. That was what the entire journey was all about. She was sure the boy had his own doubts about this too. Together they will figure this out. This was the main reason why Jill did not hurry to label whatever was happening between her and the boy. "We are here. Now can you stop with your childishness?" Jill descended to the base and asked the boy to leave her bosom alone. It took a lot of her to say these words to the boy. Having said those words, she found it surprising that she actually managed to say those words to the boy. That was how strong the boy's grip was on her body and mind. Thankfully, her heart had yet to give in. But seeing how things were progressing, Jill felt it would not take long for her heart to also give in to the obscene passion the boy was offering. "We are here already," I said, letting go of Jill's embrace. I hate to admit it, but it felt good to cling to Jill like a cola and enjoy the bliss of her gods-given meat pillows. Jill's eyebrow raised, hearing the boy sound disappointed that they made it to the base. Was he not looking forward to their agreement, or did he want to enjoy her bosom longer? Jill shook her head, not bothering to think too much about it, and said, "We are just in time. My golems just sent me the dungeon-wide analysis report." Jill summoned her grimoire, but before checking the report sent to her by her golems, she used a cleaning card on the saliva covering her cleavage and blouse, then began to button her blouse, but was interrupted by the boy. He skillfully took off her oversized lab coat and then blouse and asked, "Do you have a lab coat smaller than this one?" "Don't bother, I have just the right one for you." What are you doing?" puzzled Jill finally asked. Without answering her, the boy put away her oversized lab coat and blouse. Taking out a smaller-sized white lab coat, he handed it to her, saying, "I have only used it once. I hope you don't mind." It took a while for Jill to understand what the boy was doing, but once she did, she could not help but get angry, as she was not a toy for him to play doll up with her. But before she could unload on him, he hurriedly said, "If you do this for me, I will do one thing for you." Jill, who was about to go ballistic on the boy, paused, feeling what the boy proposed was reasonable enough. She uttered, "Fine," and wore the lab coat over her black floral design bra, without a blouse between them. The lab coat was a perfect fit for Jill. As a result, she could not button it at her chest area, which led to her revealing very deep cleavage and part of her black floral design bra. Jill finally understood what the boy was after. Jill sat amidst the various equipment with her head buried in the grimoire, going through the reports sent by her golems. She looked very focused on her work, and my ogling her cleavage did not seem to bother her in the slightest. But her rosy cheeks and thumping heart betrayed her. Jill herself was surprised that she was having trouble concentrating on her work. With her high concentration, this was never a problem for her. But this time her hyper-concentration was out of control. Instead of concentrating on the report in front of her, she kept thinking about the mesmerizing fragrance of the boy's scent, the warmth of his touch, and the sweetness of his saliva. She can't help but keep wanting to rush back into the boy's sultry embrace. Jill found that for the first time in her life, her high concentration was not highlighting the imperfections of the boy. Instead, it was working hand in hand with her arousal. The boy's body was flawless, but he was far from perfect, as Jill believed her to be above a cave woman, as she saw more than the meat body and enjoyed both the IQ and EQ of her partner. But as the situation would have it, both her mind and body were showing signs of being addicted to the boy's body. Jill's physical relationship with the boy has only progressed till the second base. Therefore, this discovery rang alarms in Jill's mind, and she could not help but imagine what will happen when she becomes one with the boy. Just when Jill was considering being cautious toward the boy, she felt his lecherous gaze on her skin, and instantly her mind went blank, then began to look forward to their appointment. This was the curse of her high concentration. Usually, it kept her from getting aroused, but today it was turning her into a salivating itch and heat. Something Jill considered her strength today had turned into her greatest weakness. But Jill did not give in to her obscene desires multiplied by her high concentration. She took it as the greatest test in her career as a researcher and forced herself to prioritize the report in front of her. Even though Jill could force her mind, the same could not be said for her erect nipples and wet panty. The more fiercely she tried to resist it, the more intensely her body reacted. This reaction from her body was in response to the boy's lustful gaze. Just the thought that the boy was aroused by her shapely body had aroused her too, causing Jill unable to fathom the reaction her body would have when they would finally do the deed. Just like that, Jill got distracted with thoughts of the boy, and forgetting her resolve, she once again daydreamed of her appointment with the boy instead of verifying the reports. "Jill, are you there?" I called out to Jill, finding her lost in her thoughts instead of going through the reports sent to her by her golems. Huh. Jill awakened from her shameful daydream, and her rosy cheeks turned red-hot in embarrassment as she spent important time thinking of useless thoughts instead of doing her work like a dumb bimbo, one of the kinds of womankind that Jill hated the most. Feeling Jill was too stressed to work, I extended my hand towards her. Jill glared fiercely, but she did not resist it. Then I sat by her side and pulled her into my embrace. Her head rested on my chest while my arm was warped around her. How about we let the golem take over the work, just for an hour or two? Jill did not answer. Coming into the boy's embrace, chaos had descended in her mind. She just nodded her head and switched on the away-from-base mode, ordering the golems to act according to the predetermined functions and protocols. Then retracting her grimoire, she lifted her head to look into the boy's eyes. As Jill stared into his eyes, she found that the boy's eyes peered into hers. Looking deep into Jill's eyes, I leaned in, locking my lips with hers, and breaking the last of any reluctance she had left. She kissed back, my tongue dived into hers, and our tongues intertwined in a passionate struggle of simulation. Later, I gently drove her onto the floor. Seeing the defenseless Jill under my mercy, I felt the desires and fantasies that I had suppressed for a long time surface, and pushed my lips onto her in a fiery kiss. Then I felt her hands fiddle with my clothes while I skillfully pulled open her lab coat. Then, trailing my tongue onto her neck with one hand, I unfastened her black floral design bra masterfully, while the other cupped her breast tenderly. Once Jill's lab coat and bra were quickly laid on the floor, I brought her erect nipples to my fingers and mouth. Then I passionately kissed and bit them. Jill moaned, as the boy's touch and alive spread a titillating sensation within her body, and pearl-white skin was flushed red. Before she could come to terms with this sensation, Jill felt nefarious fire spread within her, causing more moans to escape from her lips. Seeing Jill quiver in pleasure under me defensively, I felt a wild instinct awaken inside of me. The wild instinct in me wanted to see Jill beg for mercy from too much pleasure. Seeing how just me playing with her nipples aroused her to the level of her nether region overflowing with juice through her panty, I felt it would not be difficult. These thoughts were like pouring oil into the sinful fire burning within me. Jill, who was rendered motionless with intense pleasure, suddenly felt overwhelmed by dread seeing the evilness within the boy's eyes. His criminal hands no longer limited themselves to her bosom and every corner of her luscious body. Laying Jill on the floor wet with her love juice, I slowly spread her legs wide and took a second to appreciate Jill's hairless, drooling nether region. Then I used my index finger to dig into it, causing more juice to flush out. Then I looked at Jill's face. It was flushed with pleasure. She could not make heads or tails. She seemed exhausted yet filled with energy. The pleasure had made her mind go haywire, but her body was still at its peak, yelling to bring it on. Compared to Jill's body's unwavering body, her mind was nearly collapsing with continued sexual gratification. Despite having orgasmed twice, Jill's mind kept thinking about the bulge in the boy's pants and the majestic stiff salute of his little brother when he unfastened his pants and underwear. The warmth of his rod still lingered between her fingers' tips. Her mind was nearing its collapsing point, yet it kept playing the moment in her mind loop. Jill could not help but the dimensions of the boy's meat rod. Its inhumane length along with its extra fat girth were still fresh in her mind, and could not help but compare it to the genitals of a male orc she had hunted, maybe even bigger, and wondered if it was normal for a human to have something even the monster could not compare to. Was it the same for all human males? Jill was not worried whether the boy's long meat would fit in her vagina, as she felt that if her opposite sex was bestowed with such endowment, then it was only granted that her cave was created to nest that anaconda. Considering that she could give birth to a child with that little thing, she did not feel that she would have any problem taking that fat meat in it. Yes, as a researcher, Jill should know better than that, but skipped sex ed, feeling it was not worth her wasting time on something they people learn naturally with age. Even cave people figure to copulate. So hard could it be? What Jill did not know was that she was in for a surprise. The boy continues to tease Jill's nether region. She was not only experiencing the long-awaited adult pleasure, but also learning new things about her body that she thought were impossible. Just when she thought her body could no longer produce more fluids, there came the waterworks. As a dignified adult from a civilized era, Jill found it really embarrassing that she kept leaking every other minute. As time went on, Jill began to realize that the boy was becoming more familiar with her body. He invaded her lips and neck with his tongue, kissing and covering her body in hickeys while his right hand kept milking her vagina and the left kept tunning her erect and I please. MHHMH. Jill was under the total mercy of the boy. All she could was keep moaning in pleasure while he made a mess out of her body. Jill had never been in such a position in her entire life. She could not believe she was allowing herself to be in such a position, willingly at that. She wanted to take charge of the situation, but she did not know how. Now she really wanted to go back in time and smack her past self for thinking that learning the art of pleasing her partner was beneath her. But this thought only lasted for a second before it once again was replaced by the purest form of pleasure. Jill was a researcher who forced the Morningstar University to agree to her terms. The pride she had was nothing short of the devil of pride himself. Therefore, despite the insane pleasure her body and mind experienced, her nature kept her from giving in to the pleasure and struggling for control. All this started as her wanting to experience what it felt like to experience womanhood, but the thought that her body and mind would fall prey to the boy never crossed her mind. And now she was no different from any other nymphomaniac she used to despise. Only Jill knew the internal struggle she was going through for her to pause her research and indulge in obscene pleasure. She wanted to get angry at herself for feeling a sense of pleasure from the embarrassment and shame of being pinned down and being at someone else's mercy. She was really perplexed at the fact that how can she find joy in being helpless as responded and reacted to the wimps of another person. The fact that the boy could see through the secrets of her body, what turned her on, what made her crazy so easily, was a sign of weakness for Jill. Now that Jill had been through numerous orgasms, she could finally find moments to entertain these thoughts. She wanted to utilize her strength and pin the boy down and have him at the mercy of her body, but remembering the unsatisfied expression of the boy of the time when she curiously played with his meat rod, she could not help suppress her rebellious thoughts. Not to mention, under the constant waves of pleasure that swept her body, Jill found it hard to gather her rebellious will. Her high concentration was of no help here. Rather, it was her nemesis in this situation, as it kept her from concentrating on the shame, embarrassment, and anger she felt for being a squeaking pig in heat. It forced her to concentrate on the pleasure she felt as the boy managed to awaken all of her erogenous spots, spreading a titillating sensation in her body that grew to the point that her vagina flooded with love juices. Jill could not help but wonder, where are all these juices coming from? How come she has not died of dehydration by now? Jill had long given up on understanding her body and had made a resolution that she would learn to please men and take revenge on the boy. Yes, she was grateful to the boy for his selfless loving, but he and she knew this was more than that. She may be losing now, but next time she will regain her dignity by returning him tenfold the amount of selfless loving he had done for her. I looked like I just walked out of a shower, but when really I was just soaked in Jill's love juices. My body muscles looked like they were massaged with oil and glittered under the lamplight, revealing that they were ever not covered in oil, but instead drenched in Jill's body fluids. I was never a generous lover, but today, for the first time, I did something selfish without expecting any sexual favor in return. Why did I have a sudden change of heart? Was it because it was Jill's first time? No. While pleasing Jill, I have come across something interesting, and I coined it as hormonal dominance. As the name suggested, hormonal dominance was indeed related to the hormonal reactions in our bodies. The attraction between the opposite sex was explained using hormonal activity. Back on Earth, it was proved that hormones played a huge role in sexual desire and arousal. It went something like having higher levels of estrogen in the body promoted vaginal lubrication and increased sexual desire in women. I was not interested in that. I did not need to do research to please my woman. There was also this other theory that talked about how strong activity of sexual hormones in one partner could activate the sexual hormones of the other partner. The reason why this thought crossed my mind when I had a beauty like Jill under me was that the Hive AI alert me about Jill's sexual hormone trying to influence my hormones. As a card apprentice's realm increased, their body also slowly evolved into something that only can be described as a better version or an improvement over the previous one. Though the increase in the strength was undeniable, what if it wasn't just the person's strength increasing, but other functions of his body improving? All this was already discovered, And it was indeed found that when a card apprentice enters a higher realm, their body also improves. But this research never spoke about the influence of the higher realm card apprentice on the opposite sex with the lower realm. Like how in the wild, how all the female animals want to carry the child of the alpha, would a female human prefer a male partner in the same realm as her or a higher realm than her? It was already apparent to us that our sexual feelings were not within our control, so who would the female choose? A partner in the same realm or a partner in the higher realm? If we were to consider the rule of the wild, then females could not help but feel more attracted to a partner in a higher realm than them. That would mean that the card apprentice and lower would not be able to control themselves in the presence of the opposite sex with a higher realm. If that were true, then the world would be in utter madness. Seeing how the world was functioning fine, it would be safe to assume the influence of the sexual hormones of the higher realm card apprentice on the lower realm card apprentice was not apparent as it was among the animals. I would like to attribute it to the sentience of the human race. But that did not erase the possibility of the hormones of the higher realm influencing the lower realm. After going through a small simulation, I realized this was true for the card apprentice who overly relied on soul and soul energy, as they did not explore the power of their body, but the same was not true for Voltronians. Now I was starting to understand why back on Earth in presence of the Voltronian bastard, even the bravest of the soldiers humankind has seen could not help but find them questioning their own manliness. And the virtuous women found themselves drenching their panties and ogling him like a couple of nymphomaniacs. It was not that Voltronian bastard was too handsome, rather his sexual hormonal reaction was stronger compared to that of mere mortals. This could explain why Jaya's attitude me changed ever since I gained the Voltronian physique. Not was I the only pure Voltronian in her vicinity, but I was a lot stronger than her. The sex-mad look she had in her eyes whenever she saw me was just her hormones showing submission to my hormones. As a card king, Jill's bodily functions were more enhanced than mine. Even though she did not train to make use of her physical prowess, the difference between the strength between us was too large, so even without Jill herself being aware when she was experiencing the peak of pleasure, her hormones tried to influence my hormones. The influence I speak of here was my hormones, which were basically responsible for my sexual desire and arousal starting to become dependent on Jill's hormones, such that any sexual urges or gratification I would feel henceforth would depend on Jill. Meaning, except for Jill, I would find it very hard to be aroused by anyone else unless their hormonal influence is stronger than that of Jill. Like how one pack cannot have two alphas. The more I learned about the Voltronian way, the more I felt that it was not a surprise that despite their prowess, they became their own undoing. I guess this was to be expected from a race that was modeled after the demons. The realm hierarchy in the demons was stronger than in any creatures this world had seen. The only way for the demons to maintain order among themselves was for all of them to get under the strongest, making it possible for them to rebel against the realm hierarchy that was ingrained in their nature. So under the umbrella of the strongest, the rest of the demons live with more freedom, unshackled by the limitations of their realms. In this world of Card Apprentice, I could use my gigamite physique to wreak havoc among those in my realm and below, but enough about that, back to the point. Hormonal dominance was the reason why I focused on selflessly pleasuring Jill. This was not because I was influenced by the power of her hormones, rather, I wanted to check if Jill were to achieve sexual gratification, would the influence of her hormones on my hormones decrease? After helping Jill achieve multiple orgasms, I came to find that I was far from the number of orgasms required to completely erase the influence of Jill's hormones on my hormones. But yes, achieving sexual gratification does dampen the influence of hormones. Having spent nearly 2 hours selflessly pleasuring Jill, I was finally done gathering data on hormonal dominance. It started with me trying to relieve Jill's sexual tension so that she could focus on work, but then I came across something which had the potential to become every pervert's dream skill. The best part about this was I need a focus group to test out the data I have collected from Jill. And I had a few people in mind that would be willing to help me with that. Done quenching my curiosity, I decided to finally feed my little brother. He has been hungry for hours. Getting no attention, he was starting to feel a little blue. Then I turned to look at Jill, only to find she was staring at my little brother intently. It was as if she wanted to swallow it whole, but there was a strong hesitation in her eyes. It may be because of what I said earlier. I like how she was willing to give back, But that girl did not know what she was doing when it came to pleasing a man. Considering the hunger my little brother was feeling, I did not have the time to show her the ropes. So I decided to save those classes for our next session and said, "This next part is going to hurt at first, so bear with me." Jill did not speak. Instead, she answered by nodding like a naive little rabbit, which was opposite to her usual arrogant and prideful self. Especially compared to the Jill I met the first time, Jill under me felt like a completely different person. She drooled as her lust-filled nymphomaniac eyes stared at my meat road, as if it were the world's tastiest sausage. After countless orgasms, Jill was shocked to find that her sexual libido only decreased by a little. She did not experience adult pleasure before, but she felt that what the boy offered was as premium as it could get. Jill began to blame her high concentration for this. Usually, it would work to decrease her sexual desire, but today for the first time it was working to increase her sexual craving. Jill wondered what changed. Was it the boy? Considering the circumstance of all her previous opportunities and this opportunity, the only variable was her partner. Jill would not prefer to brag about her beauty, as she liked others to see that there was more to her than her physical appearance, but she had been ranked in the top 100 campus bellas in both her university and the Morningstar University. She did not take pride in that, but it was an undeniable fact. So her suitors were also all with impeccable backgrounds and achievements. To be honest, the boy was the least eye-catching compared to all her suitors. The boy had the most perfect body she had seen so far and had an intellect that would not bore her, but other than that he had nothing to show for. So she could not help but wonder why were her body and mind reacting so intently to the boy. Just his presence alone was enough to send her mind into chaos. Begging the question, what was special about this boy compared to her other suitors? What did this boy have that the others did not? Jill's curiosity to understand the boy's mind and body grew to the point where it could be considered an obsession, but at present, her obsession with his meat shaft overshadowed her other thoughts. She felt as if her uterus would crawl out if she delayed feeding it the boy's meat rod any longer. Therefore, when the boy said that the next part was going to hurt, it took a while for her foggy mind to understand what he was hinting at, but once she understood it, she immediately nodded, showing her willingness with dreamy, pleasure-consumed eyes of hers staring into the boy's as she slowly spread her thighs and plunged in. Aart. A jolt of pain struck Jill's body. At her nether region, she groaned in pain as blood trailed her thighs as a result of her broken hymen. Then the boy leaned in while she stared into his comforting eyes. Laying on top of her, he used his hand to brush her hair and whispered, "It's all right. Let your body rest. And by the way, have I ever mentioned that your eyes are beautiful?" Hearing the strong but tender voice of the boy, Jill tightly wrapped her arms around his neck, bracing herself for the boy's thrusts, and though the pain was unbearable, she found some comfort in the boy's eyes, which were filled with nothing but passion for her. Knowing that she was the only one in his eyes and mind at present, Jill, for some unknown reason, found it comforting and soothing. Following his soothing voice, Jill found that her vagina, which had been aching from pain a moment ago, was now aching for the boy's meat rod. Jill knew this was not a normal reaction for a lady's first time. Her folds, no matter how aroused, should not be this gotten used to and be excited for more thrust just after having her hymen broken. Then Jill found that her urethra and ovaries were showing odd behavior, as if the boy's meat rod was the chosen one they had been saving themselves for. Jill could no longer understand her own body. Why was it reacting the way it was? This was not normal. Therefore, Jill could not help but wonder if there was a problem with the boy. Even if he were using some weird cards or runes or some other tricks, she would know. It was impossible for a card soldier to pull wool under her eyes. There was something clearly going on here that she was unable to see. Her body as a whole, for some odd reason, was obsessing over the boy, so much so that her bodily reactions were reacting to serve the boy better. What the heck? It was as if her body was a sex toy optimized for the boy. While Jill, who had her foggy mind cleared by the jolting pain of her hymen being broken, soon felt her high concentration pull her back into the passion and pleasure-governed world. It was not that Jill was not in consent or enjoying her intercourse with the boy. But she hated the fact that her high concentration had turned her into a deranged, sex-crazed nymphomaniac who could not keep drooling staring at the boy. She felt all her dignity as a reputed and respected researcher was ruined because of this. She enjoyed intimacy with a boy, but this was not her. Yes, it was her body reacting to the boy and his A-grade effort, but her high concentration stopped her from showing self-restraint. As a lady, she wanted her partner to remember her at her best, even in bed, but thanks to her high concentration, she was reduced to a sex-crazed slut. She agreed that the high concentration of hers doubled the pleasure and passion she felt, but after this, she did not think she could look the boy in his eyes. Whenever he will see her, he will remember this movement. This was not her, this was an unrestrained sex-manic version of her unleashed by her high concentration. Jill's complicated thoughts were muddled by the sense of pleasure her high concentration and ovary were feeding to her mind. She only looked into the boy's passion-filled eyes, awaiting him to continue his thrusts. Jill was thankful that her sex-crazed self did not say something that would embarrass her and could haunt her for the rest of her life whenever she remembered her first or she saw the boy who took her first. As if the boy could feel that her folds were ready for being assaulted further, he gently moved his hips to and fro. Jill's vagina, which had been doped by her ovaries, craved more. It wanted the boy to go faster. It wanted the boy's shaft to ravage it and make a mess out of it. So its walls start to collapse on the boy's meat rod, tightening its grip around it, signaling the boy that they were ready and to let it rip. Feeling Jill's folds react to my little brother, I knew that the pain had set in and was being replaced by pleasure, making Jill carve for more, meaning he did not have to hold back anymore. Though he was no expert on breaking hymen, Jill seemed to have recovered quicker than I have seen in my experience. It may be her card king physique at work. I mean, the recovery of the card king was very high. Maybe the same applied to the female genitals. I was no expert, I could only go with the flow. But it was hard to focus with my Hive AI buzzing in my head with warning alerts. I wanted to give Jill my full attention for her first, but remembering the consequences of her hormones influencing mine, I had to spare a thought for what the Hive AI was freaking out about, and it was for the best that I did, as it was serious. Jill's hormonal reaction was off the charts. If it was any other card king, then they would have been already under the control of Jill's sexual hormones. I was safe despite Jill's hormones going to the extreme because of the Dungeon Calamity seed shell covering my Calamity soul gem. This allowed Hive AI to have the highest control over my body. Unless someone were able to get past the Dungeon Calamity seed shell, then it was impossible for them to get past the control of Hive AI over my body. If not for my cheats, I would be nothing more than a brain sex zombie for Jill's hormones to get their fix. Which was very terrible, not just for me, but Jill, because, God help her, if the thing between us doesn't work out for some reason, then she will never be able to have passionate love with someone she loved. Not my problem. Thinking that, I began to violently thrust my shaft in Jill's fold. The sound of the friction between Jill's vagina walls and my meat rod was amplified by her fluids, which act better than the best lubricant out on the market, against what the physics claimed. Pa 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 pa. Oh. MHM. Aha. The faster I got, the more unrestrained Jill's groans got. I felt that it would be challenging to have Jill forget herself and scream in pleasure, but I was starting to have doubts about whether I was that good, or that Jill's libido was just that wild and unrestrained. I never expect Jill as the loud one in the bed. I wanted to credit myself for it, but I couldn't, as I came to learn that the dignified and elegant Jill was nasty and wild as they come in the bed. The ancestors couldn't be more right when they said that don't judge a book by its cover. Oh, faster. Hearing Jill, I looked at her in disbelief. I was utilizing my Gigamite physique to its peak, yet she craved for me. This was crazy, as at my current speed for a naked eye, it would be hard to tell whether I am really moving my hip. Yes, that was how fast I was moving my hip. At first, I wanted to have self-control worrying about Jill's vagina, but the faster I got, Jill's folds adapted to it instantly. Seeing this, I began to step on it, only to find that Jill's vagina wall adapt to the fast speed I had to provide physically. Now I knew there was something abnormal about Jill's body, from the reaction of her insane sexual libido to highly active sexual hormones, to quick recovery, to instant adaptation. This was not something a card apprentice would gain as their body advanced to a higher realm. This was something totally different. Despite how excited we both go, Jill's heartbeat would race for a moment, but then it would become regular. This was puzzling. Even though I was doing all of the work, Jill was doing nothing but lay there and scream in heat. This bout of arousal warranted her heart to throb insanely. Clearly, there were unknown changes influencing Jill's body. At first, when I was pleasing her orally, it was not obvious, but now it was becoming apparent. This had gotten more than what I bargained for. I knew pleasing a card king would be a challenge, but this was not what I signed up for. If not for my cheats, I would not make it this far, and would become a pleasure zombie for Jill. No matter what, this had gotten personal. Haste, haste, I chanted twice, summoning my grimoire. Item card Beelzebub's Wings, skill haste. Summon card Elusive Puss, skill haste. My past lovers had taught me better than to leave a girl unsatisfied in bed. So when Jill yelled for more speed, I decided to make use of everything in my arsenal to give Jill what she wanted. With the superimposed effect of 2 haste skills, I continued to assault Jill's cave. Pa 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 pa. Oh, MHM. That's it, more. I want more. Jill screamed at the top of her lungs with the sudden acceleration of the boy's thrusts. It almost gave her brain freeze. The speed of penetration had increased to such a level that there was no longer any interval in the sound of the boy's ball slapping against Jill's ass. It was as if a rifle was switched from semi-automatic to full automatic. The boy's thrust had reached the point where his meat rod would be in and out of Jill's folds even before they could collapse. With the assistance of 2 stacked haste skills, I was finally able to throw Jill's vagina behind, causing a jolt of pleasure to spread throughout Jill's erogenous zones. But I did not celebrate, as I knew Jill's abnormal meat cave will catch up with me. The only consolation was that despite the insane sexual libido shown by Jill, she had numerous orgasms in the last hour, showing that I was not the fault here. It seemed as if Jill's vagina was being recharged by some kind of inexhaustible sexual nuclear power plant. The more I thought of the unscientific supernatural changes in Jill's body, and saw how even after numerous orgasms and sexual gratifications, she showed no exhaustion, I reached a dreadful conclusion that this may only end with me turning into Jill's persona sex zombie, or one of us dying due to exhaustion. These were the only options, as I would rather die than be defeated in bed. There were not many things I stood for, but sexual pride was one of the few things I was willing to stake my second chance at living a chill life. There were some things in life you cannot get behind, and for me, one of them was my 100% satisfaction guarantee. I will fight till death to uphold it. And I have a feeling that Jill would not let me go. For many obvious reasons, Jill's changes were starting to resemble the traits of a female mantis and many females in spider species. Both species were known to kill or eat their male partners after procreation. These species were just a few examples of having a mating ritual that ends up horribly wrong for the male. And Jill's hormonal dominance was aiming for something worse than that. When I compared Jill's sexual appetite with the mating rituals of the mantis or spider species, I had an idea that I could put an end to Jill's intense ache for my meat shaft by feeding her my sperms, but that also meant that there were chances of me facing a horrible end like the males of the species. I remember remembering a male spider of certain species using its web to tie up the female spider to escape after procreating. I did not have such luxury. Jill was way stronger than me. Something like that would not work on her. I could try this, as I was not worried about dying thanks to the Calamity Soul gem, but I could not get behind getting Jill pregnant, just for the possibility that it would be a way to satisfy Jill's abnormal sexual desire. Not to mention children were my backup plan for when I get bored of my chill life. I haven't even gotten close to achieving my chill life, let alone getting bored of it. Besides, this was just a theory that suddenly came to me. I am surprised that I am even considering it. There was no way Jill would indulge in such mating rituals. However, the changes displayed by Jill were also unheard of, so it would not hurt me to keep an open mind. Regardless of what transformation Jill's body underwent sexually, it had turned her into a sex-crazed demon with a pussy that could devour any man's meat within seconds and ovaries that could turn any man into her personal sex zombie. Though it was getting harder and harder for me to keep up with Jill, the pleasure I felt was heavenly. It was as if her vagina was molded specifically to fit my shaft. If I were asked to describe the pleasure I was feeling, I would be without words. There were many words in the dictionary, but none came near to describe the pleasure I was feeling right now. I mean, I could try, but any word I could think of would not be doing Jill's pussy any justice. Oh, Jill's groans have become louder and louder since we started, showing that Jill's transformation was not just limited to her body, but her mind too. Because the Jill I knew would never show such a shameful side to any man, even if it were her soulmate. I for a fact knew that I was not her soulmate, no matter how hard her hormones were trying to tell me otherwise. Ever since invaded Jill's cave, the phenomena that I would like to call hormonal dominance had become more and more intense. It was as if they were trying to get to my mind through my hormones by generating false feelings in my mind about Jill that I did not have for her in the first place. It was dreadful how Jill's hormones, seeing that they could not get me to submit to sexual gratification, was starting to aim to satisfy me emotionally by influencing my hormones to generate a false sense of infatuation for Jill. In fact, it was going beyond that. It was trying to make me think that Jill was the one and only love of my life. I heard of women being so good at pleasuring men that they could get them to do anything they want, but this was the first time I was seeing it in practice. What those women achieved was purely because of their skill. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to call them sex artists, but as this was Jill's first, her achievements were mostly due to her hormonal dominance than any skills. Know what the pleasure was real and insane. I was enjoying it, but things became distasteful once Jill's hormones started to try and mess with my mind by influencing my hormones to implant feeling for Jill in me. I was okay with pure pleasure even at the cost of death by exhaustion, or even worse, turning into a mindless sex zombie. But once it began to make things complicated by trying to mess with my mind, I knew this had to be put an end to. With that thought, I partially released my gigamite physique, causing my height, body weight, and the length of my shaft increase as a result. I did not unlock my complete Vigamite physique because I had locked my 3 slave consciousnesses. I would not have to if recently I had not decided to let them grow individuality so that they can be more than drones that do what I order them to. Still, the partial release was enough to get the reaction I was expecting from Jill, as her moans and groans got louder and faster. Just when I was starting to feel that I could win this, the effect of the 2 haste skills was no longer enough, alarming me awake from the pleasure. As a result, I consider something that I would not in normal circumstances. I decided to make use of the second transformation of the Calamity Soul Gem. Considering the size of my second transformation, I could do some real damage to Jill by transforming while being connected to her. But over the weeks since I had formed my Calamity Daughter Gem, I have grown to learn how to control the transformation skill skillfully, to the point where I can use the second transformation skill of Calamity Soul Gem partially. I called it partial transformation. With this, I could grow my size anywhere between my current size to the maximum size of my second transformation, allowing me make for the lack of the speed with more length and girth. Soon Jill felt her arms that had coiled around the boy's back unfasten. Then she felt that his meat shaft was reaching the deepest part of her meat cave, which it could not reach, before causing Jill to rise her back, stretch her neck with her head looking back, and eyes rolling, showing nothing but white, as if she was possessed. In some way, she was indeed possessed with the pleasure of supernatural pleasure that was out of this world. Jill's pleasure-filled moan shout followed. "Oh yeah, that's it. Deeper, go deeper." Hearing Jill pleasure-filled scream, I let go of the little hesitation I was feeling. So I began to increase my size to see how much Jill's vagina could handle. If it were any normal time, I would not be so insensitive, but Jill's body's abnormal changes had freed my worries. Jill was able to recover from the pain of her hymen breaking within a breath, so I was really looking forward to how far Jill's unidentified bodily changes could take. Since Jill could no longer wrap her arms around the boy's hands were free, they dug into the floor and dragged on it to leave deep scratch marks on it. The craziest part was soon my shaft made it out of Jill's meat cave and entered her love pool. Then pretty soon it met a dead end, yet Jill showed no trace of pain. Instead, her vagina adapted to the growth of my rod at a frightening speed and coiled around it with insane grip. I was starting to doubt whether Jill was conscious, but the grip of her folds on my meat rod told otherwise. However, her white eyes told a different story. I could not help but worry for Jill, and no longer continue to increase my size, and tried to free my meat shaft from Jill's folds, but they were stuck to it, forming strong suction on it with help of her bodily fluids. No matter my strength, it was nothing compared to Jill's card king strength, so I could not break free. Soon I felt Jill's vagina suck on my cock on its own, causing me to freak out and decide to put an end to this. But the problem was I did not know why the changes to Jill's body were happening. Come to think of what Jill's hormonal dominance was trying to achieve, what was its end game here? The best I could come up with was the cannibalistic mating ritual practiced by the insects. Other than that, based on the data Hive AI recorded by observing Jill's physical and hormonal reactions, I could only come to one conclusion. Jill was a sex monster, born to devour mankind. But considering Jill's dry past, that wasn't it. Clearly, there was a reason why her body was reacting the way it was right now. If it were like this from the start, Jill Hyman would not been intact. The only obvious point here was that it was trying very hard to have me achieve orgasm. I mean, Jill was the best I had so far, and the pleasure I got by thrusting my meat shaft in her meat cave was insane. If not for the Hive AI watching out for me, I would have shot my load into Jill long ago. The Gigamite physique was notorious for its physical fitness, but it was brought to its knees by her Vagina, meaning Jill's Vagina would not have any trouble getting any man to achieve orgasm, but it had met its match with Hive AI. Considering how hard Jill's body was trying to have me achieve orgasm when connected to her, the insane cannibalistic mating ritual of the mantis and other insect species was back on the table, as the only other way of freeing myself from my current predicament was hurting Jill or giving up on this body and constructing a new, but I did not want to do either of them unless I was left with no choice. Jill, WTF? Jill, can you hear me? I had strong evidence to believe that Jill's ovaries had taken over Jill's body, so I called her out to verify before I took the necessary actions. Oh, MHM. My question was received with pleasure-filled moans and groans. Right now, I was barely doing any work. Jill's folds used their super suction to move my eyes to and fro. The speed and rhythm were all right, but it was now near what I had achieved at my peak. This gave me more evidence that Jill's body was willing to cross any biological norms just to have me achieve orgasm, or shall I say feed it my sperm. Just when I was planning to do something drastic for Jill's and my sake, I heard an eerie voice. WTCCUM in-eyed me. Wyatt see him inside me. Wyatt see him inside me. Wyatt see him inside me. The eerie voice was no other than Jill. To be exact, Jill's ovaries. Not only did it take over Jill's vocal cord, but it mimicked her voice and also learned to express its demands to me in human language and kept repeating it, like a broken old recorder. That wasn't the freakiest part. I got a sense that it knew I knew it wasn't Jill, but her ovaries talking. Wyatt, come inside me. Wyatt, come inside me. As if anybody could possibly come to that voice, I thought before beginning to implement my point. My first contingency was to return to my normal size and quickly put out before Jill's body could react. A simple plan. What could possibly go wrong? As my body reverted to its original size, Jill's vagina reverted to its original size, but once did it lose its grip on my meat shaft. It was as if it could read my mind. No, it was not reading my mind. How could a set of female sexual parts gone rogue read a man's mind? No, silly, it was reading my body. Yes, Jill's hormones read my hormones and fed them to her ovary, which instructed Jill's body to resize its trap accordingly. Just like that, Jill's female reproduction threw all of the contingencies I planned out of the window, all except one. This last one seemed absolute, but I felt the same about the previous ones too, yet Jill's ovaries best them with one move, so it was too early for me to conclude anything. The last contingency I was left with was to give Jill's body what it demanded, my sperm. One thing though, these were going to be fake ones with no proteins that were required for impregnation. Basically, I will be shooting blacks. As I went through my plan for one last time in my head, I heard the flaw in it. Since Jill's body could basically read my body, won't it know that I was shooting fake sperm incapable of impregnating it? Now that was a problem. The only way to ensure the success of this plan would be to stop Jill's ovary from listening in on my body signals. Now that was only possible if I was as strong as Jill, but I wasn't. So, I had to think of something else. That's when it hit me, since I was faking it. Why not fake it all the way? I mean, instead of shooting fake sperm, why not fake my impotence? Why stop there? Why don't I fake my gender? As I thought that I knew it would not be possible for me to fake my impotence or my gender, even if it were to save my life. This was not about me being confident about my manhood. It was entirely about something different. Because just faking it would not work, I would have to be impotent or change my gender until Jill regains control of her body. Therefore, I decided to pretend. I could shut down all body functions and literally disconnect my calamity, soul gem, from my current body. This would basically mean my soul had left my body. No matter how intelligent Jill's genitals were, they could not force a corpse to impregnate them. They would have to shut down until Jill finds another partner that interests them. I don't know what the criteria were for Jill's supernatural sexual awakening, but considering that my gigamite physique and calamity daughter's soul were one of a kind, one thing was for sure: they were set at the near impossible bar. Hopefully, once Jill regains control of her body, she is able to control what this was. Because I don't think faking my death for the second time would work on Jill's sentient genitals. If there was one thing I had come to understand from this experience was to never underestimate what a female body could do. I mean, Jill's body broke all the norms of sex for me. It wasn't that far from changing the entire definition of sex in my dictionary. I followed through with my plan, and to my surprise, Jill's folds continued to suck even on my flaccid dick. It continued to do so until my disconnected body lost its warmth. I had a part in the blame for this, as even when limp my meat shaft was humongous for a female vagina. So it did not take Jill's folds much effort to adapt to my soft dick and continue sucking on it. When my disconnected body was as cold as a corpse, Jill's vagina finally let go of its shaft and returned to normal, handling Jill the control of her body. What happened? Jill's limp body rolled in her fluids, covering the floor as she regained consciousness. Error. Soon a high-pitched, horror-filled scream sounded throughout the dungeon, which was a change of pace compared to the several hours of rhythmic, pleasure-filled moans and groans. Wyatt, Wyatt, wake up! Wyatt! Jill shook the boy's cold naked, overcoming her initial shock at finding his corpse. What are you trying to achieve by shaking a corpse? You do know that it will not bring the dead back, I said from behind Jill as I burrowed out of the floor of the base. No matter how strong and reliable body parts of my gigamite physique were, even they could not survive long after being completely cut off from blood and soul energy. Usually, it would take days before a body with the gigamite physique could be considered garbage after death. That is because even after death, there would be some residual soul energy left in the body for it to last for days before succumbing to nature. Since I had made sure to turn off all body functions and leave no soul energy in the body before disconnecting it from the body. So before Jill could regain consciousness, the body had reached its expiration. Therefore, once Jill regained consciousness and showed that she was in control of her body, I had to have my calamity use myriad devil transformation skills to morph into a worm monster, burrow into the floor from my body, and then burrow out from the floor in a new human body. Jill was so shaken from the fact that she had killed her first and only partner that she somehow managed to cry through all this. Yes, I do be you, Jill answered, unaware of her surroundings, and then it hit her. Shouldn't she be alone in the dungeon? Not to mention the voice sounded a little familiar. Spiked. Jill slowly turned her head to find the boy burrowing out of her base floor, and screamed out in horror as if she had seen a ghost. Aha! Good to see you too. Saying that, I established a temporary cleansing array to clean the base's floor, Jill, I, and our clothes. Then I began to dress. You are alive. How are you alive? Jill asked as she repeatedly looked back and forth between the boy's corpse on the floor and the boy getting dressed in front of her. Don't ask, it is a trick of mine. Adding sex with you, this trick of mine has saved my life for the third time, I answered, having dressed. What? Hearing the boy compare sex with her to death, Jill cried despite knowing that to be true. Don't you dare, I said, glaring at Jill while I took Anna's ring from my corpse before disintegrating the corpse using the space discretion array. Sorry. Jill meekly apologized, but I yelled, not enough. Jill did not argue back, which was unsatisfactory for me, because I wanted to give her an earful. I selflessly pleasure your genitals for hours despite not getting the same favor in return. Then I ram your folds so hard that your eyes roll up and turn white, but what do I get in return? A case of serious blue balls, a real-life, R18 horror show. I almost died from being sucked dry. What happened back then was so freak that if it was somebody else in place, they would have been scared into abstaining from sex. That's how bad it was. Unless you have a valid explanation for this, you don't get off with sorry. But then I went ahead and gave Jill an earful anyway. I am sorry, Wyatt. I am really sorry. Jill continued to apologize with teary eyes. It seems this experience was traumatic for her too. Considering this was her first time, she may be the one ending up abstaining from sex. I mean, could imagine being trapped in your own body while your sentient genitals sucked off a corpse. If I put it that way, what I went through doesn't sound that worse. Don't get me wrong, it was bad, but compared to it, what Jill went through was worse. Oh, honey, it's okay. I don't blame you anymore. What happened anyway? I take out Jill's baggy lab coat, and after covering her with it, I hug her and mentally brush her hair, trying to soothe and comfort her. I wasn't the only victim here. Jill was too. Victim of sudden abnormality in Jill's body. If it was somebody else, I would avoid talking about the incident until they were ready out of consideration for a fellow victim. But Jill was a researcher. She would thrive on figuring out why what happened happened. so I was not being insensitive when I asked her what went wrong. I don't know, Jill said as she summoned her platinum grimoire to check her status page for any abnormal status effect. Going through her status page, Jill suddenly gasped. It seems she found the reason behind the abnormal transformation that took over her body was we procreated. What is it? I asked Jill. I have awakened a new physique. It is called carnivorous womb, Jill shared. What? Is it even possible to awaken a physique by procreating? I questioned in disbelief. If you asked me when we met, I would have answered you with a definite no, but now I know I was not as open-minded as I credited myself for. Jill sounded a little disappointed. But it was good to see that she was back to normal, having found the cause for the abnormal transformation she went through during her first coitus ever. If it helps, I too would never have imagined that something like this was possible. I said, hoping these words would console her. But I was lying when I said I did not imagine something like this. Because back on Earth, in the name of fetish and art, artists bent and crossed every boundary imaginable. Jill's carnivorous womb physique was a surprise, but not something mind, bend, or numbing, like how Jill felt. I mean, her physique had shattered her worldview, which as a researcher was not common for Jill, as they were prideful people who took pride in thinking that they knew there was everything to the universe, or at least more than others. Physique, carnivorous womb. Type, awakened physique. Effect, the host's thirst for the continuation of life by reproduction has been enhanced to the peak, resulting in the mutation of their womb into a carnivorous womb that's only function is to find the fittest mate and reproduce at any cost. Additional effects, mate preference, hormonal resonance, hormonal hypnosis, priority alpha, procreation adaptation, alpha progeny, incubator. Note, carnivorous womb is very picky about its mate and unrestrained with its methods. Mate preference. The host can only get aroused when the mate satisfies the carnivorous womb's criteria. Note, the host's sexual desire is intensified when the mate satisfies the carnivorous womb's criteria. Hormonal resonance. Carnivorous womb can use its hormonal reaction to communicate and influence the hormonal reactions of its perfect mate. Note, the influence of the hormonal resonance varies based on the difference in strength between the mates. Hormonal hypnosis. In case the mate chosen is weaker than the host, then the carnivorous womb takes full control of the mate to get enough male fluids to impregnate and serve the host. Note, mate can't break through the hormonal hypnosis once fallen victim. Priority alpha. Carnivorous womb gets priority over all other bodily functions in case a perfect mate is found. Note, this effect doesn't interfere with the normal body function that ensures the survival of the host. Procreation adaptation. The carnivorous womb can adapt its womb to match its mate. Note, cross-species procreation is possible but not preferred. Alpha progeny. The child created will contain the best of the two mates. Note, only the fittest survive. Incubation. In case the host gets into an unexpected accident or sudden death, the carnivorous womb has the capability to turn into an incubator to preserve the fetus till a suitable environment for the growth of the fetus and birth of the child. Note, carnivorous priority is the continuation of life through reproduction, so if necessary, it will use the host to guarantee the birth of a healthy body. Wow! Hearing Jill narrate the effects of the carnivorous womb, I was surprised by its additional effects. Most of this explained what I went through, but I had a feeling Jill was not telling everything about her physique. In her case, I could not hack her grimoire for answers as I did with Asung, so for now, I could only believe she wasn't hiding anything. Wyatt, what is that smell on your body? You say it is your natural body odor, but it keeps stimulating my physique. Jill complained as she felt her cheeks flush and vaginal region heat up again. I immediately let go of Jill and retreated 100 yards. Jill was a beautiful lady, and I was frustrated from not being able to finish earlier, but Jill's carnivorous womb was too much to handle even for me. Jill stared at the boy's retreating figure dumbfoundedly. Despite knowing the reason for the boy's actions, she could not help but feel hurt, because she knew this would be the reaction of all her possible mates in the future. Though Jill was not happy about her carnivorous womb physique, she finally knew the answers to my weirdness about her body, such as why her high concentration would not help with her sexual desire for her other suitors, and rather work against it. It seems she did not have sexual desire for them in the first place, as they were not the carnivorous womb's preferred mate. Even with her high concentration, It was impossible to focus on thoughts and feelings that weren't present in the first place. FCK, don't you think you are overreacting a bit? Jill shouted at the boy who was looking at her cautiously from far away. Overreacting? Your pussy sucked off my fake corpse almost minutes before finally letting go of its limp dick. Pussies are not supposed to do that. Yet you dare to say I am overreacting? I yelled at Jill from afar as I ordered Hive AI to stop the dungeon calamity seed smell emitted from my body. No matter how diluted it was for some reaction, it seemed to excite Jill's physique, and all it did was save me a trip to Cologne so I would not miss it that much. Then I added, I can't overpower you, so I can only think of getting a head start in hopes of outrunning you in case you lose control once again. Whoosh. As soon as I finished yelling, Jill, covered in her baggy lab coat, appeared by my side in a flash, and grabbing me by my shoulder she said, Adorable. You think you can outrun me? FCK. I cussed, fearing that it was too late. Jill was taken over by physique. Sniff, sniff, sniff. Jill began to sniff me and then inquired, What happened to your natural body odor? Now all I can smell is your fear, and it's disgusting. I don't know what you did, but my physique suddenly feels less interested in you. Sigh. Hearing Jill, I sighed in relief, but was stumped figuring out that Jill's carnivorous womb physique was not after me or my gigamite physique, but the dungeon calamity seed part of me. Really? Seeing my reaction, Jill raised her eyebrows and let go of me. Then she folded her hands in front of her chest, giving me the full view of her naked body under the oversized lab coat covering her. Gulped. I gulped my saliva. Despite the scare Jill's physique had given me, I still could not help but feel attracted toward Jill, and then said, As if you don't know why. At least your body is honest. Jill made it clear that the display of her naked body was within her calculations, which led her to the reaction she was looking for. Happy now? Could give me a little privacy. I think I figured out how to fly under the radar of your physique. Really? How will you achieve that? Jill inquired as she, herself, was at wit's end trying to figure out a way to surpass her physique. Simple. From what I have observed and what you disclosed about your physique, I have gathered that it is after my physique. As long as I mask it, I think we will not have to worry about your physique going berserk in my presence. I did not explain the entire process of what I was going to do, as it involved making use of my calamity, soul gem, and other secrets. I see. Jill nodded, hearing the boy's explanation, but she did not miss the boy had not overlooked the fact she might not have disclosed what her physique was capable of entirely. Jill could not help but raise her eyebrow over this. Even though she did not expect the boy to develop feelings for her, she expected him to trust her by now. With everything that transpired between them and the fact that he broke her hymen, the boy would at least trust her words, but it seems he was instead more cautious towards her. This came as a surprise to her, and began to doubt her beauty. Jill, no offense, but you seem to be adjusting to this physique of yours too well for someone who was imprisoned in her own body as it sucked off a limp dick corpse. I asked Jill because I felt that anybody else in Jill's place would be traumatized and not be adapting to it so well and quickly. Either Jill's will was stronger and more flexible than I thought, or she knew something I did not know. I do not expect Jill to answer me, but I was trying to change the topic before she slowly led to the conversation to the point to where I would have to tell her about my physique. Jill glanced at the boy, realizing that she could not depend on the fact that they got intimate to get the boy to speak about his secrets. Jill was not stupid. She had read the description of her physique, and she knew better than anyone else what the carnivorous womb physique was capable of when it found a suitable partner to mate with. Hormonal resonance and hypnosis effects of her physique together could get her companion to turn into her permanent sex slave if he were to be of lower or the same realm as her. But the boy, who was clearly in a lower realm than her, was able to escape both of these effects of her physique without breaking a sweat. Rather, he was able to drive the carnivorous womb almost to its limit and escape it in one piece. Jill knew this much was to be expected from the partner chosen by her carnivorous womb. She has been in the presence of demigods, and they were not able to awaken her physique, but the boy was able to. So it did not come as a surprise to Jill that the boy was successfully able to escape the hold of her physique. But this was the tipping point for her curiosity about the boy to turn into an obsession with the boy. Wyatt, you know, my father is a researcher. He had been to an ancient ruin where he found a few pages of ancient literature. After deciphering the pages, he learned some incredible things. Those pages happened to mention a girl named Kunthi, who was granted a miraculous physique by the gods. A physique that allowed her to give birth to the demigod children of the gods. As a researcher, my father should have known better than to trust the validity of the ancient literature, but he began to obsess with the idea of a physique that allowed a card apprentice to give birth to children in the demigod realm. I don't blame him because I can see an appeal to such a physique. If he were able to find a way to give this physique to every female card apprentice, then he could have advanced humankind by hundreds and thousands of centuries. But then he let his obsession with it cross into madness and began human experimentation. Nobody stopped him. Instead, they put his experiment under high-level security clearance because for the world leaders what he promised was too good to pass on. Fortunately, all horrible things have an end. During the final stage of the 7th trial experimentation, my mother was the only test subject survived so far, but she died right after giving birth to me. Jill disclosed her ugly past because she knew she could not get the boy to trust her without being truthful to him. I am sorry. I replied, not knowing what to say, as I did not expect Jill to suddenly unload her past on me out of nowhere. Even if I were prepared, what would be considered appropriate words to say to a person who just disclosed that their entire existence was the result of a horrible experiment? Besides, my mind was occupied by the name of the girl mentioned in Jill's story, Kunthi. Where have I heard this name? Soon Hive AI pointed out that I read this name in sacred Hindu literature back on Earth. Now the question was why an ancient ruin in this world had pages from sacred Hindu literature. It was too soon for me to jump to a conclusion, so I needed to gather more information about this. Don't be. I am not ashamed of my past. Rather, I am proud of it. My dad said that in his weakest moment he had lost his way by letting his obsession take over, but my first cries in this world were what awakened him from his obsession and put an end to his madness. He said the moment I wrapped my tiny hands around his index finger, he saw the horrible mistake he had made. He said that if I was not born that day, nobody would have been able to put an end to his madness. Jill shared the words her father told her to help her to come to terms with her origin. I am not saying that her father was lying, but his words were too good to be true. Jill's mother was the sole survivor in the 7 trial experiments. I don't know how many women participated in each trial, but even one life lost was too many in my books. But Jill seemed to trust her dad's words. That's what mattered. However, I was finding it hard to get around the fact that Jill's father took a piece of literature found in an ancient vestige so seriously that he successfully created a flawed version of it. According to sacred Hindu literature, a sage pleased by Kunthi's virtue gave her a spell through which she could invoke any divine being to provide her with a son. I can understand how the story could get morphed in translation, but not Jill's father's motivation to murder an unknown number of innocent women to replicate what he translated from a few ancient pages. What was surprising was, though incomplete and flawed, Jill's father was able to achieve a part of what he started for. And I hope the story he told Jill was true and not some story spun to make her feel good about her origin. This would not be the first time a parent lied to their adopted child to help them feel good about their origin. I can tell by your expression that you don't believe what my father said to me. I will have you know my father took an oath in presence of the world's will. I know the power of the world's will can be limited with the clever use of words. That is when I came up with a list of terms and conditions. Jill addressed the skeptical look on my face. Oh, honey, it doesn't matter what I think. Considering how practical Jill was since the beginning, I believe she did not care what I thought. Jill shook her head, then peering into my eyes, she said, "No, it matters to me. Otherwise, why do you think that I would tell you about my origin? I am flattered, but I figured what we had was purely physical. I said so because I did not want Jill to die. I don't have a problem with Jill developing feelings for me, but I knew a certain someone who might have a problem with that. And she was not good at sharing. I know what I said, but you have grown on me. I would like our relationship to continue out of this dungeon," Jill proposed out of nowhere. Nope. I rejected Jill without even giving it a thought. I started the physical relationship with Jill believing that what happens in a dungeon will stay in the dungeon. To be honest, I started this relationship betting on the fact that cold and practical Jill would not get clingy, but she was. Now I was in trouble. Is it because you are afraid of my carnivorous womb? Jill purposefully sounded playful, trying to taunt me. I will have you know, I am not afraid of your physique. I have defeated it once, I can defeat it again. Even though I was fully aware Jill was taunting my manhood to achieve her agenda, I still chose to come to the defense of my meat shaft. Really, As far as I know, you retreated by faking your death, Fu. Jill spoke playfully to make her taunts to be more effective, but she got me with her words as the only way of defeating Jill's physique was by giving it what it wanted, and I had no plans to do as such because I was having a hard time being responsible for my own life, let alone another one, so I chose to keep quiet. Can I ask why? Seeing me not argue and suspiciously silent, Jill understood taunting would not work. I honestly don't have an answer for you, but I have 2 girls waiting for me outside. Saying these words, it hit me. Though I did not have the family I was born with, I had a family who accepted me for me. They were the only reason I was going back to Sky Blossom City. As for my plans, I could put them in motion from anywhere in the world. But those 2, they were waiting for me back in the Sky Blossom City. I, myself, was confused about my relationship with Anime and Susanme. But I knew these were the only 2 people who would genuinely miss me if something were to happen to me. I was clear about what Anna wanted from me. She couldn't be louder. As for Susan, were we just friends, or was there more than what I saw? Whatever it was, I did not want to jump to a conclusion, as I did not want to risk what we had right now. Lately, I have been thinking of these things. Was it because of the numerous brush with death? I guess that could be it. A chill life with no one to share with no longer made sense. I was alone back on Earth, but I don't want to be alone in this world too. However, relationships are complicated. I did not think twice when I had to wipe out half of the population of the Earth to kill the Voltronian bastard. So why can't I be decisive about this? Why was I hesitating when it came to this? Jill looked at the complicated expression as he was lost in thought and knew he had someone in his heart. This realization raised complicated feelings in Jill's heart. It was not an obsession, but an unknown pain. Seeing the boy who was decisive enough not to hesitate to trick a card king take so much time to come to a decision about other girls, she knew his feelings for them were real. And if you have someone you love, let them know. Maybe they feel the same about you, or are open to giving you a shot. Don't be a Sansa B and Anna. This is not any indication of where the novel is heading. Don't wait for timing. It's never a perfect time. If you want it, you will have to make it work. Who knows what will happen tomorrow? Truck-Cohen can claim them or your soul anytime. Jill's hands clenched into fists, and she looked at the boy with resolve. She was not ready to throw in the towel just because the boy had complicated feelings toward a few girls. Who doesn't? So decided to declare her candidacy to the boy's lover, not caring for the result. Wyatt, I want to be your girlfriend. Let's go out on a date once we are done here. Jill asked the boy on a date as she had never turned her back on getting what she wanted, and she did not plan on starting now. Nope. Jill, listen to me. I am doing this for your good. I honestly don't know how Anna will react to you. I did not mind telling Jill about my relationship with Anna because I wanted her to understand and stop obsessing over my secrets here. Yes, I related Jill's sudden interest in me to her trying to figure out the secret to how I survived the effects of her physique. I clearly remember the Jill I met. She was willing to go to any lengths to get the answers she wanted. I never trusted Jill once. I would have doubted her origin story if she did not mention Kinthi's boon. So, one of the girls after you is the Southern Emperor herself. I should have guessed seeing how comfortable you are calling her by her first name. What's more surprising is that there are other girls. You are quite popular with girls, aren't you? Since the Southern Emperor is okay with other girls, I guess I will be fine too. Besides, don't look down on me because I am a researcher. I can take care of myself, Jill said with a confident smile. Don't say I didn't warn you. Besides, how is your physique reacting to me now? I did not bother to argue with Jill because it was not up to me to decide what she felt and thought. Did you mask your physique? It works. Jill was not lying. She was now fully able to suppress her physique. But there was a problem. She was still aroused toward the boy. According to the effects of her physique, she could not feel any sexual desire towards somebody that did not meet the criteria of her physique. Yet, she was aroused by the boy, and her high concentration kept her reminded of her intimate session with the boy before her physique awakened, and she lost control of her body to her physique. Jill's physique continued to consider him a potential partner despite the boy masking his physique, could only mean one thing, that they have seriously underestimated her physique. Jill herself felt scared, unable to figure out what her physique was up to. Good. Now how about we get to work? I said as I wanted to put this to bed and return to Sky Blossom City as soon as possible. Sure, why not? Jill said, returning to the scene of the crime to get her underwater and clothes. I was surprised to see Jill, who was forcing me into a date earlier, act so chill regardless of my rejection. And what about the arrangement we had earlier? Is it still on, or? Jill, who had only dressed in her black floral undergarments, asked. I guess she did it purposefully, and I have to say it was working. I could not take my eyes off her plump thigh wrapped in knee-high black stockings. Not to mention her ginormous tits looked tempting underneath those black floral designs. I was finding it hard to say no to the sweet deal she offered. If only I could be sure that she would not be clingy. Only if you can promise that you will not develop any feelings for me. I asked Jill such a cruel question, even though she had already openly asked me on a date and showed her willingness to be my girlfriend. However, in my defense, she brought it upon herself. How could any man say no to something so tempting? Yes, Jill agreed reluctantly. I did not know what she was planning to achieve here, but my answer, hearing her agree not to develop any feelings, could not be more obvious. Yes, why not? Good. Jill nodded and did not reach for her skirt. Instead, she wore the lab coat I lent to her over her underwear, saying, Come, I have something cool to show to you. It seemed that Jill's choice of attire would vary depending on my answer. I am so glad that I agreed to the continuation of the agreement between us. Even though it would be difficult for me to focus with such a luscious scene right next to me, I decided to make it work. I guess Jill was going when she chose to dress like that. Jill turned around and walked out of the base expecting me to follow, but seeing her bare jiggly bubble but go up and down, I stood mesmerized. But I was awakened hearing her call out, Wyatt, you coming? Yes, I shouted and hurried behind Jill. I know you are good with array formation, but follow me closely. I have another pseudo-natural array formation set up here. This one is lethal, Jill said as she led me into the woods surrounding the base. Hearing Jill's warning, I activated my soul pupils to check the new pseudo-natural array formation. I have made a point of recording all the array formations I come across to increase my library on array formation. As the more practice I get, the more well-versed and prepared I would be when it comes to array formation. To my surprise, the deeper we went into the woods, I found that the trees in the woods were not actually trees, but huge swords disguised as trees. Witnessing this, I grew curious about the pseudo-natural array formation set by Jill and could not help but ask for its name to her. Jill, what is this array called? Phantom Wood Sword Array Formation, Jill answered and continued to move deeper into the woods. Jill's answer surprised me because the Phantom Wood Swords were S-rank artificially created card ingredients and could not be grown naturally. This meant that the numerous Phantom Wood Swords disguised as trees in the woods were bought and planted by Jill. Phantom Wood Swords were very expensive even for an S-rank ingredient. Because of the complicated process involved in creating them, they cost more than some SS rank card ingredients. On some occasions, a meter-long Phantom Wood Sword was worth a fortune. So for Jill to create an entire forest with these swords, her research should be well-funded. May I say this is a bit overkill? I said, feeling that there would be much cheaper and more effective methods to achieve what Jill was trying to achieve by setting up a Phantom Sword Wood array formation. Wyatt, you understand my reasons soon enough, Jill said. But she felt that the boy was being a bit narcissistic by telling her that he could come up with a better solution without even having the minimum understanding of what she was dealing with and what she wanted to achieve here. Sure, I replied, hearing Jill's dissatisfaction in her words loud and clear. I know it was not my place to tell Jill what to do, but in my defense, using huge amounts of rare ingredients such as Phantom Wood Swords for a single array when there were better alternatives available was a waste. Besides, she was right. It was too soon for me to come to a judgment when I didn't even know what we had on our hands here. It's not like I am Dash. Seeing me back off, Jill tried to explain herself, but I interrupted her saying, No need for you to explain yourself to me. If it were my experiment, and you were the one handing out free inputs without even knowing what my experiment was about, I too would be pissed and tell them off, but you are more tolerant than me. Thank you for understanding, Jill said, realizing that her feelings for the boy were getting in the way of her work. If it were someone else who had dared to speak their good-for-nothing opinion on her project, she would not have left them off so easily, let alone try to explain herself to them. Clearly, her feelings had made her more tolerant of the boy's actions. This was not a good thing. This beats the purpose of her making the boy take the oath to not reveal or practice what he learned about her research without her permission. What she was working on here could be described as world-changing. If it falls in the wrong hands, it could be the end of humanity. Jill had not forgotten that, therefore she scolded herself to get her head in the game and out of the boy's pants. You are being too polite. It's kind of creeping out. I did not want to see Jill as anything more than my first in this world, a good colleague in a fling. This was because I did not want to hurt the people who loved me. My arrangement with Jill did not count as one of those, as I wasn't spoken for yet. I guess that is what sexual tension is. Jill spoke as if this was one of the situations she wanted to cross off her list. No. Trust me, what we have here is not sexual tension, but more like the chicks imprinting on the first person they see after opening their eyes as their mother. The same is true for us with our first time. Since I popped your cherry, you have grown a sense of feeling for me, which is causing you to not be you around me. Trust me, you will get over it soon, and everything I do will start to seem annoying to you again, I explained. A person always imagines and romanticizes the first time they would do it in their mind so many times that when the actual thing happens, all those emotions get misplaced onto a false sense of feelings, but within a soon that fog gets cleared. But for some, it takes their entire lifetime to understand that it is not enough for them to commit to each other for their entire life. Men always fall hard for the first woman that plays with their meat shaft. I too was one of them. You don't have to rub it in that this was not your first time, Jill said, grudgingly remembering how she helplessly lay under the boy as he mercilessly played and made a mess out of her. She had sworn when she got the chance she would return tenfold, and it seemed that time was not far. Would you believe me if I said that you were my first? I said to Jill. What? Impossible, I don't believe you. Jill spoke exaggeratedly. Remembering how the boy's tongue skillfully made its way through her folds, causing her to squirt repeatedly, and the rhythm of his balls slapping on her ass, as his long meat shaft trusted her nether region like the piston of an engine, Jill could have had to believe that the boy was not a pro, but a newbie. Believe what you want, but I am telling you. I have had some experience with Anna, but we never went all the way. You were my first, I explained, even though Jill did not seem to care. Really? Jill suddenly turned around and asked, looking straight into my eyes. I was wrong. She cares. Yes? I did not dodge Jill's eyes. Instead, I looked right into them and answered. Jill's eyes never left mine, and after a while, she answered, I will believe you. Whatever, I said, looking away. Seeing my reaction, Jill let out a smile. Then she walked next to me, grabbed my left arm in a hug, saying, The array gets very complicated from here, so bear with me. Enjoying the warmth of Jill's huge blossom rubbing against my left arm, a blush appeared on my cheeks as I nodded, giving her my consent. I know from arguing with Jill about her being my first to us holding hands, I was not acting like someone who would not develop feelings as a result of the arrangement I had with Jill. In my defense, Jill seduced me with her bare bubble, but in her black thong. Soon Jill led me to the exact center of the underground dungeon. And what do you know, I did not see a dungeon core there. Instead, I saw a huge sinkhole, similar to the one I saw in the dungeon above, which led me into this dungeon. But there was one thing different about this sinkhole. Unlike the one at the center of the dungeon above, this did not appear endless as the darkness filled it and covered its end. At the bottom of this sinkhole, there was a pool of highly refined soul energy. What was surprising was that the soul energy seemed to gather at the pool out of thin air. FCK, is this what I am thinking? I asked Jill solemnly. Yes, if you are thinking that it is the formation of the dungeon, Jill said, not knowing if what the boy was thinking was the same as the answer she thought of. Yes, I am. I can't believe it. I am witnessing the formation of a dungeon from within the dungeon itself. What I was seeing was something thousands of researchers and academicians would kill to watch. Witnessing a dungeon formation was not a rare sight, but watching its creation from within as it formed was. Nobody, not even demigods, dared to enter a dungeon about to be formed, as the space inside it can be so volatile and overbearing that even a demigod will not last for long in there. Wyatt, come back. Don't go past that line. Otherwise we will be swept in the space swirl. Jill cautioned me, seeing that I tried to near the edge of the sinkhole, mesmerized by the beauty of the pure soul energy generating out of thin air and gathering at the pool at bottom of the sinkhole. It was like watching a waterfall. Waterfalls where highly refined, concentrated soul energy replaced the water. Thank you. I thanked Jill for reminding me, and then used my soul pupils to uncover the source of the pure soul energy that was being generated out of thin air. It took a hole, but soon I uncovered veins of soul energy that were responsible for the pure soul energy that appeared out of thin air. These soul energy veins, there was something wrong about them. As they were very thin, about a mature woman's wrist, which was nothing compared to even the smallest of the textbook soul energy vein. They were as thick as a fully grown human head at the minimum. I gave it a thought, but I could not put a finger on what was the problem here, so I decided to ask Jill. Jill, what's wrong with the soul energy veins? Why are they so thin? You notice? Wait, how did you notice them? Jill had accepted the boy to notice the problem with soul energy veins, but she had yet to show him the charts drawn by the machine, causing her to doubt how he noticed the problem with the soul energy vein. By now you should know better than ask me that, I said nonchalantly and waited for her to answer my question. Jill stared at me for a while before giving up on holding her breath and getting an answer from me. Instead, she answered my question. It is because these soul energy veins are artificially made. They are not natural. That's impossible. Soul energy veins are natural. That's a fact. Not to mention the amount of soul energy required for someone to create a soul energy vein of this size. I said in disbelief because what Jill said was equivalent to her claiming humans succeeded in artificially creating hydrocarbon reservoirs. Now that's how crazy what Jill said was when she claimed that the soul energy vein was artificial. You will come around when you find where the soul energy veins start, Jill said with great confidence. As much as I trust Jill as a capable researcher, what she was claiming here was a challenge to the current norms of things, because if the artificial creation of spiritual veins was possible, then people could artificially create dungeons. That doesn't stop with that, as many other possibilities open up, as what Jill claimed was equal to having incredible power at our fingertips. If I were a normal card apprentice, I would yell blasphemy, but I was not and knew if Jill claimed something serious like that, then she had strong reason to believe what she claimed was true. So I decided to heed her advice and search for the start of the soul energy vein with my soul pupils. It was endless. It easily outgrew my range of sight, but I noticed that all the soul energy veins were coming from one direction, and that was where the Sky Blossom City was located. Remembering that Jill claimed her research was somehow connected to the dungeon relocation experiment conducted by Luna in Sky Blossom City, I connected the obvious dots, but it was too FCK. This should not be possible. Jill was right. If others were to learn of it, it could spell disaster for the humankind of this world. Sky Blossom City. I can't accurately pinpoint the exact origin of the soul energy veins, but it seems to be coming from that direction, I answered. How the FCK are you doing that? Jill yelled at the boy in utter dismay, as what he said was accurate. She had to set up a series of equipment and put in the correct calculations and spend days just verifying what the boy found in minutes. Jill located this dungeon based on her calculation from a similar case in the capital. Therefore, after locating this dungeon, first thing she did was cross-check her calculations to come up with a universal formula to locate this kind of phenomenon whenever a dungeon relocation experiment is held. Jill glanced at the boy from head to toe and said, "You know, if not for the oath I took, I would have cut you open to see what secrets you were hiding in that magnificent body of yours." "No, I don't think so," I replied confidently. "Why? Other than the oath, what is stopping me?" Jill asked, seeing the boy contradict her confidently. "You love my meat shaft too much to go through something like that." I was joking, of course. "Aren't you cocky? I will have you know I am not short of options. There are thousands of men out there trying to get in my pants," Jill said, not minding my racy words. "Really? Tell that to your physique," I said, knowing that Jill's virginity was neither because of her choice nor lack of opportunity, but because of her physique. So what if there are thousands of dicks queuing for her pussy? Only my dick can satisfy her folds. I did not have to say this out loud. It was implied. "You are never going to let that one go, are you?" Jill sighed helplessly, knowing how picky her pussy was. "Yes, but you should know that this would not have mattered this much if you were not that beautiful." I was speaking the truth. This was a big deal because of Jill's bombshell body. If it were some ugly or fat chick in her place, then this would not be something to be proud of for me. "Aren't you getting too flirty?" Jill had started to notice a pattern in the boy's behavior. Whenever she tried to dig into his secrets, he would try to distract her with his charm. "What can I say? You just bring out that side of me. Anyways, am I right? Is the soul energy vein originating from Sky Blossom City?" I know Jill could see that I was trying to stop her from digging into my secrets. A part of my plan depended on it, as I was expecting her to get the hint that I was not comfortable with explaining about my abilities and stop asking about it, or trying to circle the conversation back to it. I could lie, but where will it stop? It would be better if Jill just stopped asking questions and trying to box me into a position where I had no choice but to lie to her. Jill stared at the boy as an awkward silence took over the atmosphere. Jill knew the boy wanted her to stop focusing on him and talk about her research, but then she noticed something which caused her heart to go warm. She did not know if this was the boy's nature or if she was the special one to receive such treatment from him. "Thank you for not lying to me, and I will wait till when you are ready to share your secrets with me." Jill thanked the boy genuinely. The boy could have put an end to her snooping around with a lie, but he chose not to. These simple actions of his warmed Jill's heart. Until now, Jill's obsession with the boy was mainly because of her curiosity towards his secrets and thirst for his body, but now she felt something different for the boy. As this feeling was not new but rare for her, she felt a similar version of feeling for her father. This was a huge deal for Jill, as other than her father there was no second soul in this world she would willingly sacrifice herself for. So it was indeed a surprise for Jill, herself, that she would feel the same for a boy whom she had not even met for more than a day. Was this the love her father kept nagging her about? Jill's problem of not being able to connect with her opposite sex at an emotional or intimate level was not news to her father, so he kept nagging her not to worry and rush into something, as getting intimate opposite sex will be easier if she finds someone she loves. "It's good that you understand. Now how about you get to research?" I did not lie to Jill because I felt that was a hassle and not because I had some kind of feeling for Jill. I am a grown man. I did not have to lie out of fear. I did not bother to correct Jill's misunderstanding because it was not harming me, rather it was helping me. So why go out of my way to ruin something good for me? I would have to have some serious issues to do something idiotic like that. Sure. Jill nodded in agreement and felt more enthused to explain her research to the boy because she felt he had the moral compass required to not misuse what he would learn down here. Yes, the soul energy vein is originating at the Sky Blossom City. To be more exact, at the dungeon where Dr. Luna is conducting her dungeon relocation experiment. Jill paused and then added, "From here I can't provide you with the evidence to support that the dungeon reaction experiment is the origin for this odd soul energy vein. But if you can get close to the dungeon reaction experiment, I can prove it to you using my equipment." "Equipment?" I asked Jill, looking at the small orb that she summoned. "This is the equipment I created to predict where the dungeons are going to form." As Jill was about to explain how her equipment worked, I interrupted her saying, "Jill, why is the orb in your hand glowing red?" "Oh, that. It is indicating that an SS-ranked dungeon is going to form within this dungeon." Jill spoke nonchalantly. "SS rank?" I cried in fright, as no matter how strong and prepared Jill was, an SS rank dungeon was too much for a single card king to handle. "Yes, SS rank dungeon. Don't worry. I have the necessary arrangements. We will be fine." Seeing the boy's reaction, Jill felt like he had little trust in her strength and preparations, which she took personally. Did she look like someone who would risk her life? "Jill, you might take great pride in your prowess. I don't want to sound like a jinx, but these things tend to go wrong right when you feel, you got everything under control." It's not that I did not just have any faith in Jill and her arrangements, but I did not want to put myself in a position where I had to test that faith. "Will you just chill? You have nothing to worry about. I have everything under control. Nothing can go wrong." It's as if Jill did not even bother to comprehend the words I just said and spoke the cursed words which I was dreading. Nothing can go wrong. I know this was real life and not a movie. I am not superstitious either, but some things were best if not said or done. And Jill just broke that carnal rule. "You said it. I don't care anymore. Take out of this dungeon this instant." I yelled at Jill, who was surprised by my reaction. "Wyatt, stop overreacting." Jill wanted to calm me down, but I interrupted her, shouting, "Jill, don't even bother. Please, I am begging you to get me out of this dungeon this instant." Jill was at a loss for words, seeing the exaggerated reaction of the boy. She did not understand why the boy was freaking out. I am not crazy to overreact based on superstitions, but as soon as Jill spoke the cursed words, I used my soul pupils in caution out of habit, only to find that the soul energy vein, which had the width of a girl's wrist, had suddenly grown wider to the size of a fat girl's wrist. Was this a coincidence? I did not care. I did not want to wait around trying to figure it out. I planned to get out of this freaking dungeon as fast as possible. "Jill, check your equipment for the width of the soul energy vein. It has increased by a few inches. Now I dare you to tell me that you have everything under control." The increase in the width of the spiritual vein could only mean that its original output has increased. I don't have to. I can see that the rate of soul energy gathering at the pool has drastically increased, Jill said as she started at the sinkhole at the center of the dungeon where the soul energy vein ended. You see my point, right? Now, hurry, take me out of here. We don't have much time. I persuaded Jill to carry me out of the dungeon. I would go by myself, but with my strength, I don't think I can climb out of the sinkhole that led us into this underground dungeon. That was if the dungeon monster did not get me by then. Therefore, I had no choice but to rely on Jill. This was why I had Jill take an oath to protect me in the dungeon. But I underestimate the severity of this matter. If an SS-rank dungeon were to form down here, then Jill would hardly be able to save her behind, let alone bodyguard a card soldier. Because of the oath that she took, she can't ditch me. That was a relief, but it did not matter if we couldn't get out of the dungeon. Wyatt, relax, will you? I have everything under control. Even if an SS-rank dungeon were to form, it would be below this dungeon, so we have nothing to worry about, meaning we will not be in it. Saying that, Jill summoned her grimoire and ordered her golems. Initiate Phantom Sword Wood Harvesting in Section D and Phantom Sword Wood Plantation in Section E and F. Following Jill's command, the golems skillfully harvested the 15-meter-tall phantom sword woods in Section D, but left their roots in the ground so that they could grow into new phantom sword woods to be harvested again. Then they used a part of the harvested phantom sword woods to grow new phantom sword woods in Section E and F, using something similar to the stem planting method. Both the harvesting of the phantom sword woods in Section D and the planting of Sections E and F were completed within minutes. This was only possible because of two things: a large number of golems and their near-perfect work efficiency. That was how big and efficient Jill's army of golems was. But that was not the point. Jill was up to no good here. Oh my God, you are stealing from the Southern royal family. Now I know why you chose the Phantom Sword Wood Array formation despite the better alternatives in the market, I said in utter disbelief, then added, you are the reason why the dungeon relocation is taking so long. Guilty. Jill did not even try to deny it. Was it because Jill believed that I would rat on her Luna? It was not that she believed me, but the oath I took to keep this place secret. Me ratting on her would mean revealing this place to the authorities, which would be a violation of the oath I took. No wonder she did not even bother to hide or deny what she was doing. Thinking of this, I looked at Jill in dissatisfaction. Oh, come on, don't give me that look. Now you know how it feels to be on the receiving end. Jill defended her action by shining light on me using the check-in loophole in the oath I took against her. That doesn't make what you are doing here legal. Do you know what will happen to you if the royal family learns that you are stealing from them? Relax, nobody will find out, Jill said nonchalantly, and then waving the orb equipment in her hand, she said, if not for my equipment, even I would not have found the artificial soul energy vein. Unless there is another one of you in the base, it will be impossible for Luna to figure out what I am doing here. Heck, they wouldn't even know that someone is stealing from them. Jill was very proud of what she was doing, and then she looked at me in disbelief, saying, hang on a second, how did you conclude that I am stealing from them? Jill never explained to the boy that the artificial soul energy vein was created using the soul energy that Luna was using for the dungeon relocation experiment. Jill did say that the dungeon relocation experiment was the cause of the soul energy vein, but she never said that the soul energy used to create the soul energy vein was coming from the soul energy being used in the dungeon relocation experiment. No matter how she saw it, it was a bit far-fetched to connect these two incidents and figure out what she was doing here. If it was anybody else, even her, in the boy's shoes, the most she could conclude was that she was using the artificial vein to grow phantom sword woods. Besides, did he not disagree with her? She said that the soul energy vein with an abnormally small width was artificially created. Jill was finding it hard to keep up with the boy's speed. Pulling her thoughts together, Jill looked at the boy, waiting for an answer from him. Instead, all she got from him was a smug smile, causing her irritation to grow to another level. This was the same as when he managed to send a text to his subordinates by breaking through the net that she considered impenetrable, and when he used the loophole in the oath to get his way despite her well-thought-out terms and conditions. Enough with the smug smile, just tell me already, Jill yelled at the boy, frustrated. You told me, I answered, lamenting over the fact that Jill's annoyed face was sexy, reminding me of the saying of a great man. marry a woman who looks sexy even when annoyed. Enough with charades, just tell. Jill's face now had a mixture of 3 different emotions: annoyed, ashamed, and angry. Annoyed because she couldn't stand my smug factor answers. Ashamed because she could not me. Angry because I would not stop rubbing in on her shame. How about this? I will tell you how if you give me 50% of the phantom sword would you have grown here. I bargained with Jill. Phantom sword wood were artificial ingredients created using the branch of a phantom tree monster, high-level sword intent, and pure soul energy. These 3 ingredients combined formed the coveted phantom sword wood. A phantom tree branch has high durability enough to not only conduct high-level sword intent through it, but also store high-level sword intent in it. And something incredible happens when enough high-level sword intent is stored in it, and fed with soul energy with a high order of purity. It grows into an individual entity called phantom sword wood. The fascinating thing about the phantom sword wood is the sword intent stored in the original branch of the phantom tree will grow along with the branch by feeding on the soul energy with a high order of purity. The sword intent is an attribute that attaches to the soul energy of the user and enhances it. So when a sword intent was stored in the branch of the phantom tree, soul energy with the attribute of sword intent was stored in it. This sword intent attribute makes the soul energy very volatile, making it impossible to store this energy using conventional means. Therefore, a branch of the phantom wood tree and other high-level substitutes were preferred. Soul energies with the sword intent attribute were not only volatile, but they do not mix with normal soul energy regardless of the purity of the soul energy. Useless soul energy also has the attribute of the sword intent. This is why sword intent cards are very popular in martial art type cards. Therefore, when the sword intent attribute soul energy stored in the branch of the phantom tree grew by feeding on the pure soul energy, it was almost as if a miracle had happened. And it was considered a separate entity and named phantom sword wood. This meant that a sword item card made using a phantom sword wood handle came with the effect of sword intent. This meant people did not have to carry 2 cards, a sword time card and a sword intent skill card, as a sword item card came with a passive skill sword intent. With such use, the phantom sword wood was an instant hit among the martial art card apprentice community. Trust me, that community is not small. Aside from the martial art card apprentice community, the sword item cards made with the phantom sword wood handles were also a big hit among other card apprentice communities, as any card apprentice with a little brain would prefer a sword item card with sword intent passive skill over a normal sword item card. The widespread demand for the phantom sword could not be met with the rate of production of phantom sword wood because the soul energy used to feed to the phantom sword would had to be of high-level purity, which was very scarce. As refined soul energy was very important for the growth of the card apprentices of any rank, nobody would trade their refined soul energy unless it was absolutely necessary. Not to mention, refining the soul energy was not a simple task. It got harder with the increase in the realm, as the soul energy used by the high realm card apprentice was of higher concentration. All this factored into the sky-high price of the phantom sword wood. It was known that dungeons are formed at the end of the soul energy vein. The larger the vein, the higher the rank of the dungeon formed. But the abnormally small-sized soul energy vein in the core section of the S-rank dungeon underneath the E-rank field dungeon was artificially created out of the pure and concentrated soul energy being used in the dungeon relocation experiment, hence making it possible for this artificial soul energy vein to form an SS-rank dungeon despite its size. This was only possible because the soul energy in it was so pure and concentrated that it could be used to create an SS-rank dungeon underneath the S-rank dungeon, which was underneath an E-rank dungeon. But Jill, who was aware of the dungeon formation, decided to use the pure and concentrated soul energy provided by the artificial soul energy vein for the creation of an SS-rank dungeon to grow phantom sword wood using the phantom sword wood array. So when the width of the artificial soul energy vein suddenly increased by inches, Jill used it as an opportunity to increase the production of phantom sword wood using the excess soul energy that was suddenly available to her. Since all the soul energy provided by the artificial soul energy vein was being siphoned for phantom sword wood plantation, none was left for the creation of the SS rank dungeon, which the boy was dreading. This was the secret behind Jill's worry-free reaction. Phantom Swordwood Array formation cannot be considered a pseudo-natural array, but since Jill had set it up using the soul energy vein as its core, it could be considered one. The Phantom Swordwood Array formation has two modes. One was the sheathed mode, and the other was the unsheathed mode. In sheathed mode, Phantom Swordwoods used in the array give the strong illusion of being regular trees and completely hide the presence of the area they are set up at and their surroundings, depending on the soul energy available and range of the array set up by the user. In unsheathed mode, the Phantom Swordwoods in the array formation act as the sharp unsheathed swords and slash the enemy unit within their attack range with their sword intent. The Phantom Sword Array formation makes up a perfect stealth and attack type array formation, but the ingredients used to set it up were very expensive, so any seasoned array master would know. For that budget, better and more efficient alternatives were available in the market. But considering the fact that Jill was using the S-rank dungeon underneath the E-rank dungeon as her private Phantom Sword, would plantation her choice could not be more correct for the circumstance, of course. Why was there a need for the stealth-type array in the first place? It was to avoid the S-rank dungeon underneath the E-rank dungeon being detected by the array formation covering the southern region. This part of Blossom District was mostly occupied with third-grade cities which were not equipped to deal with an S-rank dungeon, so the array covering the southern region would alert the corresponding authorities, and then Jill's private and illegal plantation would be exposed. Jill only had permission for the E-rank field dungeons above and not the S-rank dungeon underneath them. Hence the need for the stealth-type array formation. Why did the boy blame Jill and her Phantom Swordwood plantation as the reason behind the delay in the dungeon relocation experiment led by Dr. Luna in Sky Blossom City? For the water to boil, the pan has to heat up. Similarly, for the dungeon relocation to happen, the surrounding circumstances should be formed, but that was not possible as Jill kept stealing from the artificial soul energy vein, which was somehow a part of the process of the dungeon relocation. Due to Jill's intervention, whatever role the artificial soul energy vein was supposed to play in the dungeon relocation was interrupted. Hence, metaphorically, Luna could not heat the pan to boil the water, meaning no matter how much soul energy she fed to the dungeon relocation apparatus, it was unable to carry on the dungeon relocation as there was unknown energy loss in its process. Explaining the sudden increase in the width of the artificial soul energy vein, Luna increased the input soul energy to the dungeon relocation apparatus to make up for the soul energy lost, hoping that it would be enough to complete the dungeon relocation, but she could not have guessed that her solution only ended up filling Jill's pockets. In your dreams, Jill flatly rejected the boy's offer to splitting her profits from her Phantom Sword would plantation with him in exchange for him, explaining to her how he connected that she was stealing from the Southern royal family when he was still debating whether artificial creation of soul energy vein was possible. Suit yourself. I will see how long it will take for you to cave to curiosity worms running around in your mind. I said nonchalantly, as if there was one thing I was sure about good researchers was that they cannot control their curiosity. In time, Jill would cave to her weakness, her curiosity. That was if she did not figure out the answer herself. I know my asking price was sky high, but you have to understand that in negotiation this was basic. Negotiation? I would be stupid if I thought that Jill would directly agree to my terms. Whatever. Jill tried to act as if she did not care, but her eyes gave her way. She was pissed at the boy. Then she thought of something and said, I take it that now you have come to a basic understanding of what I am doing here. For the boy to call Jill out on what she was doing down here, he had to have an idea of how her research was connected to the dungeon relocation research. Yes, I do, I answered Jill, and then asked, Jill, are you sure what you are researching here has more to do with saving the world, but less about filling your pockets? Considering the quantity of high-quality Phantom Swordwood Jill was harvesting, I was beginning to doubt that the clause she had added to my oath about me not being able to speak or practice what I learned down here with another soul, without Jill's permission, was more to keep my mouth shut about the illegal plantation she was running down here rather than for the good of the world. Maybe how Jill was taking advantage of her researcher to exploit the artificial soul energy vein to fatten her wallet was an example of how disastrous her experiment could be, what she meant when she said for the good of the world. Soul energy veins were the building blocks for the current ecosystem of this world. If people start to exploit this soul energy vein for their benefit, then soon the current ecosystem will come to an end. What that meant for humanity was not something one could predict, so it would be best if we avoid such a scenario. Jill's research was on predicting the location of the formation of dungeons even before they physically start to materialize in the world. At present, card apprentices were only able to locate dungeons after they start to physically materialize in the world, which gave them very little time for them to respond appropriately. Our predecessors had already discovered that there were 3 stages to dungeon formation. Soul Energy Vein Formation. 2. Formation Dungeon Core at the end of the Soul Energy Vein. 3. Dungeon Domain Establishment. The first stage, the Soul Energy Vein Formation, is pretty self-explanatory. It literally means the formation of a soul energy vein. In the second stage, the Dungeon Core Formation, it has been found that a dungeon starts to form at the end of the soul energy vein. At this point, the dungeon physically starts to materialize in the world. In the third stage, the Dungeon Domain Establishment, here the dungeon core has completely formed and starts to form its domain based on its rank and other attributes. Once its domain is established, the dungeon has completely materialized in the world. Based on these 3 stages of dungeon formation, the predecessors were able to come up with an array formation that did not allow the dungeon formation within the range of the array formation. Even though this array formation was highly expensive and was available only to the elites, it was still a big leap for the card apprentices. The predecessors were able to come up with such an array using the 3 stages of dungeon formation because the array formation they created stopped any soul energy vein from forming or passing within its area of effect. If there was no possibility of soul energy vein formation, then there was 0 possibility of dungeon formation. A nifty and efficient solution. Similarly, Jill also based her research on predicting the location of the dungeon formation even before they physically start to materialize in the world on the 3 stages of dungeon formation deduced by the predecessors. Jill thought that if she were able to predict the formation of the soul energy vein and where it ended, then she could predict the location of the dungeon formation even before it physically materialized in the world. But there was a problem. Soul energy veins were literally numerous threads of soul pathways coming together to form a river of pure and concentrated soul energy, making it impossible for the card apprentices to locate them. Even seasoned array masters and card creationists of the card demigod realm, who were well-versed and unmatched in detecting soul pathways, could not detect the soul energy veins. As these threads of the soul pathways were a pure mass of soul energy, they did not define anything but energy, so they were within the world like world rules, making it impossible to detect them. Compared to them, the other soul pathways had very little soul energy and more definition. For example, the soul pathways of nature define the temperature, humidity, etc. in the surroundings, making it possible for the card apprentices to detect these soul pathways of nature through the temperature, humidity, etc. in their surroundings. This was not possible with threads of soul pathways that constituted a soul energy vein, as they were pure soul energy and could travel within the world. Though it is still debated to this day, most card apprentices believe that the soul energy vein starts within the worlds where rules exist and ends in the world where we exist. This problem was why the predecessors had not found a way to predict the formation of soul energy veins to locate a dungeon formation even before they materialize in the world. Yet, the top 10 universities choose to believe that Jill could achieve something that the predecessors have failed to achieve. Why? They believed in her so much that they went as far as to fight over her and invested heavily in her experiment. Why? That was because Jill had invented the machine that could show the soul energy vein in a determined location graphically. The top 10 universities believed Jill could achieve what her predecessors had failed to because she had already done it once by inventing the machine which could help card apprentices to see the soul energy vein in a determined location graphically. This was not a lot, but it was more than what the predecessors have achieved. Taking this into consideration, it was not a surprise that the top 10 universities would fight over where Jill gets to continue her research. The insane thing was this equipment that Jill invented was what helped her find a connection between her research and the dungeon relocation research. You asking me that question makes me wonder if you know how my research is connected with the dungeon relocation experiment, Jill argued, hearing the boy question her intentions with her research down here. Jill did not deny that was moonlighting a little bit by starting an illegal phantom swordwood plantation in an underground S-rank dungeon, but in her defense, anybody in her place would do the same. However, this should not be used to undermine how her research down here implicated the entire world. The fact that the boy said such a thing could either mean he had no idea how her research was connected to dungeon relocation, or he was jealous seeing how fat her wallet was growing. So she questioned the boy's motive for undermining her research's world implication. Artificial soul energy vein. That is how your research is connected to the dungeon relocation research. Now you tell me how your research down here is more about the good of the world and less about filling your pockets. I knew Jill's research was connected with the dungeon relocation research through the artificial soul energy vein created by it. That was why I questioned if Jill's research was as big of a deal as she claimed it to be. Since Jill was able to invent a device that could help Card Apprentice see the soul energy vein in a determined location, the top 10 universities believed that with enough funding and support, Jill would be able to achieve what she promised about her research, being able to predict the location of dungeon formation before it starts to materialize in the world. However, the invention that helped Jill gain the funding and support required for her research had also become the bottleneck in her research. The device Jill invented helps Card Apprentices to see the soul energy vein in analog form in their grimoire, not actually see the soul energy vein in its glory. The device also needed to be arranged to a predetermined location to show the soul energy vein in that area. The display of the soul energy vein in analog form was not a problem. Jill and the top 10 universities were satisfied with it. But the problem was the range of the device that made it impossible for a Card Apprentice to use this device to its full potential by implementing it in the real world. What Jill needed to do was to increase the range of the device. This way, even when stationary, the device could cover a large area. This way, if a soul energy vein were to start forming in the area of effect of the device, the Card Apprentices can see that there was a soul energy vein forming in the location, follow it, and trace where it was ending, allowing the Card Apprentice to predict the location of dungeon even before the dungeon formation starts to materialize in the world. This was how the device invented by Jill was supposed to work, but it was limited by its range. The Card Apprentices needed to place Jill's device within 10 meters of where the soul energy vein was to see it in analog form in their grimoire. With 10 meters range, thousands of Jill's devices would be required just to cover the area of a third-rate city. Considering that the cost of production of the device was not cheap, it was impossible to put Jill's device into practical use. This limitation of Jill's device had turned it from a world-changing invention into an experiment to show that the soul energy veins existed. They started from within the world's will and ended in the world. Yes, Jill's invention had brought the long debate that the world's will was the origin of the soul energy vein and ended in the world to the conclusion that it was true. She and her invention had made a wonderful contribution to the field of dungeon research, but it could not grow into something more than that, an invention that could change the world as we know it. To achieve that, Jill needed to increase the range of the device she invented, which was why the Morningstar University was funding her research. But Jill never made a step further from where she started despite all the funding and support from the Morningstar University. Decades have passed since then, and all she managed to do was reduce the size of her big-ass device to a portable one and added a few extra features like determining the width of the soul energy vein and using it to determine the rank of the dungeon core it would form. The ore Jill had summoned earlier was the result of her decades of effort in improving the device she invented. She was able to make it portable and add new features to it, but not increase its area of effect. Jill was not satisfied with her progress, but this was enough for her to ensure the funding from Morningstar University kept coming. But just when Jill's hope was dwindling, she stumbled upon a breakthrough, and it was thanks to her newly developed portable version of her device. If not for that, like the hundreds of brilliant minds that participated in the dungeon relocation research, she too would have missed how the pure and concentrated soul energy imputed to the dungeon relocation apparatus was forming an artificial soul energy vein with an abnormally small width. Hundreds of brilliant minds were in the research, and not one noticed that most of the soul energy they were feeding the dungeon relocation apparatus was being lost in the formation of an artificial soul energy vein. When Jill made this discovery accidentally, she had two choices: one to share, and explore her accidental discovery with everyone, and risk sharing or losing the credit. The other was she could not share her discovery with everyone and explore it herself, write a paper on what she discovered, and then share it with everyone, allowing her to keep the entire credit to herself. As Jill was considering whether to share her accidental discovery with the dungeon relocation research team, she suddenly realized other than the credit of the discovery, there was another reason for her not to share her accidental discovery with the dungeon relocation research team. It had everything to do with her research and would help her increase the range of the device she had invented. Everyone believed Jill achieved what their predecessors couldn't achieve by creating a device that helped Card Apprentice to see the soul energy vein, but only Jill, herself, knew that she was a fake. The device she created was not based on something new she found, but something she borrowed from. The working principle behind Jill's device was borrowed from the working principle behind the dungeon prevention array formation that the predecessors developed to prevent dungeons from forming in the array formations area of effect by stopping the formation of the soul energy vein within it. When Jill first came across the dungeon prevention array formation created by our predecessors, she was in awe of the working principle of the array formation, which allowed it to prevent dungeon formation within or near the array by rooting its cause, the soul energy vein formation. Jill's interest in the dungeon prevention array was about how the array stopped the soul energy vein from forming within or near it. This led to Jill questioning how the dungeon prevention array defined the soul energy vein. Because only by knowing what a soul energy vein was could the dungeon prevention array stop the soul energy vein from forming within or near it. So what was a soul energy vein in terms of dungeon prevention array formation? Jill's curiosity caused her to dig deeper into this question of hers, and she determined that the dungeon prevention array formation was programmed to prevent changes from happening in certain parameters within it and its surroundings. By preventing changes in these parameters, the dungeon prevention array was able to stop the soul energy vein from forming within or near it. Learning this, Jill decided to use these parameters to check the presence of a soul energy vein in a predetermined location. Believing that if these parameters could be used by the dungeon prevention array to stop the soul energy vein from forming, then if there were changes in the magnitude of these parameters compared to their regular magnitude in a location, it meant that there was a soul energy vein in that location. Using the change in the magnitude of these parameters against their regular magnitudes, Jill devised a device to represent the soul energy vein in the area in analog form. The various magnitudes of this analog graph represent the width, length, purity, concentration, etc. of the soul energy vein being monitored. Soon, with further research, Jill was able to modify her device into the portable orb-type device that she had now. Yes, Jill did not invent anything new. She only took what the predecessors had already found and interpreted it differently for a different purpose. Yet it was an invention nobody had thought of, so she was not wrong to claim the device as her invention, even though the working principle behind it was derived from the dungeon prevention array created by predecessors millennia ago. As a seasoned array master, Jill had tried everything she could think of to increase the range of the device so that it could monitor the parameters of soul energy vein in a large area, but she could not think of it. Jill thought of connecting her device to the dungeon prevention array to increase the range of the device, but because of some unknown reason, whenever she tried it, the whole thing would break apart. Jill knew there was a piece to this puzzle that she was missing, and once she got hold of it, she could achieve what now looked impossible. To find that missing puzzle piece, she needed to understand the soul energy vein further than what the predecessors defined it as to help with the dungeon prevention array's working. But that was not possible, as the soul energy vein starts in the world's will and ends in the world, and vanishes after the creation of the dungeon. So it was physically impossible for Jill to conduct further studies on the soul energy vein. This was the reason why the predecessors and researchers to follow them were unable to outdo the dungeon prevention array in the field of dungeon research. Arriving at the dead end in the field of dungeon research that all researchers before her arrived at, Jill felt despair they felt. But everything changed when she accidentally discovered that the dungeon relocation apparatus was creating an artificial soul energy vein in the process of dungeon relocation. If she were to understand how and why the dungeon relocation apparatus was able to create an artificial soul energy vein, then she could find the piece of the puzzle she was missing to carry on with her research. This was the other reason why Jill did not want to share her accidental discovery with the dungeon relocation team. With so many senior researchers in the dungeon relocation team, it would be long before it was her turn to carry on studies on the artificial soul energy vein created by the dungeon relocation apparatus in the dungeon relocation process. So Jill thought that it would be in the best interest of her research if she were to keep her accidental discovery to herself, allowing her to study the artificial soul energy vein formation separately and deduce the piece she was missing to complete her machine such that it could no longer be the device for experimental purposes, but a device with real-world implementations. Over a year of her study on artificial soul energy veins, Jill had made so much more progress than the progress she had made in the last few decades since she announced her invention to the world. Though her progress was huge, it was not nearly enough to help with improving the range of her device, but Jill had a feeling that it would not be long before she found the piece she was missing. Don't you know what would happen if the process of the artificial dungeon creation were to fall into the wrong hands? Jill asked me as if the answer was obvious. No, I don't know. Please enlighten me. I know what Jill was hinting at, but I did not believe that was even a risk worth considering. If wrong people learn to create artificial soul energy veins, they can use it to create artificial dungeons anywhere at their whim. Do you know how dangerous that could be? Jill explained what she thought would be a problem if the wrong people learned to create an artificial soul energy vein. Are you even hearing yourself? As a reputed researcher, you should know that was not of concern. You said it yourself, a lot of pure and concentrated soul energy is required to achieve this. Who in their right mind would will to his good money just to terrorize people? If they plan to use that to terrorize the world with artificial soul energy veins, then they better be loaded and not be afraid of going bankrupt right after. I know an artificial soul energy vein creation method can be misused in a lot of ways, but the method is so expensive. Using it would be like trying to kill your enemy by choking with your bank balance. That would be pretty stupid. I bet even the royal families cannot afford such an expensive way to deal with their enemy. If not for the high promising returns on the silver milk powder, the Southern royal family would never agree for Luna to conduct a dungeon relocation experiment. You are the stupid one. Do you think after a few years of research on it, they will not manage to make the process of creating the artificial soul energy vein cheaper and more efficient? Jill cussed as she did not like the tone the boy was talking to her in, as if she was a washed-up conspiracy nut. Wow, aren't you being subtle about your feelings? No matter how cheaper and more efficient the artificial soul energy vein creation process gets, it will still not be cheaper than killing your enemy by yourself or hiring assassins. Besides, don't the demon worshippers do that already? Look how far they have gotten. Unless pure and concentrated soul energy was being handed out for free, artificial soul energy vein creation couldn't become the next big thing to terrorize the world. If Jill cannot get that, then they say all geniuses have quirks that must be Jill's. Besides, demon worshippers have done that for centuries. They have used rituals to summon the devil and demons to terrorize the world. Yes, they did a lot of harm, but it was not the end of humanity. It was the demon worshippers who were on the brink of extinction. All I am trying to say was making the creation process of artificial soul energy veins public was not as bad an idea as Jill made it sound. Why you don't know what you were talking about. Jill was pissed, but she knew I was right. You take history as an indication. Introducing the artificial soul energy creation process to the world will bring a drastic change, but it would not be enough to threaten the very existence of humanity. In the end, she was overreacting, as with drastic change comes a lot of loss which did not want to be known for. Before demon worshippers were suppressed, they had managed to set the world on fire, and it took humanity's best and finest a while to put it off. The same was true for her discovery of the artificial soul energy vein creation process. It will bring choice, but humanity was strong enough to withstand it. Get used to that feeling, because in my company you will be feeling like that a lot. How you are capable of being friends with someone smarter than you. I hate hitting people when they are down, but Jill had called me stupid earlier. I wouldn't be me if I let it go. Friends? You took my virginity, licked every nook and corner of my body like it was leftover batter from a Christmas dinner, and now you want to friend zone me. You are not getting off that easy, Jill said with a scary smile on her face. It was hard to tell if she was talking for real or being sarcastic. We agreed that was casual. I said as I started sweating through my shirt. With my physique, it has been a while since I sweated like this. I cannot stop myself from thinking of Anna's reaction when she learns about this. I know Anna and I were not in a relationship, but I did string her along and did not mind using her status for my convenience. So I cannot help but feel guilty. Is this how women feel when a man makes a move on them after treating them to an expensive dinner, obligated? FCK, I knew cashing the Anna check would come to bite me with interest, yet I went ahead and cashed it. There was medicine for regret. I could only brace myself and face what was coming. Ha ha ha. Ha ha, oh my God. You should look at your face. It is so funny. Jill laughed at me as I dread imagining my future where she gets clingy in Anna's presence, and I have to say that future was not pretty. What is so funny? We did agree on that. The only reason I went ahead and had a physical relationship with Jill was that she was hot, but also because we agreed that what happens in the dungeon stays in the dungeon. Yes, we did agree, Jill said, but she continued to laugh at my face. I did not know what to make of it. I felt like she did not mean what she said. Will you look at that? It's about time I got back to work and checked in with the golem, Jill said, and turned to head back to the base as her bare ass giggled with her every step. What does a man have to get a clear-cut answer from a woman? I cussed in my mind instead of out loud, because faced with Jill's bare ass I did not want to ruin the possibility of seconds of those plump jelly. Even after being almost killed, I wasn't done with that ass. I knew having that ass for lunch again would be deadly to me. I could not help but crave it. That may be because Jill's killer physique added a forbidden attribute to her already profane charm. Asking Hive AI to record the soul pathway arrangements of artificial soul energy veins and the soul energy pool, I hurried to follow behind Jill's jiggly behind. Hey, Jill, could you share your notes on your research so far with me? I asked while we headed to the base. Sure. Jill immediately shared her notes constrained by her oath, but there was a problem. Jill, these notes do not contain anything on the device you invented to see the soul energy veins. That was not a part of the oath, Jill replied and hurried in her tracks. Wait, these notes are of no use without the blueprint for your device and dungeon prevention array, I yelled out. Yes, I know. Jill's pace only continued to hasten. She did not seem to care about my dilemma. Then how am I supposed to help? Now that I knew what Jill was hiding and up to down here, my purpose here was achieved. As for helping Jill with her device, it was just a side hustle for some extra cash. Who asked for your help? Jill suddenly stopped in her tracks and asked while turning to face me, establishing eye contact. So why am I here? I asked in anger because I was not liking the change in Jill's attitude. She was back to her rude and indifferent self. Is it because I called her a friend earlier? But that was what we agreed on. Why are you asking me? But yes, why are you here? Jill asked my question back to me. Hello. You are the one who brought me here. I reminded Jill aloud. I did, Jill yelled. You didn't. Woman, what will it take for you to speak more clearly? I said, fed up with Jill not speaking openly. I had enough of trying to figure out what she was saying, but meaning. Don't you dare speak to me in that tone. Jill exploded, hearing me yell, as if I was in the wrong when clearly she was the one who was not speaking her mind and ruining the good thing we had going. Fine, I said aloud. Then why are you yelling? Jill yelled. I don't know, I shouted. Kiss me, Jill said. These words suddenly came out of nowhere. SHD, no. Elle cried and retreated, fearing that Jill would rope me into a lip lock that could only end with me faking my death. I would have gone for it, but I felt that faking my death this time around will not be enough to fool Jill's carnivorous womb physique. And considering Jill was way stronger than me, I did not want to take any chances. Seeing me retreating, Jill immediately apologized. Sorry, I wasn't thinking straight. Yes, I agree. You weren't. I knew why Jill said that. Despite our intense coitus earlier, Jill, like me, was not satisfied with where we left off. Her physique wasn't just a bummer for me, but her too. Because just when things got intense, her carnivorous womb took over, barely giving her emotional satisfaction, despite the multiple physical ones. All this built up sexual tension unlike any other between us. It was different because we had sex, but could have left on a more satisfying note. We both knew this, but were afraid to do anything about it because of Jill's physique. This dilemma was leading to sexual tension between us. It was really unlike regular ones. Well, we both agree on something. Jill laughed, considering her situation. But I was stumped. No snappy reply. Where was this Jill a few minutes ago? Since she was back to normal, I consoled her. Don't worry, We will be humping like rabbits once you find a solution to your physique. I don't know about that. Jill was not positive about being able to control her physique, but was suddenly interrupted by me. Hey, don't say that. If it's you, you can definitely achieve anything you set your mind to. You're so sweet. Jill was touched by the boy's encouragement. Sweet enough to get the blueprint of your invention and recipe of the dungeon prevention array? I asked chummily. Nope. Jill's cheerful expression instantly changed to a frown, and added, Tell you what. You tell me how you figured out what I'm doing down here, and I will give you the blueprint of my invention and the recipe for the dungeon prevention array. I see what you did there. Unfortunately, you are not going to get your way. Hearing Jill's proposal, getting the blueprint for her invention and the recipe for the dungeon prevention array no longer sounded important to me, as they were not worth half of what Jill was making from her illegal phantom swordwood plantation. I don't know what you are talking about. Jill acted innocent and continued to say. So, what do you say, deal? Take me out of the dungeon. I asked Jill because I can get the blueprint for Jill's invention and the recipe for the dungeon prevention array from Luna or Lorenzo for a lot cheaper price than what Jill was selling them for. Now that I know Jill was ripping off the Southern royal family since I cannot rat on her, I will not stop until I get my share. I don't have time for that, Jill said and turned her track toward the base. Fine, have one of your golems take me out of the dungeon, I said, having anticipated that Jill would shoot down my request as soon as she heard it. I am sorry. All my golems are busy monitoring the dungeon, and I don't spare to take you out of the dungeon now. I guess you will have to wait. Jill did not even pause to come up with an excuse. Fine, I will go myself, I said in annoyance. Wyatt, I don't have time to babysit you. I am swamped with overdue work. I will take you out of the dungeon once I take care of that, Jill said, hearing the boy declare that he would leave by himself. A card soldier trying to exit an S-rank dungeon now, that was a disaster waiting to happen. Jill would not care, but her oath made her responsible for the boy's life down in this dungeon. She would be held accountable even if the boy were to die down here out of his stupidity. I too have a lot on my plate. I need to get back to the city before they sign my death certificate for the second time. I said this as an argument, but I was in no hurry to return to the city. Why, you are doing this on purpose, right? How can you be this petty? Jill said, not buying the boy's clueless act regarding her oath that made her responsible for his dead life down here. How am I at fault here? You do you. I have legs, I can get myself out of the dungeon. I continued to pretend clueless about Jill's oath, because she pretended to act clueless about why I wanted to leave the dungeon. Oh my God, could you be any more impossible? I said I will take you out of the dungeon once I am done here, did I not? Jill yelled, losing her cool. When? I spoke a single word, not wanting to continue this argument. What when? Jill asked in confusion. When will your work be done here? I repeated myself with more details. I will be done when it is done. Jill's voice got softer at the end. Now who is being impossible? I asked Jill as took the dungeon's fake sky. We were already out of the woods and returned to base. Now I plan to stand true to my words earlier. You can go back to work. I can get out of the dungeon by myself. Are you being serious right now? Jill followed the boy to the dungeon's fake sky, but the boy did not stop to hear her out. He continued to head toward the dark hole in the sky. Fine, I will give you the blueprint for my invention, the recipe for the dungeon prevention array, and 10% of my profits. How's that? Jill finally caved to the boy's threats. She didn't want him to leave. Make it 25%, and I want my share in terms of goods. Seeing Jill compromise, I was a bit surprised, but I did not hesitate to put forward my demands. And as a reward for her taking the high road, I decided to settle for 25% of Phantom Swordwood. Besides, I felt asking for 50% would be unreasonable since Jill did everything and all I had to do was keep quiet about it. 20% and I will turn your share of Phantom Swordwood into cards, Jill bargained. Deal. I agreed because turning 20% of the raw Phantom Swordwood Jill would harvest here into cards was not an easy feat, and it saved me a lot of hassle. I have shared the blueprints of my invention and recipe for dungeon formation array with your grimoire. As for the Phantom Swordwood cards, I will let you know when I am done. Now your turn. Having come to a compromise, Jill immediately followed through on her promise and eagerly asked me to reveal how I was able to figure out what she was up to down here despite my disapproving that artificial soul energy vein creation was not possible. Well, I kept my opinion about artificial soul energy vein creation aside, and decided to believe everything you said. And then your every action started to make sense, especially when you ordered your golems to plant more phantom swordwoods. Though I have zero experience with phantom swordwood arrays, I could see that the array had another purpose than to keep this dungeon hidden. You were using it to act as a good cover to hide your phantom wood plantation from me. How could you be so sloppy? I think you got cocky seeing me panic as the soul energy grew by inches. I lied, praying that Jill will eat them up and not suspect the authenticity of my words. To be honest, it was my soul pupils that helped me figure out Jill's game down here. I was preoccupied with the fact that the artificial soul energy vein was impossible, but by the time I eliminated all the possibilities, I was left with no choice but to give the impossible a shot and assume Jill was right. Then surprisingly, all pieces fell into place. I did get cocky and overplayed my hand at the end, didn't I? I felt a sense of achievement seeing you gobble up my lies as the truth. It seems Jill's ego heard my prayers for her to believe my bullshit. Yes, you did. I just agreed with Jill, and summoning my grimoire, I began to go through the recipe of the dungeon prevention array, planning to use it as a foundation to understand the blueprints of Jill's invention. After all, they both were based on the same principle. Okay, then I will get back to my work then. Jill sounded a little reluctant. The only reason she compromised was to spend more time with the boy, but he showed no interest in her company and dove right into the documents she shared with his grimoire. The dungeon prevention array was way more advanced than I thought. I underestimated its complexity and overestimated my capability as an array master. A few successes had me bloated, and I forgot that despite my achievements in array mastery, I was still an array master in training. I went through the recipe of the dungeon prevention array repeatedly, hoping to make sense of it, and jotting down where my foundation as array master was weak, so that I can ask Jill later. But Jill was busy with her back work. She was running around the dungeon to rectify the temporary measure taken by the golems. So I decided to start with the blueprint for the device she invented despite my shortcomings in understanding the recipe for the dungeon prevention array, hoping that the blueprint of the device could give me some insight into the array's recipe. And it did. Jill's device was the dumbed-down version of the dungeon prevention array. Thanks to that, I was able to understand the basic principle the dungeon prevention array was working on, though it did not solve my many other doubts. But I had gained a slight understanding of how the dungeon prevention array worked. However, this only confused me because with what little understanding I had of Jill's device and the dungeon prevention array, I wondered why Jill did not create an array and instead ended up with a device. Knowing Jill, she must have had her reasons as to why she did not create an array and instead a device. Her device was basically a very low-end version of the array. Would it not have been cheaper and simpler if she had just gone with an array instead of a machine to feel the soul energy vein? Thinking Jill had good reason for that, I decided to move forward, but then I saw Jill return to base and could help but approach her with my doubts. Jill, do you have some time? I can spare a few minutes. What is it? A twinkle could be seen in Jill's eyes as she answered the boy. I am having trouble understanding these parts of the dungeon prevention array. Could you lend me notes on these parts of the array mastery? I did not ask Jill my doubts. I just asked for recommendations and to borrow some books that would deepen my understanding of the array mastery that would help me understand the dungeon prevention array. Let me see. These are more intermediate parts in the advanced array mastery. Many advanced array masters have little knowledge of this. I am surprised you made it this far. Let me think. I happen to have just the book that will help you with your doubts. Saying that, Jill summoned her grimoire, shared a document with my grimoire, and then added, "If you have doubts, don't hesitate to approach me." From Chief Bodyguard, Team Leader of Number 9 and Number 10. Madam, the boy has been assassinated. We need your permission to commence Plan B. Reading the encrypted text sent to Asong by her Chief Bodyguard, her breathing quickened and her grip on the armrest of the chair she was sitting on tightened. The worst possible outcome had ensued. If only she could have kept the girls in her dream space until now, then her bodyguard would not have had to go opt to initiate Plan B. Remembering that a few minutes ago it was Anna who forcefully left her dream space despite her persuasion. Asong could help but look at Anna from the corner of her eyes, but to her scare, Anna was looking right at her, causing Asong to jump up in fright. "Ah. I take it your cronies have finally informed you about Wyatt," Anna said menacingly with an indifferent face. It seemed she had known of the boy's death for a while now. Asong could help but flinch seeing Anna's indifferent face. Her scare had now turned into a frightening reality. Ah-sung had faced the entire federal Congress for the general public and never flinched, but in face of Anna's indifferent stare, she did. This reminded her of a bad memory dating back to their college days. Before that, she had to warn her subordinates not to piss Anna off any further. From greatest boss ever. Chief, abort the plan. Do not try anything funny. The last time Anna got like this, her grandfather had to pay a visit to Morningstar University's dean's office. Stand down. Receiving the text from his employer, the team leader let out a gasp, which was not common for a semi-demigod. But hearing that the great patriarch of the Southern royal family himself paid a visit to the Morningstar University's dean's office on his granddaughter's behalf, even the demigods would gasp in fear. After all, who was worthy to entertain someone of his stature? As the team leader was busy assessing the gravity of the situation, he received another text from his female boss. From greatest boss ever. I repeat, stand down. The bombing of the Morningstar University's female dormitory was an infamous incident that rocked the central academic region. Ah-sung still has nightmares of that incident. As usual, she was studying late in the peace of midnight, but soon chaos took over the peace as an explosion sounded and she was thrown to her room floor by a shockwave. When she regained consciousness, Ah-sung's thoughts were in disarray as she recalled something that put her in a moral dilemma. The thought bothering her was none other than Anna asking her about the creation of a one-time-use explosion tag card. What prompted this? As every day, Anna and her nemesis Ivana Osamand were at their throats, but Ivana took it a step too far by calling Anna's mother an ugly witch who traps men. Hearing Ivana cussing her mother, Anna did not react as the student expected her to. Rather, she stared at Ivana indifferently. Even after Ivana and her clique left, Anna stared at her leaving figure indifferently and asked, Ah-sung, do you know how to create a one-time-use explosion tag card? I do. Ah-sung went on to list the ingredients for the card and explain its creation process, but was interrupted by Anna. Forget it. I will just buy it. Ah-sung's array of thoughts was disrupted hearing a whistling Anna enter the dorm room, but seeing Ah-sung on the floor, Anna pointed at her and said, Ah-sung, what are you doing on the floor? Have you finally gone insane? Now do you believe that there is such a thing as too much reading? How much and what rank explosion tag card did you use? I felt the explosion's shockwave from here. Ah-sung asked as she got up from the ground. Relax, I just used the A-rank explosion tags, Anna replied. That's not right. A-rank explosion should not be this big. Wait, what do you mean by tags? Ah-sung had a bad feeling as she asked Anna this question. Buying in bulk was cheaper than buying a single one. So I bought a bunch of A-rank explosion tag cards and even got a 20% discount. Then I used them to rig Ivana's entire room. Anna answered as if what she did was a normal episode in her life. Anna, honey, you do know that the effect of explosion tag gets staked up? Wait, you were with me the entire day. When did you get time to buy explosion tags? Did you pull N in your retaliation plan? If it's her, she should know the staking feature of the explosion tags. Ah-sung figured out that Anna stayed with her the entire day to gain an alibi while and rigged Ivana's room with the explosion tags. I told you, and is not as goody-goody as she led you guys to think. Besides, Ivana brought it on herself. Anna knew and was very tolerant, but when it comes to their mother, things take a dark turn. For your sake, you better hope Ivana and her roommates are okay. Otherwise this time, even your family cannot save you from getting expelled from the university. Ah-sung was genuinely worried for Anna, as she was her only friend that would stick her neck out for her. Ah-sung, you are thinking too much into it. Besides, that BTCH and her friends will be fine. If she cannot survive a small explosion of this scale, she is not qualified to be called a progeny of the Osamand royal family. As a child of royalty, Anna knew it would take more than a bunch of explosion tags to kill Ivana. Then what's the point of this? Ah-sung was confused. If Anna knew that explosion tags could do nothing to Ivana, then why go through with it and not try something else? Before Anna could answer Ah-sung, a high-pitched scream rang throughout the Morningstar campus. My hair. Hearing the scream, Ah-sung grabbed hold of her head and spoke in dread. The balding curse, clever. The explosion keeps Ivana's passive defense engaged, buying time for the curse to take effect. Not bad at all. I can't take credit for this. It was all N's plan. Check the university forum and should have posted that BTCH and her clique's bald pics under the pseudonym, Bald Fairy. Anna barely held back her laugh as she said the words. bald fairy. Ah-sung was no fan of Ivana. As Anna's bookworm friend, she has been the target of Ivana's ridicule and hazing numerous times. So she did not feel sorry for Ivana and took pleasure in her misfortune. Oh my God, these pictures are so embarrassing. I will not be surprised if Ivana and her friends drop out or switch colleges. Yeah, who did this? Which one of you? Itches is the bald fairy. Another scream sounded throughout the girls' dormitory. Bald fairy. Ha 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 ha. Anna cracked up into laughter and then shouted at her victims at the top of her voice. You are. Another mysterious shout followed Anna's shout. It seemed to be directed at Ivana. Idiot, you're the bald fairy. Based on these pics of hers, she is more like a bald ghost. Ah-sung commented to herself aloud. Bald ghost. Ha ha ha. Anna yelled and continued to laugh out loud. Anna, you itch. I will not rest until I kill you today. It took a while for Ivana to figure out that it was Anna who was shouting in response to her scream, but once she did, she rushed toward Anna's dorm room, but was held back by her roommates because they did not want Ivana to make fool of herself by running around in the dormitory with her bald head and ash-covered PJs. Not to mention the screaming match and their bald photos on the forum were embarrassing enough as it is. Good one, Ah-sung. Having her fill of laughter at Ivana's expense, Anna complimented Ah-sung for her bald ghost comment. Nope, don't drag me into this. My non-existent active soul control is enough of a problem for me. I don't want to give the faculties another reason to kick me out of the university. Ah-sung's mortal status had her walking on eggshells in university, and she did not want this incident to be her short straw. Relax. Nobody will know that it was us who rigged Ivana's room with explosion tags and the belating curse. I have made sure of it, Anna consoled Ah-sung. Us? Hold your horses. When did this turn into us? It was all you and your crazy twin. I have nothing to do with this. Ah-sung decided to draw a fine line between this incident and her. Wait, what do you mean by you have nothing to do with this? You're my alibi. Anna knew without evidence the university would not dare to blame her for the incident. And considering how meticulous An's plan was, there was no way the university could track this back to her. Anna was pretty confident about this, but this did not mean she would stop pulling Ah-sung's leg. Unfortunately for Anna, she had underestimated the Morningstar University. Coming out of her little episode of flashback, Ah-sung made eye contact with Anna's indifferent stare and said, Before you do anything we all regret, why don't you take a deep breath and think this through? Agatha, Ah-sung, we are best friends, but choose your next words wisely. Anna interrupted Ah-sung grimly and warned her not to overstep her boundaries as her best friend. In wake of Anna's warning, Ah-sung decided not to defend Agatha and tried a different approach to present her case by saying, Empty beasts are not easy to defend against. Even demigods can't. So what? It was their duty to lay their life protecting Wyatt, but he died, and they are still alive. Anna shouted, interrupting Ah-sung once again. It appeared she was not prepared to hear Ah-sung's reasons, but before she could finish, she was interrupted by the disgruntled scream of Susan. No, Wyatt is not dead. He can't be dead. Take that back. Susan wasn't done. She stared at Anna furiously, as if Anna were not to take her words back, she would fight her to death. This reaction of Susan's caused everyone in the warehouse to look at Susan in astonishment, especially Anna and Anne. The entire warehouse fell into an awkward silence hearing Susan deny the boy's death, and to add to that, no one here knew how to confront Susan about her boss's death and ease her grief. Despite being surrounded by people, Susan felt alone and wondered if she would feel the same if her young boss was here. Unfortunately, he was busy with his work in another city. As far as Susan was concerned about Anna's words, she did not believe them. Her young boss was alive and good. But she did not dare to call him, not because she was afraid he wouldn't be able to answer her call proving Anna right, but because she worried she might disturb his sleep. I am confused. Is Wyatt alive or not? ABA asked. She could not be more ignorant about her situation. Ah-sung glared at her friend's only daughter. Her words made her think her friend should give up on this one and try again. Maybe he could do better on his second try. What? Is it wrong that I want clarity? I need to know if I should be sad or happy. After all, Wyatt was my friend. ABA did not shut up. She continued with her ignorance. She seemed to be immune to dumbfounded glances from the people in the warehouse. Girl, will you shut up? Why are you provoking death? Are you that desperate to meet your maker and ask him for the missing screws in your brain? Ah-sung whispered to ABA, who was seated next to her. Susan's glare switched its target from Anna to ABA. She would not tolerate these rich and powerful jerks cursing her kind-hearted young boss to die. Susan, Wyatt was assassinated. You can deny it all you want, but it will not change the fact that he is dead. And big sis Ah-sung, Anna has promised demigod Windsor to take care of ABA, so we will not kill her for the time being, but once she returns home, we will uphold our words to Agatha. And spoke with a grim tone while Anna continued to stare at ABA indifferently. It was not clear what was going on in her mind, only her twin and knew. And you too. I would accept this from her, but you? Come on you guys, things don't have to end like this. Ah-sung did not accept and to not listen to reason. And was the sound and open to reasoning part of the duo. If she too was close to hear to reason, then there was no way Ah-sung could get through them. Yes, and promised not to kill ABA until she was out of their custody, upholding their word to the demigod Windsor, but Ah-sung was not too happy about it, because that was one of prevention, not a cure. I gave my word to demigod Windsor to take care of his daughter, and I will uphold it. And I also gave my word to Agatha that I will kill her precious princess if anything were to happen to Wyatt, and I plan to uphold it too. Hearing Ah-sung still try and reason with her, Anna spoke her mind as if those words were her revelation. Are you guys sure you are going to make an enemy out of demigod Windsor for a... I hate to sound like an insensitive BTCH, but the circumstances call for it, so I have to say it, a dead crush. Ah-sung has known Anna long enough to know that she changed her boyfriends as frequently as her dresses, so she did not know why the duo was causing a fuss over this boy. Yeah, she too saw the charm of the boy, but considering the situation, Ah-sung felt that the Heat-Sin twins were overreacting. How dare you, you insensitive itch? Anna snapped at Ah-sung for her offensive words, and continued to add, I know I have been very fickle when it comes to my partners, but that was the past me. Now it is different. How is it different, Anna? Tell me. Ah-sung asked Anna aggressively, having been called an insensitive itch. It is different. I don't have to explain myself to you. Anna lashed out at Ah-sung. No, you have to explain to me. How is this boy any different from your past flings? You have to tell me. Ah-sung did not leave it with Anna lashing at her. She wanted to know why the boy was important enough to Anna to make an enemy out of the demigod Windsor. Ah-sung, I said I don't have to explain myself to you. Anna's voice grew louder and deeper, seeing Ah-sung not take a hint and leave the matter alone. Why not? I am your best friend. I have the right to know. Ah-sung demanded but did not receive an answer from Anna, so she decided to resort to something she, herself, was not proud of. Just admit it. Anna, you haven't changed one bit. You are as impulsive as back then, and this boy is just another fling of yours. Shut the FCK up, Ah-sung, or I will make you shut up. You don't know me. Anna yelled at Ah-sung. Hearing her, Ah-sung's bodyguards immediately surrounded her just in case the Southern Emperor decides to get physical with their boss. I know you. Anna, I know you better than my parents know me. I have seen you at your best and worst. Threatening to kill a girl over a dead boy is a new low even for you, Anna. Ah-sung continued to taunt Anna, not worried Anna would hurt her because she knew Anna could never do that to her. That was why she stayed behind to protect ABA instead of calling demigod Windsor to rescue his daughter. Ah-sung, you don't know anything. Just leave. Anna calmed down after seeing Ah-sung's guards come out and asked Ah-sung to leave. Yes, Anna, I don't know anything. How could I? You don't tell me anything nowadays. Ah-sung shook her head, got up, and turned to leave, knowing that ABA was going to be fine for now as Anna was a woman of her word like her predecessors. Fine. You want me to tell you? I will tell. Wyatt was not just another fling. He is the first man I ever loved. There it is, I said it. My first love is a high schooler. Screw me for being in love with a high schooler. Hearing Ah-sung claim that they were no longer close to each other as they used to be, Anna decided to open up about her feelings, not wanting to add an old friend to the list of things that she lost today. You love him. Oh, honey, come here. I am sorry. I did not mean any of that. I just wanted you to talk to me like we used to. Ah-sung rushed to embrace weeping Anna into a hug. Weep. Seeing Ah-sung hug sobbing Anna, and felt left out, and began to cry expressing her grief. And, honey, you two come here. Big sis, Wyatt is my first love too. And, I dare you to say that one more time. He is my first love. Get your own lover. You two would have made Wyatt the luckiest man alive. Shame he had to die so young. Hearing and break the news of her young boss's death to her, Susan was suddenly overwhelmed with grief. Both her mind and body were paralyzed, and she almost forgot to breathe. Fortunately, ABA came to her rescue. Ignoring the trio Anna, and Ah-sung, ABA led Susan to the only bedroom in the warehouse and was just there for her. ABA was known for her ignorance due to her delicate upbringing, but she was able to connect with Susan on an emotional level because of the unknown feeling in her heart. She was sad that somebody she considered her friend died. Without any exchange of words, she knew what Susan was going through. Susan, having found a shoulder, wept as if there was no tomorrow, venting her grief. ABA's genuine emotions created an environment for Susan to let go of her strong front and express her grief and sadness. "I never got the chance to tell him," Susan uttered as she wept. "Tell him what?" ABA asked as she had decided to vent her sadness about losing a friend by helping Susan vent hers. "No, I had all the chances in the world, but I was too afraid to tell him." Susan's cries got louder upon her sudden realization. "Tell him what?" ABA was finding it hard to vent her sadness as was getting annoyed by repeating herself. "I was so occupied with the worries of losing what we had that I never gave a shot to what we could have been." Susan's sobbing continued. She did not give a damn about how she looked right now. All of her thoughts were occupied by regret. She regrets not having followed her heart. Now it was too late to do anything about it. ABA did not even bother to engage with Susan. She felt Susan was writing a song as she wept. "I should have told him that I love him." "Anna, how is Wyatt doing? Was he targeted by a curse again?" and asked Anna telepathically while pretending to enjoy her relaxation in Ah-sung's dream space. "This the fourth time you have asked me that. He was targeted by the curse one time in the past few minutes. I think it's safe to assume, seeing their curse not work on him, the enemy has given up on cursing him. So we'll quit asking." Anna expressed her annoyance telepathically. "What makes you sure that they would give up? Besides, why is there a high-level curse user in a third-rate city? What is going on in our cities? Ever since Grandma handed you the Southern Watch, you have drowned the security and management of the South to SHD. If only you would let me handle the duties in your place." Worried about her first love, and began to obsess over how her love would not be in trouble if Anna had handled her duties precisely. "You would like that, won't you? Being praised by our mother and grandmother." Anna got irritated by and wanted to close off their telepathic connection. Instead, she telepathically yelled, "What the hell is thinking by removing the ring? Is he trying to get cursed? What happened?" and asked Anna anxiously. Anna's sudden telepathic outburst had her worried. "He took off the ring I gave him and stored it in a storage card." Anna narrated what the boy had done with the dummy ring she had given to him as protection against the curse-type cards. "Why would he do that?" and gasped, "How would I know that, genius?" Anna snapped at Anne. "Let's calm down. Wyatt must have a reason to do that," and tried to think positively. "Calm down. Have you lost your damn mind, woman? That's it. I am done. I am getting out of here." Unable to track her love's well-being, Anna lost it and decided to get out of Ah-sung's dream space. "Ah-sung, send me out." Anna yelled at Ah-sung, who was enjoying her new origin card to its fullest. "Why? What happened?" Seeing Anna act up suddenly, Ah-sung was shocked, and her mind ran to assume the worst. "I don't know," Anna shouted and said, "Send me out." "Anna, calm down. What seems to be the problem?" Ah-sung, who assumed the worst, was reluctant to send Anna out until she figured out why Anna was on edge. "I don't know anything anymore. That's the problem. Ah-sung, just send me out." Anna did not like the feeling of being unable to keep tabs on her young lover. "Anna, honey, you may think you are making sense, but you are not. Take a breath and speak slowly." Ah-sung did not know why Anna was panicking, but she knew if Anna was panicking, then it was not good news for ABA. "I have to get out of here." "Ah-sung, I'm sorry." Anna used her mental strength to get out of Ah-sung's monster shell forcefully, which caused the monster shell to spit out Anna and the others without warning. "Anna, what the hell? What's wrong with you?" Being thrown out of the dream space, Ah-sung yelled at Anna in anger. Thankfully, the shell monster, Life Core Guardian, was just a part of her origin card, Life Core. Otherwise, who knows what the consequences of Anna's action could have been. "Everything is fine," Anna said suddenly after learning that the boy wore the dummy ring again. "And from the looks of it, the boy seems to be well." "Like hell? It is." Ah-sung was not satisfied with Anna's action, but she was used to it. "Anna, What do you mean by everything is fine? And ignored Asong and telepathically asked Anna what she was talking about. Wyatt is wearing the dummy ring again. And he seems to be doing fine, Anna reported to her twin. That's great. Then I will ask the spies to return to their post, and sighed in relief hearing Anna say that the boy was doing fine. It seems while Anna was panicking and had contacted the Southern Watch spies she had planted in the Sun Blossom City yesterday afternoon to get out of hiding and give her an update on the well-being of her young love. No, don't send them back. Let them check on the battlefield. As long as they don't participate, it is not against the rule. Anna was not surprised that, and had spies in the Sun Blossom City. She quickly got on board with the idea of spies, keeping them up to date about the situation of her love's battle. Good idea, and agreed with Anna. Being ignored by Anna, Asong was not thrilled, but was relieved after seeing her calm down and take a seat in the warehouse. But still, she was not out of the water yet. She would be truly relieved only after the boy returned to the Sky Blossom City alive and in one piece. Till then, every moment would feel like she was sitting on needles. Anna and took a seat in the warehouse hall and keenly waited for their spies to report back. But the news they got so far was all bad. Semi-demigods from both sides have revealed themselves, and the enemy semi-demigods have captured the boy and his clones. Fortunately, the enemy did not plan to kill the boy, and the allied semi-demigods, though lacking, seemed to be making an effort. Anna planned to rush to her young lover's rescue, but hearing Agatha had used the card she had given to her, the Heaven's Sanction, Anna decided to stand down knowing the allied semi-demigods still had a chance to save the boy. It took a lot of self-control on Anna's part for her not to act despite hearing all the depressing news from the spies. She was starting to regret not hiring the strong semi-demigod mercenaries to guard the boy. While the allied and enemy forces negotiated with the boy's life on the line, Anna held An's hand. It was too nerve-wracking for both of them to handle, so they found comfort in each other. Both of their hearts were beating so hard that they felt each other's heartbeat. They literally held their breath until the negotiation concluded and the boy was freed. Seeing the allied forces manage to get the boy back in one piece from the enemy, Anna and sighed in relief. They were in such a good mood that they decided to forgive the 3 allied semi-demigods and not pursue them for letting the enemy go. Just when Anna and felt that everything was all right, they got the devastating news that for some reason all 3 clones, among which one of them was presumed to be the real body of the boy, dissipated from being. Not only had all 3 of the boy's last clones dissipated, but his golden-grade grimoire was found in the tunnels of the city sewers. Hearing the news from their spies, Anna and both had different reactions and was devastated, but Anna was not. She seemed to be taking the news quite well. This puzzled, and she could not help but wonder if the news of the boy's death broke Anna. Just thinking that, and felt a chill down her spine. So suppressing her grief over the late lover of hers, she cautiously checked on Anna telepathically. Anna, you fine? I am fine. Why wouldn't I be? Anna telepathically replied to her twin. Her mental state sounded to be fine. It seems the news of the boy's death did not hit her as badly as Anna thought it had, and did not expect Anna to react so calmly to the boy's death. But remembering Anna's reaction to the death of their pet pixie dragon Chum Chum, and thought this was just the calm before the storm. Anna, I know you're not the grieving type, but it's okay. After all, Wyatt is the first guy you ever loved, and telepathically consoles Anna in concern that the longer it took Anna to accept her loss and grieve, the bigger her outburst will be. What FCK are you saying? Wyatt isn't dead. Anna instantly refuted Anne. Seeing Anna deny the fact that the boy was dead, Anne's worries increased, feeling that Anna was still in the denial stage of grief, which meant it was about time she had the Southern Watch evacuate the Sky Blossom City, and did not want the innocent citizens to be the victims of Anna's outburst, and was about to quietly relay the city-wide evacuation orders to the Southern Watch. Anna looked at her and said, "Look at you. You did not even mourn for his death, quickly hopped to micromanage me. And you dare to say that you love him. What?" And was confused, and soon guessed that there was a reason why Anna acted calmly to the news of the boy's death, and asked, "Tell me, or should I just access your thoughts?" Wyatt is not dead. Anna finally let her twin in on her secret. Are you in denial, or do you have reason to believe that? And did not instantly take Anna's words for it, as the chances of Anna still being in denial were not small. Despite all this news of his death, Wyatt is still wearing the ring I gave him, Anna said smugly. That's it. Clearly, you are still in denial. I am the fool for thinking that you were onto something, and shook her head in disappointment and decided to begin the evacuation, but then she paused, remembering that there wasn't a corpse at the crime scene after the boy was assassinated. If there was no corpse, then who was wearing the ring? Yes, you are a fool. I won't fight you on that. Do you remember the last time Wyatt removed the ring and stored it in his storage card, but once the semi-demigods captured his clones, he put it back on? It shows that he has a trick up his sleeve to hide from the enemy, though I am not sure how he can escape the keen senses of the semi-demigods. As long as he is alive and healthy, I have no questions. For Anna, the fact that the boy was still wearing her ring was enough confirmation that he was not dead, and she did not think too much into it. She was just happy that the boy was alive. Anna, is the ring still being worn by Wyatt? And asked Anna for confirmation. She did not know if the boy removing and wearing the ring a few minutes ago was somehow connected to his survival, but she was happy that he was not dead. Yes, he is. That son of a gun. He managed to fake his death for the second time. Dropping an identical golden-grade grimoire was an excellent touch. Don't you agree, Anne? Anna couldn't be more impressed by her crush. With the strength of a card soldier, he managed to fool a bunch of semi-demigods. Anna did not have words to describe how proud of her first love she was. A duplicate grimoire, impressive. Even I am surprised how he managed to get his hands on a second golden-grade grimoire identical to his. If not for that, despite how meticulous and ingenious his plan was, he wouldn't have managed to fool the Paw Clan's assassins for the second time. And was also full of praise, and she felt that this much was expected from the guy she fell for. Soaking in the new information, and then immediately warned her twin telepathically. Anna, don't share the fact that Wyatt is alive with others, not even awesome. Since Wyatt has managed to fake his death for the second time, let's help keep it that way. I was worried about him attending the university with a target on his back, but this solves it all. And stop making plans for Wyatt. You know he will not agree to something like that. Anna had already been through with Lorenzo and Luna about using the boy's fake death as an opportunity to give him a new identity to get along with society. And it concluded with the boy growing wary of her. Now that the boy was slowly opening up and trusting her, she did not want to ruin all that by opening this can of worms again. And was not a stranger to what Anna was talking about. She knew the boy was strongly opposed to the idea of hiding his identity to attend the university, but other than that, she could not think of the safest possible way for him to attend the Morningstar University, and felt for the safety of the boy it was worth bringing up this topic with him. Anne's heart was in the right place. Even if what she was doing was out of care for the boy she loved, it did not change the fact that her thoughts were wrong. Even Anna realized this simple fact. Though Anne was the smart one of the two, her world experience was not near Anna, as she spent most of her life locked up in Anna's grimoire. When it comes to handling her emotions, Anne was mature, but a rookie at the same time. This may be it, but it would be foolish to believe that there was a right answer for every question. And bury this matter here. Don't you bring it up with Wyatt. He is finally starting to show some initiative by taking me to dinners and kissing me. I don't want to go back to holding hands or me forcing myself on him again. This was the slowest and longest Anna had ever been in a relationship, but this was also the most faithful and devoted Anna had ever been towards her partner. Anna finally understood what her uncle meant when he said that he was still single because he could not find a partner who could connect with him on an emotional level. Emotionally, Anna never felt so infatuated as she was with the boy. In his presence, she felt content. She felt that she could spend an eternity just looking at the boy with a silly grin on her face. For him, she did not mind being a fool or an idiot. Alas, it was hard not to feel pain when the same emotions were not reciprocated or answered to. Even though Anna said that she was willing to wait, there was no denying the pain she felt as she waited. Anna, how can you be so cool about Wyatt attending the university? Aren't you even a little bit worried that he would be assassinated in his sleep? We both know that the treaty between the universities and the various organizations does not apply as strictly to the students as to their families or organizations. Considering the SHD you got away with during our time in the Morningstar University, I will not be surprised if Wyatt is assassinated while he is taking a dump. That is when you are the most vulnerable, and grew frantic thinking of the possible ways the boy could be assassinated in the central academic region. And don't kid yourself, They would not be able to assassinate Wyatt while he is taking a dump in the university campus, as they would assassinate him as soon as he leaves the southern region on his commute to the Morningstar University. Who is stopping them then? Heck, they did not mind sending assassins when I was protecting him. Once Wyatt leaves the southern region, there is no telling what can happen to him. Anna did not console her twin, instead opened the can of crazy going in her mind and shared it with her. Stop trying to scare me, Anna. I am being serious, and now had more worries to worry about thanks to the courtesy of her twin. I am not trying to scare you. I too am being serious. Anna was speaking the truth. She did not plan to scare, and she was just answering, and that she too had the same worries about the boy attending the university in the central academic region away from the southern region. Then how are you so calm? And was puzzled how Anna was able to walk past her worries. By letting go. Do you think I was okay with Wyatt leaving the Sky Blossom City after I learned Matron was after his life and would not stop at any cost? No, I was not. Yet I let him do his thing and did my best to help him. I helped him to show that I supported his decisions and to put some of my worries to bed. But no matter what you do, it would never be enough to erase the worry you feel. So, I learned to make peace with it, as my worries were my problem and not Wyatt's. Over the years, I have learned that we shouldn't try to control the people we love. That way we would only be pushing them away. You have to make peace with who they are. It may sound easy or some kind of hippie crap to you, but it's hard to put it in action and even harder to realize it. As for someone as uptight and controlling as you, this will be even harder. But trust me, this is the way to a healthy relationship, not manipulation. Anna preached, and most of what she said was genuinely from her heart. I would not have had a hard time taking your word for it if you had not asked me to send spies to spy on Wyatt's situation. Despite saying that and knew what Anna was suggesting was correct, but she felt more comfortable with manipulation and thought that when your loved one was being self-destructive, it was okay to be a little manipulative. Say what you will, but if you dare to ruin the good thing I got going with Wyatt, then I don't mind going against my promise and imprisoning you in my grimoire for the rest of eternity. I am not kidding. I am serious. Anna was not willing to risk her progress with the boy just so that and could rest her nerves about him pursuing higher studies in the central academic region. Therefore, she did not hesitate to threaten and making fake threats. Really, Anna, you and I both know you wouldn't do that. Just admit that a part of you also wants me to convince Wyatt, and was a part of Anna. She knew Anna better than herself, so she knew the limit to Anna's tolerance. She had no problem testing them. I'd love to hear from you. Thanks so much for watching. Did you enjoy this video? If you did, make sure to hit that notification bell so you never miss an update. And don't forget to subscribe and give this video a big thumbs up. Your support means the world to me, and I can't wait to see you in the next one. Thank you.